Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto Uchiha saluters the Zeus and all gods in Percy, Movie 1. In the hidden village of Leaf, Konohagakure, the ninja was torn apart as the great Kyuubi no Kitsune was attacking on people. It was a powerful demon. A single swing of one of its 9 tails would raise tsunamis and flatten mountains. It used his tails to destroy larger groups and some unlucky ninjas. The ninja's jutsu and weapons seemed to have no effect to him. It raised chaos and had caused the deaths of many, until the leader of Konoha, the Yondaime Hokage, arrived. The Yondaime Hokage is here. A random Junin shouted from out of nowhere, and a giant frog jumped into the battlefield. Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was a tall, fair-skinned man. He had bright blue eyes and spiky blonde hair. He was wearing standard Konoha-nin uniform with 2 bands each on both of his sleeves, a flak jacket and a forehead protector and sandals. He was wearing standard Konoha-nin uniform with 2 bands each on both of his sleeves, a flak jacket and a forehead protector and sandals. He looked at Bundle at Sandaime Hokage hands as he started flying through the hand seals. "Forgive me," he said in sad tone and completed his last hand seal. "Seal," he shouted, and then everything went white. 5 years later. "Get back here, you damn demon." Someone from the mob shouted at the small boy. He had bright blonde hair, blue eyes and 3 whiskers like marks on each cheek. His name was Naruto and was running away from an angry mob. Why do they always chase me on my birthday? Why do they call me demon?" 5-year-old Naruto thought. He continued to run away, until he reached a dead end. He turned to face his tormentors and let the heaven above to decide his fate. At least, he closed his eyes. "If I die here I'll be free from the torture." Single quote. The mob cracked a grin as they approached the boy. Before they could do anything, many human skeletons rose from the ground and started attacking on the mob. People started running away in panic. There were some experienced shinobis in the mob. They realized it was a genjutsu. Someone dispelled genjutsu, but it was too late for them. Naruto was nowhere on the site. 0 in unknown house 0. Naruto felt no pain, so he opened his eyes. He found himself in an unknown room. The room was a large that could easily fit 50 or 60 people. With a large, ornate iron spiral staircase leading up to the 2nd and 3rd floors. The room littered with paintings, vases, sets of armor, and other items from across the known world, each meticulously organized and catalogued. On the right side was a large archway about 1/3 of the way toward the staircase, and past that, a sliding door that easily blended into the wall if you weren't looking for it. Looking around, he saw a large painting on the wall. It was a painting of a young woman wearing a red variant of the Konoha Junin's uniform, and she was the most beautiful being that he had ever seen. She had alabaster skin that contrasted with her long and dark onyx hair, and a vibrant smile that would light up the darkest and stormiest of days. Naruto didn't know why, but for some reason he could not stop the tears that ran down his face as he gazed at the photo. "Who is she?" Naruto thought. "It is your mother's picture." Single quote. Who are you? Where are you? How? Look behind. Single quote. He looked behind and saw Raven there. It was bigger than any normal raven in size and had blood-red eyes. "You can talk." It flew above him and landed front of the picture. "It is ninja thing. My name is Karasu," Karasu said. "Is it really my mother's picture?" "Yes, but she is dead." She looked at his sad face. "She loved you. She left you her letter." Single quote. Naruto looked at the letter. It was beside his mother's picture. "Do you know read and write?" Karasu asked. "Yes, masked men have taught me this." Masked men. Anbu, Karasu thought. Naruto looked at his mother's letter as he unfolded it, noticed that it's dotted with smudges. The smudges he realized were tears. "Dear son, my name is Uchiha Hitomi and your mother. I waited so long just to see you and to hold you in my arms, and now I have taken away from you. I don't know if I did something to anger Kami in my life or some earlier life to have her take me away from you. I hope you can forgive me for not being there. It hurts so much to know that I won't be able to be there for you, to see you grow up, to see you get married, and to see my grandbabies, to not be there for your birthday and to experience everything that you go through with you. I had put so much effort into those training schedules and the jutsus on the scrolls. I Was hoping that we could have done them together when you had gotten older, but it seems that you will just have to teach them yourself. It's nearly time for me to go, but before I go, one last piece of advice. You don't have to be in Konoha to be great. I know my share of hardships, so I know what I'm talking about. You don't have to stay, you can explore the world, learn new things, become what to want to become. I know the hardships and suffering that one can endure in life, so son, my one request to you is to live your life to the fullest and never give until the end, even if you have to leave this village to do so. I wanted to tell you many things, but I don't have time. I know you have many questions. Karasu will explain you this entire thing. This is goodbye, my son. I've left my diary along with some of the pictures. Good luck and goodbye, my son. Your mother, Uchiha Hitomi. Naruto looked at Karasu, asked in confusion. My mother's last name was Uchiha. Then why my last name is Uzumaki? It was Yondaimi's wife's last name. Sandaime Hokage gave this name for you to honor of their sacrifice. Karasu said. Sacrifice? What do you mean? Now or never? Karasu thought. Did you know how Yondaime killed Kyuubi? Naruto nodded. Well, that is lie. Karasu said. She told him the story. We know the story. How Kyuubi freed by Tobi. Only different is that Minato and Kushina's son was born dead. Kushina died because of Kyuubi extraction. Also trauma she had felt after the death of her only child. Closing square bracket. I am third Jinchuriki of Kyuubi no Yoko. This is only because that man, Tobi. Naruto said angrily as his whole body surrounded in a thick black chakra. The aura and oppressive weight of his chakra were even more sinister than the Kyuubi. His appearance changed. His hair turned blonde to midnight black. His skin tone became pale white. His nose and facial shape changed. The most shocking thing was his eyes. They had a red 9-point star with a black background in them. Karasu shocked to his new appearance. Imagine 5 years old younger Madara. Closing square bracket. Karasu looked at him and said, you look just like your mother. Single quote. Hush, what do you mean? Naruto asked. Look at yourself in a mirror. Single quote. Naruto walked toward the large mirror that was hanging in the hall. Looking in the mirror, he shocked to see his reflection, specifically his eyes. How? He asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Sandaime Hokage placed henge seal on you. He had originally expected to use it to have you be praised as a hero to the people, and sadly it didn't work. Karasu said. What about my eyes? This is Mangekyo Sharingan. It is an advanced form of the Sharingan. I will tell you about it later. Do you know how to use chakra? Naruto nodded in agreement. Come with me. Single quote. I have one question. How turn them off? Naruto asked. Just stop channeling your chakra to your eyes. Karasu said, and she started flying. Naruto cut off the chakra flow to his eyes and they turned to dark blue color. Interesting, he has dark blue eyes, it's not black like Uchiha. Karasu thought. Do you know who my father is? Naruto asked hopefully. No, master never told me about him. Karasu said. Sorry. Single quote. Where are we? Is he trying to change the subject? Karasu thought. We are in the Valley of the End, where Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha fought for control of the Konoha village. In this place, Hashirama won battle and Madara believed to have died. We are behind Madara statue. There is secret door of this place. Karasu said. Now, we are going to meet someone. Single quote. Who? Your grandfather. Single quote. Just follow me, you will know very soon. Single quote. Soon they came front of the large door of the mansion. Naruto opened the door, and entered the room. It was big, made from stone, and had weird symbols drawn on the floor and the wall. Karasu looked at Naruto and said, drop your blood on the seal. Naruto noticed there was largest symbol in center of room. He bit his thumb and dropped some blood on it. Now, channel yours chakra on it. Single quote. When he did, the seal was lit up with bright light and a white coffin rose from the ground. When the coffin door opened, he saw a tall man. He had long, spiky waist-length black hair with a blue tint. He was wearing a blue suit and gloves with red samurai-like armor. Who is he? Naruto asked in confusion. He is a blood clone of Uchiha Madara, your grandfather. Karasu said. Madara came out of the coffin and looked at Naruto and asked, Who are you? His tone was cold. I am Naruto was too afraid to say anything to him. He is Hitomi's son and your grandson. Karasu said to Madara. My grandson. Madara looked at Naruto. He looks just like me when I was his age. The only difference is our eyes. His eye color is dark blue, while mine is black. Madara thought. What is your name? Madara asked. His tone was now soft. Uzu Uchiha Naruto. Naruto said. Where is your mother? Madara asked. Naruto looked down sadly. She is dead, Karasu said. She told him the story. Madara's eyes changed in an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan form. He released a large amount of killing intent. Those lowlifes, weakling, how dare they, if real I would still alive, and then Konoha would nothing but ashes. He had controlled his anger and looked at Naruto with a soft gaze. But I don't have time for them. I am here to train my grandson. He reached out his right hand and put it on Naruto's head. He smiled at him. Are you ready for your training? I am ready, Grandpa. Naruto said as his eyes changed in Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan. At this young age, Madara smiled. He is truly my grandson. 7 years later, Madara was watching his 12-year-old grandson who was practicing his kata above lake water. That is enough, Naruto. He shouted over his grandson. Naruto stopped practicing and came out from the lake, in front of Madara. You have completed your training, Naruto. There is nothing more I can teach you. Now, this is the time to give you my goodbye gift. Madara said. Naruto looked at his grandfather and asked, what kind gift? You have already given me part of Hashirama Senju power. I am giving you my power, my real eyes, my Sharingan. 0 Konoha Academy's 0. All right everyone, again I congratulate you on graduating from the academy. You are now real ninjas of this village and this isn't training anymore. Remember what you learned and you'll be fine. I expect you to do your duties with utmost diligence and not to dishonor your village. From now on you'll be placed into teams of 3 under the tutelage of your Junin sensei. Team 1, Iruka has begun droning as Sasuke's fans waited who among them will end up on his squad. There were a lot of possibilities. Team 7 under Junin Hitaki Kakashi, Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke. Iruka winced as the little banshee screamed in victory, and Uzumaki Naruto. 0 Valley of the End 0. Naruto stared at the Sasuke. It was silent for a few moments. So then, Dobi, you and me, fighting each other like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Sasuke chuckled. Interesting to see that history repeats itself. Naruto scoffed at those words. Except there's one major difference between you and Madara. Madara was an exceedingly calm person and strong. He smirked lightly. You are far from that point. Sasuke scowled at Naruto with anger. Chidori, 1,000 birds, Sasuke yelled. He had his hand covered in lightning as he charged at Naruto who stood there with a bored look. Dai Dobi. The lightning attack was mere inches from his heart when Naruto grabbed his wrist, sent out a chakra burst that stopped the chirping bird's attack. Kakashi never really taught you proper use of assassination techniques, did he? He slammed his knee upwards on Sasuke's elbow, he cried out in pain hearing a crack. He didn't stop as he roundhouse kicked Sasuke in the head and sent him skidding across the water top. He sighed to himself as he walked atop the water. This is the difference in our strength, Sasuke. You are weak. He held his hand and formed a black ball of chakra. Rasengan. 0 Konoha Council Rooms 0. Naruto entered in the council chambers. You wished to speak to me? He asked in a cold tone. This caught several people in the council off guard, especially Tsunade. This was not like the usual loud, hyperactive young ninja, who always wore a smile no matter what happened. What's wrong with you, Naruto? He's not himself. Something must have happened. I'll have to ask when we're done here, thought Tsunade. Elder Council member Mitokado Homura answered him. Yes, we summoned you here, he said. The council has finished reading the reports that were given to us by you and your teammates, the Suna team, as well as Rock Lee and your sensei, Hitaki Kakashi's report. Although we're pleased that a mission of this level was successfully completed by a freshly ordained Chunin and a team of 4 genin, we have some concerns about the reports on the battle between you and your teammate Uchiha Sasuke. He continued, peering at Naruto over the rim of his glasses. So, the time has come. What concerns? Naruto asked. What has us concerned is the fact that you used a large amount of the Kyuubi's chakra in your battle, and caused much destruction to the Valley of the End this time, Elder Council member Udatane Kaharu said. We have no choice. Uzumaki Naruto, we have to tell you. The council has decided that you shall be banished from Konoha immediately. The War Hawk Danzo said with a scowl as he said the word banished. He clearly wanted a harsher punishment for the young Jinchuriki. At this, Tsunade blew up. You can't do that, you old decrepit fools. The Uchiha tried to kill him. We have a report straight from Kakashi. Tsunade screamed. There is nothing left to discuss, Hokage-sama. The council has made its decision, and it is the last. Daze said with a smirk. Naruto looked at the council and said, you all are bunch idiots. You can't speak with us like that. Yuda, one civilian council member tried to say, but before he could complete this sentence, he killed by kunai in his heart. Everyone saw second Naruto was standing behind dead member with the bloody kunai in his hand, and he disappeared with a flock of crows. This caught all people in the council off guard, especially two Sannin. Pathetic Konoha council, Naruto said. They all saw, his whole body surrounded in a thick black chakra. Its aura and oppressive weight were even more sinister than the Kyuubi. They shocked when his look changed. He looks just like younger Madara. All elders thought. I think, it is time to give you my real introduction. I am Uchiha Naruto, the son of Uchiha Hitomi, and true descendant of Uchiha Madara. Naruto said with a smirk. One foolish Anbu tried to attack him, but a Susanoo-O's hand caught him in midair. Foolish, he said as black fire appeared from Susanoo-O's hand. It wrapped around Anbu and turned him ash. Naruto looked toward the council. His eyes changed in its eternal Mangekyo Sharingan form. He released a large amount of killing intent. If Konoha will be ever attacked, then don't hold any hope, I will come help you. With that he disappeared in swirling of the vortex. Shinra Tensai. Diva Path shouted and destroyed a big part of Konoha with his gravity jutsu. You were the 6 paths of pain, Akatsuki's leader. Naruto said as he appeared behind Diva Path. So, you have come to save your village, but it is too late now. Konoha is nothing but Diva Path tried to say. You're mistaken, I am not come to save them. Diva Path surprised at his statement. I am here to kill you. He said and his eyes turned purple with rings on them. Diva Path said in a shocked tone, Rinnegan. Naruto pointed his hand toward Diva Path and said calmly, Shinra Tensai. Naruto looked down at his fallen foe that was dying slowly from his wounds. It's over for you, Tobi. You have already lost the battle. Tobi was looking him with hate and anger. Jubi power will never be yours. Your plan rule on the world has already failed. He looked at Tobi with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I only pity you, Amaterasu, he said as black fire wrapped around Tobi and turned him ash. He disappeared and reappeared front of Gedo Mezzo. Naruto looked toward the statue. It was a giant, humanoid entity. Its back had several spike-like protrusions. It was wearing some form of a robe. So, this is Gedo Mezzo, he said. His Sharingan eyes turned purple with ripple-like pattern in them, the Rinnegan. He gathered all his chakra and poured it all directly into his Rinnegan. He removed his black Anbu armor for exposing the seal on his stomach. He sat down on Gedo Mazo and brought his hand on the seal. Release, he shouted as the seal on his stomach distorted. Naruto formed a hand seal. Ura Shisho Fuinjutsu, he called as 4 symbols had formed around him. A spirit like 9 black dragons came out from his body and moved toward Jubi's stone prison, the moon. Chakra started to swirl around his body. Seal, he finished hand seals with dragon sign. He pulled all tail beast's chakra and Jubi's body into the seal. With a blast of black chakra it was over. Yondaime Raikage stopped suddenly and snapped his gaze up towards the nearby river. His eyes widened at the levels of chakra he was sensing and quickly turned towards the rest of Alliance force. Everyone gets down, he shouted, and the place engulfed in a massive black chakra dome. What is that? Onoki shouted in surprise as it shredded everything it touched and tried to draw them in. I think that's Naruto. Gaara shouted back. A moment later the ball exploded in a massive blast of wind, knocking all of them down. After a moment of silence everyone managed to stand once more, albeit with effort. They looked at the surroundings. They all froze with the fear when they found Black Dragon front of them. They saw he was looking at them with his strange red eyes. His red eyes looked like a perfect mixture between Sharingan and Rinnegan. They had 4 Rinnegan-like rings with 9 Sharingan-like Tomo in them. Suddenly a black portal opened in the sky, Dragon flew up there and disappeared in it. What was that? Godime Mizukage, Meitarumi asked with slight fear in her voice. We don't know, Yondaime Reikage said. He looked at the surroundings. I think 4th Shinobi War is finally over and we have won this war. He told everyone. What happened with all Biju? Sandaime Tsuchikage, Onoki asked. And Naruto? Mei asked. Biju. They are gone forever and Naruto. Gaara looked at the sky. They saw the familiar black bird follow Dragon and entered the portal before portal would close. He is very much alive. Naruto's body was floating in endless darkness. Suddenly a lone figure approached to him and held up his unconscious body in the bridal style. You have completed your work here. It is time I take you to your second home, my great-grandson. The figure said to Naruto. Suddenly 2 familiar figures appeared beside him and they were Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Hitomi. Goodbye son. Hitomi kissed on Naruto's forehead. She looked at the figure. Please take care of him grandfather. She asked. I taught you everything I know. This is goodbye. Madara said to Naruto's unconscious body. We also want to give something to him. A voice said from the darkness. They quickly turned and saw 2 figures. First one was a beautiful woman with long raven black hair, rich pink eyes and had creamy-colored skin. She dressed in what looked like a white traditional kimono. Second figure was tall, at very least he was 10 feet tall. His body was a rotting sickly gray color with black rune or perhaps seal-like markings over what was visible of his left hand and forearm. Sharp obsidian black nails, onenju or Japanese prayer beads wrapped around his left-hand wrist. His face resembled a Hanya mask. A pair of horns flowing out of its long spiky white hair, a knife sheathed in its razor-sharp obsidian black fangs, a pair of demonic eyes glaring down at them, the sclera and pupil both a deep obsidian black while the iris was a brilliant golden color, and a long white robe the only thing covering its body, yet left his chest and some of his navel in full view. Kami-sama, Shinigami-sama, Madara asked, what are you 2 doing here? We are here to meet the child of prophecy, Shinigami said. Kami walked next toward Naruto. She looked at Naruto's face and said, he is cute. She opened her hand and summoned a small white ball of light. She sent it toward Naruto. It absorbed in him and small purple-colored diamond mark appeared on his forehead. What is this? Hitomi asked as she pointed diamond mark in Naruto's forehead. My gift. He has darkness power. It is the light power from me. This will help him to balance his power. Kami answered and disappeared in a flash. Now my gift. Shinigami raised his hand on air. With flash, black katana appeared in his hand. Then it turned into a black ball of light. It absorbed in Naruto and kanji of dead sea appeared on his left shoulder. Use my gift wisely, he said and disappeared in black flash. Mysterious figure looked at Madara and Hitomi. This is time to go, he said. Both of them nodded and disappeared in darkness. He looked Naruto with a smile and disappeared in flash with him. Naruto slowly opened his eyes and looked around the place. He found himself in a small apartment. Where am I? He thought. Karasu-chan, where are you? He asked telepathically. I am here, Master Naruto. Karasu answered as she entered the room from the window. Where are we? Naruto asked. We are not in Element Nation and I think we are in another dimension. Karasu said. He noticed a scroll addressed to him and asked, what is this? Dear Naruto, I am your great-grandfather. As for my name you will know very soon. I am still alive. Don't worry though, we will meet in time. When the time comes, I will be happy to see you. Also, in your journey, you will meet your other family. You notice you are not in Element Nation. You are in a different dimension. It is your second home. You are in a place called the United States, more specifically New York City, New York. There is another thing you noticed about yourself. If you haven't noticed, then look at yourself in a mirror. There are some changes in your because of Jubby. There is a seal at the bottom of the scroll. You will find all that you need in this world, and that includes money. Also, there is some important information about your gift. Oh, just for a reference for the future, get a book on Greek mythology. You will need that info, trust me. Be careful, my great-grandson. One more thing, visit your inner world. You will get all answer of your question there. Your great-grandfather. Naruto looked at Karasu. Karasu-chan, is anything different about me? He asked. I thought you knew. Karasu answered. What do you mean? Look at yourself in a mirror. Single quote. Naruto stood up and moved toward front of a mirror in the apartment. He notices short fangs in his mouth, and slightly slitted pupils in his eyes. He saw a small purple-colored diamond mark on his forehead and kanji of dead in his left shoulder. He looked like his 10-year-old younger selves. What is this? Is some kind seal? Naruto thought and sent small chakra in left shoulder. With black flash, katana appeared in his left hand. He started to check katana. It was totally black, the sharp and given aura of the dead. More important things were kanji of Shinigami written on the main blade, and black dragon with strange red eyes on the katana's handle. Interesting, Karasu said. And deadly, Naruto said, and katana disappeared with black flash. He took the letter and dropped some blood on a seal. With puff smoke many scrolls appeared. What really caught his attention was black bracelet. He took the bracelet and looked closely at it. It was in black color with golden design and some words written on it. All words were written in an unfamiliar language by gold. Den iparche tipo de kalo, tipo de kako, mono sementico ini eta isoropia. Which language is it? He thought. Suddenly he saw words started to arrange in familiar language. There is nothing good, nothing bad, only important is balance. Okay, that is weird. Naruto thought. He took the bracelet and wore it on his left bicep. What now? Karasu asked. Naruto sat down for meditation and said, I am going to find my answer. He closed his eyes. Zero mindscape zero. It has really changed, Naruto said. Naruto saw his mindscape. It was nothing looks like a sewer. It was a deep forest with the strange moon. The moon was a blood red and had 4 concentric circles and 9 tomo in it. He looked around and found Black Dragon, who had looked at him with his red eyes. His entire upper body covered in black scales, which decorated by spiraling, blue markings. Its lower body, specifically its belly, inner tail and legs were gray in color. It has possessed a blunt, rounded head with 4 large and elongated plates which extended backwards. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, and below it was an elongated protrusion pointing downwards. It was gargantuan, multi-layered wings composed of the very same plates covering its whole body. Its massive tail was split in 2 at its end, where the black plates disappeared and took on a double stinger-like appearance. His eyes looked like mixture between Sharingan and Rinnegan. They had 4 Rinnegan-like concentric circles with 9 Sharingan-like tomo in the 3 circles closer to the pupil color was red. Naruto's eyes turned into an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan form. Who are you? He asked. Dragon heard this and answered his question. I am the manifestation of power which has existed in your body. I am the result of your Enjubi demonic power. Jubi was the harbinger of death and chaos. I am the deity of balance. What now? I am you. We are not different. You know what to do. Yes, I know, Naruto said and touched Dragon's scale. The dragon turned in a million shards of black energy. All energy entered his body. 0 real world 0. Naruto opened his exactly looked like the dragon's eyes. Jubi's eye. 0 Yancy Academy 0. Hello, may I have your attention please? Before we begin today, I would like to introduce a new student that would be joining us. Please greet him warmly. A woman spoke to her class as they all quieted down when she began speaking. None of them wanted to get detention or be assigned extra homework over the weekend. Seeing that all her students were giving her their undivided attention, she turned toward the door at the front of the room. You may come in now. With that, 13-year-old teen entered the room walking toward the teacher's desk before facing all his new fellow classmates. He was tall, at least 5 feet 4. He had pale skin with spicy, midnight black hair, and dark eyes. He wore a pair of black shoes, black jeans, white shirt, and a black coat with hood. Hello everyone, my name is Naruto Uchiha. It has been a 3.5 years since Naruto arrived in this new land. Learning a new language had been surprisingly easy to him with his Sharingan. For him this world was more peaceful and advanced than Element Nation. This peace was boring, but it wasn't mean, he was going to slack off because of peace. He had trained every day to improve his skills. This was not all bad for him. He had met two interesting people in school. First was Percy Jackson. He was 12 and had black hair and sea-green eyes. He had an odd energy, signature. Percy hated school. His reason was that weird shit happened to him and that made a lot of people disliked him. Two of them get along very well. Then there was Grover Underwood. Through Percy, Naruto had met that boy. Grover had Caucasian skin color with short curly brown hair and brown eyes. The boy was a cripple because he was always seen with crutches. He was also a bit of a hippie, he thought, because of the fact that he barely ever ate meat and by the way he dressed. Though all in all, Grover was a very nice guy. Naruto heightened sense. Grover smelled like a goat while Percy strangely smelled like the ocean. Now, they were on a bus to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. They were taking a trip to learn about Greek mythology. Percy was wearing for today an orange shirt, blue jeans, and some black shoes. Grover, who was sitting right next to Percy, had his usual crutches, a yellow shirt and some oversized pants on that hid his shoes. As for Naruto, he was wearing a pair of black shoes, black jeans, white shirt, and a black coat with hood. Naruto looked at scene that was happening in front of him. One of his classmates, Nancy Bobofit, the freckle, red-headed kleptomaniac girl, hitting Grover in the back of the head with chunks of peanut butter and ketchup sandwich, who was acting like nothing was happening to him. "I'm going to kill her," Percy mumbled. Grover tried to calm him down. "It's okay. I like peanut butter." He dodged another piece of Nancy's lunch. "That's it." Percy started to get up, but Grover pulled him back to his seat. "You're already on probation," Grover said. "You know who'll get blamed if anything happens." "Miss Bobofit," Naruto said, who thought it was right time to interface. "Will you stop that? Why you care? You are not like those two losers, so why do you bother to help them?" Nancy asked. "Because they are better people than you are," Naruto said in a cold tone that sent chills down the girl's spine. "Now stop or I will stop you." She paled and quickly nodded her head. Mr. Brunner led the museum tour. He was Latin teacher and was leading this trip. He was a middle-aged guy in a motorized wheelchair. He had thinning hair and a scruffy beard and a frayed tweed jacket, which always smelled like coffee. He rode up front in his wheelchair, guiding class through the big echoey galleries, past marble statues and glass cases full of really old black and orange pottery. The class made their way into the museum as they walked past the giant pillars at the front of the museum, and Naruto couldn't help but notice how much Mr. Brunner and surprisingly Grover's face lit up when they saw all the Greek and Roman artifacts. Naruto looked at Percy, who was looking at some old stuff that was in good condition. "Interesting, isn't it?" Naruto asked to Percy. Percy turned back and saw Naruto. "Huh, yes," he answered. "This stuff is really old, but it is important." Percy looked at Naruto oddly before shaking his head and said, "I always forget that you like this stuff, I mean Greek mythology." "Whatever," Naruto shrugged as they walked with the group to where Mr. Brunner had stopped. "Besides, Mr. Brunner is under the assumption that we should both understand it all." Percy just rolled his eyes. They turned their attention to Mr. Brunner. They went quiet, listened to the guy tell them about the ancient gods and other stuff like that. He gathered all the students around a 13-foot tall stone column with a big sphinx at the top, and started telling everyone how it was a grave marker, a steal, for a girl about their age. Mr. Brunner began to explain what the carvings on the sides meant and actually managed to catch Percy's attention because it was actually kind of interesting, but yet everyone else around him was talking and having their own conversations. Naruto looked at the other teacher chaperone. Miss Dodds was giving Percy the evil eye. She was this little math teacher from Georgia who always wore a black leather jacket, even though she was 50 years old. She had come to Yancy halfway through the year. From her first day, Miss Dodds loved Nancy Bobofit. Her energy was odd. "It is better I keep an eye on her," Naruto thought. Mr. Brunner kept talking about Greek funeral art. Finally, Nancy Bobofit snickered something about the naked guy on the stele, and Percy yelled at her, "Will you shut up?" This was louder than usual. The whole group laughed at this. Mr. Brunner stopped his story. "Mr. Jackson," he said, "did you have a comment?" "No, sir," Percy replied, embarrassed by his outburst. Mr. Brunner pointed to one of the pictures on the stele. "Perhaps you'll tell us what this picture represents," he asked to Percy. Percy looked at the picture and said, "That's Kronos eating his kids, right?" "Yes," Mr. Brunner said, obviously not satisfied. "And he did this because—" "Well," Percy said, "Kronos was the king god, and—" "God?" Mr. Brunner asked. "Titan," Percy corrected himself. "And—" Naruto saw Percy have a hard time answering that question. So he decided to intervene. He ate his kid because there was some prophecy telling him that his kids were going to take over one day like he did. So he ate his kids. Naruto explained, getting a sigh of relief from Percy. But his wife hid baby Zeus, and gave Rondos a rock to eat instead. Then when Zeus grew up, he tricked his dad, Rondos, into barfing up his brothers and sisters. "Ew," all the girls behind them said. Then there was a big fight and the gods won. Naruto continued and finished the answer, getting a nod of approval from Mr. Brunner. Behind the two everyone heard a Nancy Bobofit mumble, "Like we're going to use this in real life. Like it's going to say on our job applications, please explain why Kronos ate his kids." "And why, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Uchiha," Mr. Brunner said, "do you have any answer for Miss Bobofit's excellent question? Does this matter in real life?" "Busted," Grover muttered. "Shut up." Nancy barked at Grover, her face going redder than her hair. "I don't know," Percy shrugged, a little relieved that Nancy picked as well. "Maybe if we somehow met them, it is necessary for us to know them," Naruto said with a smirk, which made a lot of people laugh. He saw shocked faces of Mr. Brunner and surprisingly Grover. "Do they know something I don't? I bet those two know something. Something which related to Greek gods," Naruto thought and narrowed his at them. "I see," Mr. Brunner said, "well, half credit to you both. Zeus did feed Kronos a mixture of mustard and wine, which made him disgorge his other 5 children, who of course, being immortal gods, had lived and growing up completely undigested in the Titan's stomach. The gods defeated their father, sliced him to pieces with his own scythe, and scattered his remains in Tartarus, the darkest part of the underworld. On that happy note, it's time for lunch. Miss Dodds, would you lead us back outside?" The class drifted off, the girls holding their stomachs, the guys pushing each other around and acting like doofuses. Grover, Percy and Naruto were about to follow when Mr. Brunner said, "Mr. Jackson, Mr. Uchiha." They told Grover to keep one going while they handled whatever he was going to say to them. "Sir," Mr. Brunner had this look, like he knew a lot more than he let on, and that had seemed too much. "You two must learn the answer to my question. About the Titans," Percy asked. "About real life, and how your studies apply to it." "Oh," Percy mumbled, "what you boys learn from me," he started, "is vitally important. I expect you to treat it as such. I will only accept the best from both of you, Percy Jackson, Naruto Uchiha." Naruto had sensed Percy's anger on the Mr. Brunner, so decided to answer his question. "It is great," he said. Percy mumbled something about trying and they left to go eat. "Percy goes ahead. I will meet you later," Naruto said. "Where are you going?" Percy asked. "Some personal work," Naruto said. Percy nodded and walked away. Naruto saw no one was there and he disappeared into a swirling vortex. Percy joined Grover and they sat on the edge of a fountain. It was away from the others so they would not be bothered, and Percy didn't like being part of the school in the first place. "You get detention again?" Grover asked, looking at Percy. "Nah," he said, "not from Brunner. I just wish he'd laid off me sometimes. I mean, I'm not a genius like Naruto. This thing they don't know their friend, he got best grade in the entire subject. He was good at all sports. Then what was he doing in lower class?" "So, where is he?" Grover asked. "He is doing his personal work," Percy answered. "What kinds of personal work?" "I didn't ask him." Okay," Grover said, shrugging. "Can I have your apple?" Percy nodded and gave him an apple. They began to chat quietly about the trip and what they might be doing over the summer when Nancy Bobofit walked up to them with some of her goons behind and decided to dump her lunch onto Grover. "Oops," she said, grinning with bits of cat stuck in her crooked teeth. Percy was angry and jumped and looked like he was about to hit her before Grover quickly grabbed and sat him back down. "Don't. You will just get yourself into more trouble like you always do," Grover said. Percy, who did not look very convinced, sat back down, but his eyes didn't look away from Nancy Bobofit. Then something weird happened. The water from the fountain rose up and pushed her onto her butt. She fell into the water fountain, making a loud and audible splash which caught the attention of everyone, including the teachers, with Miss Dodds making her way over. "Miss Dodds, Percy just pushed me," she yelled. Percy heard some of the kids were whispering. "Did you see? The water, like it grabbed her." What they were talking about. All I knew was that I was in trouble again. When Miss Dodds was sure poor little Nancy was okay, promising to get her a new shirt at the museum gift shop, etc., etc., Percy thought. Miss Dodds turned on him and said, "Now, honey." "I know," he said, "a month erasing workbooks." "Come with me," Miss Dodds said. "Wait," Grover yelped. "It was me. I pushed her." Percy, stunned that Grover was trying to cover for him. However, Miss Dodds was not buying it, and she leads Percy away back inside the museum, where Percy was most likely going to get another scolding and another detention. They were back in the Greek and Roman section. Except for them, the gallery was empty. Miss Dodds stood with her arms crossed in front of a big marble frieze of the Greek gods. She was making this weird noise in her throat, like growling. "You've given us problems, honey," she said to Percy. He looked at her and said, "Yes, ma'am." She tugged on the cuffs of her leather jacket. "Did you really think you would get away with it?" The look in her eyes was beyond mad. It was evil. "She's a teacher," he thought nervously. "It's not like she's going to hurt me." Single quote. I'll try harder, ma'am." Suddenly, thunder shook the building. "We are not fools, Percy Jackson," she said. "It was only a matter of time before we found you out. Confess, and you will suffer less pain." This made Percy look her odd. "Well, ma'am, I don't." "Your time is up," she said and hissed ominously. Then the weirdness came. Her eyes began to glow like barbecue coals. Her fingers stretched, turning into talons. Her jacket melted into large, leathery wings. She wasn't human. She was a shriveled hag with bat wings and claws and a mouth full of yellow fangs. She was not human, that was for sure. Miss Dodds. Whoa. Percy saw his teacher turned monster. "Where is it?" she asked and tried to attack on him, but somehow he dodged her. He tried to run away from her. "I won't ask again. Where is it? What the hell is she talking about?" Percy thought to himself. He brought out of his thoughts when he heard the screeching of wheels get closer to him. He looked over. He was surprised to see Mr. Brunner there in his wheelchair. "What ho, Percy!" Mr. Brunner shouted, and threw an item to him. Percy looked down to see what he caught and saw that he had a gold ballpoint pen in his hand. "What the hell am I supposed to do with a pen?" he shouted. Percy did not know what to do, so he decided to twist the cap of the pen. Then pen suddenly became a bronze sword. "Whoa," he said. Percy attacked shakily toward Miss Dodds. He simply swung the blade diagonally, hoping to wound her, but she dodged his attack, and before he could react, she hit him in his chest. This sent him toward the wall. "Die, honey," Miss Dodds yelled as she spread out her wings and began to flap over towards him. Absolute terror ran through Percy's body. He closed his eyes, but when he felt no pain, he opened his eyes. He saw. A black blade was sticking out of the Miss Dodds' chest, and its handle was held by Naruto. Naruto yanked out katana of Miss Dodds' chest and she exploded into yellow powder, vaporized on the spot, leaving nothing but the smell of sulfur. "Are you all right?" Naruto asked. His sword disappeared in black flash. "Yes." When Percy tried to stand up on his feet, sharp pain emerged from his chest. "I think she broke my rib." "This will help you," Naruto said as he put his hand on Percy's chest. His hand started glowing in green and Percy found that his pain was becoming less. How? I will explain you later," Naruto said as he saw Percy's sword. "By the way, this is a nice weapon. Now I know why people said that the pen is mightier than the sword." Single quote. Percy looked back to his weapon and found his sword turned back in gold ballpoint pen. Where did you get this pen? Naruto asked. From Mr. Brunner, Percy answered. So, Mr. Brunner gave this pen to Percy. Let's go, Percy. I don't want to explain anyone about this mess, Naruto said. Back outside, it had started to rain. Grover was sitting by the fountain, a museum map tented over his head. Nancy Bobofit was still standing there, soaked from her swim in the fountain, grumbling to her ugly friends. When she saw me, she said, I hope Miss Kerr whipped your butt. Who? Percy asked in confusion. Our teacher. Duh. We have no teacher whose name is Miss Kerr. Percy thought. He wanted to ask Nancy what she was talking about. She just rolled her eyes and turned away. He walked over to Grover and he gave him the same answer, but he was stuttering slightly, so Percy knew he was lying. Thunder boomed overhead. Percy saw Mr. Brunner sat under his red umbrella, reading his book, as if he'd never moved. He looked up, a little distracted. Ah, that would be my pen. Please bring your own writing utensil in the future, Mr. Jackson, he said. Percy handed his pen. Sir, he said, where's Miss Dodds? Mr. Brunner stared at him blankly. Who? The other chaperone, Miss Dodds. The pre-algebra teacher. Percy, there is no Miss Dodds on this trip. As far as I know, there has never been a Miss Dodds at Yancey Academy. Are you feeling all right? What? You may have just got the Miss Kerr's name mixed up with someone else, perhaps an old teacher from a previous school, Mr. Brunner said before wheeling off. Percy just sighed. Let's go, Naruto, he sighed and turned back. He saw Naruto was not there. Now, where is he? I thought he was behind me, had I imagined the whole thing. Percy though. Naruto was standing on top of the museum and had a raven on his left shoulder. What do you think, Karasu-chan? Naruto asked. Someone has erased their memories. Karasu said. Only me, you, Percy, Grover and Mr. Brunner remembers her. Percy saw you using your power. Why you haven't erased his memory? Because I have felt that something big is going to happen and Percy will be a big part of this. Both of them looked at Percy. This world is not boring, as I thought. I think this is the start of our new adventure. He said, and both of them vanished in swirling vortex. After that incident everything was normal in school, but for Percy it was not. For the rest of the year he was a bit put off by the revelation that Miss Dodds never existed. In her place was a perky blonde woman's name Mrs. Kerr. Every so often Percy would spring a Miss Dodds reference on someone, just to see if he could trip them up, but they would stare at him like he was psycho. He had almost believed them, but Grover couldn't fool him. When he mentioned the name Dodds to him, he would always hesitate before denying it. But Percy knew he was lying. Naruto hadn't cared about all these things, because this wasn't the first time something weird had happened with him. But he knows something was going on, because a few days later, the biggest tornado ever spotted in the Hudson Valley touched down only 50 miles from Yancey Academy. One of the current events was the unusual number of small planes that had gone down in sudden squalls in the Atlantic this year. His next problem was Percy. Naruto explained Percy about his power. He told him about different dimension, ninja, chakra, etc. He told Percy truth half-truth. At the first time Percy hadn't believed in him. But once Naruto used shadow clone jutsu and made many copies of him, Percy believed in him. Percy started feeling cranky and irritable most of the time. His grades slipped from D to F. He got into more fights with Nancy Bobofit and her friends. He sent out into the hallway in almost every class. Though Percy got in trouble, when his English teacher, Mr. Nickel, asked him for the millionth time why he was too lazy to study for spelling tests, he snapped. He called him an old sot, whatever that meant. The headmaster sent a letter his mom telling her that Percy would not be allowed back next year. Naruto could tell Percy missed his mom because he hated that fact that she was with Gabe of all people. The kid was homesick, no surprise there. Right now the two were in their dorm room trying their best to study for the upcoming exam. Throughout the night, Naruto could see that Percy was getting more and more agitated. This is impossible, Percy said as he threw his book across the room. I can't understand it. Naruto said, keep trying Percy. You'll get it, evenly. Thanks for the support, Naruto, Percy said and picked up the book. What is problematic, Percy? What is the difference between Chiron and Karen? Simple, one has an I and the other has an A in their name. You know what I mean. Why don't you ask Mr. Brunner for help? I'm sure he will help you. Yeah, okay, thanks, Percy said, getting up from the desk, and Naruto was following him. They walked downstairs to the faculty offices. Most of them were dark and empty, but Mr. Brunner's door was ajar, light from his window stretching across the hallway floor. They were 3 steps from the door handle when they heard voices inside the office. Mr. Brunner asked a question. A voice that was definitely Grover's said, "Worried about Percy and Naruto, sir." They leaned slightly to hear their conversation. "Alone this summer," Grover was saying. "I mean, a kindly one in the school. Now that we know, and they know too. We would only make matters worse by rushing him," Mr. Brunner said. "We need Percy to mature more, and Naruto, there is something different about him. So he is suspicious of me," Naruto thought. "We have to be resolved without them, Grover. Let Percy enjoy his ignorance while he still can, but I am not sure about Naruto." "But Percy, his imagination," Mr. Brunner insisted. "The mist over the students and staff will be enough to convince him of that." "Mist? Is it some kind illusion?" Naruto thought. "Sir, I can't fail in my duties again." Grover's voice choked with emotion. "You know what that would mean." "You haven't failed, Grover," Mr. Brunner said kindly. "I should have seen her for what she was. Now let's just worry about keeping them alive until next fall." Suddenly, the mythology book dropped out of Percy's hand and hit the floor with a thud. His eyes widened in panic as all went silent. "Idiot," Naruto thought before he quickly grabbed Percy's arms and book. He led both of them away from the room. Mr. Brunner came out of the office and saw nothing. "Nothing," he murmured. "My nerves haven't been right since the winter solstice." "Mine neither," Grover said. "But I could have sworn." "Go back to the dorm," Mr. Brunner said. "You've got a long day of exams tomorrow." Govern said. "Don't remind me." Mr. Brunner went back to the office and closed the door. "I thought it was Percy," he murmured. Suddenly, office light went off. What happened with light? Mr. Brunner thought. "Interesting," a voice said from the dark. Mr. Brunner turned his head in the voice's direction. "Who is there?" he asked. Then a dark figure came out of the darkness in front of him. Mr. Brunner shook his head in disbelief and said, "Naruto." He saw Naruto, whose normally dark blue eyes were red with 3 black tomo spinning inside them. "Hello, Mr. Brunner. Care to tell me what's going on here?" Naruto asked calmly. Naruto suddenly appeared front of him. "And don't try to lie to me," he said. Mr. Brunner sighed. He took a card from pocket and gave it to Naruto. Naruto took a card from his hand. He saw it was written in the Greek, and thankfully he knew Greek. Half-Blood Camp, Half-Blood Hill, Long Island, New York. 800-009-0009. It was some kind address of the summer camp. "What is this? A summer camp?" Naruto asked. Mr. Brunner said, "This is the place where you'll get your all questions answers. It better be true. Oh, one more thing, illusion doesn't work on me, and you are not what you look like," he said with a smirk. "Bye, Mr. C." Mr. Brunner froze. What? How?" he asked, but he only saw Naruto disappeared with a flock of crow. So he is from that world, Mr. Brunner thought. Grover walked in to see Percy and Naruto reading their textbooks, with Percy sitting at a desk while Naruto was lying on the bed, studying his exam notes. "Hey," Grover said, bleary-eyed. "Are you ready for the test?" "I'm ready," Naruto said with looking at him. Percy didn't answer. "You look awful," Grover said to Percy. "Is everything okay?" "Just tired," Percy said, and turned so Grover couldn't read his expression, and started getting ready for bed. The next afternoon, both Percy and Naruto were leaving the 3-hour Latin exam. "That was not bad," Naruto said. "Only for you, Naruto. For me it was worst. My eyes are swimming with all the Greek and Roman names that I misspelled," Percy complained as he held his head. Unfortunately, Mr. Brunner called him back inside. For a moment, Percy was worried he'd found out about his and Naruto's eavesdropping the night before, but that didn't seem to be the problem. "Percy," Mr. Brunner said in a kind tone. Don't be discouraged about leaving Yancey. It's for the best. Is he encouraging him or trying to break his spirit? Naruto thought. Percy mumbled, okay, sir. I mean, Mr. Brunner wheeled his chair back and forth, like he wasn't sure what to say. This isn't the right place for you. It was only a matter of time. Right, Percy said with a slightly angry voice. No, Mr. Brunner said. Oh, confound it all. What I'm trying to say, you're not normal, Percy. That's nothing to be. Thanks, Percy blurted. Thanks a lot, sir, for reminding me. Percy, Mr. Brunner called out, but Percy was already out the door. Take my advice, Mr. Brunner. Always think before you speak, Naruto said as he walked out of the room. 0 on the last day of term 0. On the last day of the term, Percy shoved his clothes into his suitcase. He was listening to the other guys. They were talking about their vacation plans. One of them was going on a hiking trip to Switzerland. Another was cruising the Caribbean for a month. One of them asked him what he was doing this summer. I am going back to the city, Percy said. Oh, one of the guys said. That's cool. They went back to their conversation as if he was never existed. Percy, I thought I was coming with you, Naruto said, scaring Percy since he did know he was behind him. When did you get here? Percy asked. Just a few minutes ago, Naruto answered. Oh, Percy said, sorry, I forgot you were coming with me. No problem, Percy, Naruto said, let's go. Percy was dreading how he was going to say goodbye to Grover, but as it turned out, he didn't have to. Grover did book a ticket to Manhattan on the same Greyhound as they had, so they were, together again, heading into the city. During the bus ride, Grover kept glancing nervously down the aisle, watching the other passengers. It occurred to Percy that he'd always acted nervous and fidgety when they left Yancey, as if he expected something bad to happen. Though Percy was getting annoyed by it and he blurted out, looking for kindly ones. Grover nearly jumped out of his seat. What do you mean? They boy confessed about eavesdropping on his and Mr. Brunner's conversation the night before the exams. Grover's eye twitched. How much did both of you hear? Oh, not much. What's the summer solstice deadline? Naruto asked. Grover winced. Look, Percy, Naruto, I was just worried for you, Percy, see. I mean, you were hallucinating about demon math teachers. Percy said. Grover, and I was telling Mr. Brunner that maybe you were overstressed or something, because there was no such person as Mrs. Dodds, and... Grover, you're a really bad liar, Naruto said. Grover's ears turned pink. From his shirt pocket, he fished out a grubby business card. Just take this, okay? In case you need me this summer. Both boys looked at the card. The card was in fancy script, which murdered in Percy's dyslexic eyes, but he finally made out something like Grover Underwood, Keeper, Half-Blood Hill, Long Island, New York, 800-009-0009. This is same address Mr. Brunner gave me, Naruto thought. What's half? Percy started. Don't say it aloud, Grover yelped. That's mine, summer address. Percy shocked. Even Grover had a summer home. I'd never considered that his family might be as rich as the others at Yancey, he thought. Okay, Percy said glumly. So, like, if I want to come visit your mansion. Grover nodded. Or if you need me. Why would I need you? Percy growled out harshly, surprising even Naruto. Grover blushed. Look, Percy, the truth is, I kind of have to protect both of you. Both boys looked at him oddly. I mean, they were the one who had to protect him in the school. Grover, Percy said, what exactly are you protecting me from? There was a huge grinding noise under our feet. Black smoke poured from the dashboard and the bus filled with a smell like rotten eggs. The driver cursed and limped the Greyhound over to the side of the highway. After a few minutes clanking around in the engine compartment, the driver announced, everyone out. Trio filed outside with everybody else. They were on a stretch of country road. On the highway was nothing but maple trees and litter from passing cars. Hey, what was that? Percy said, getting Naruto's attention. Percy pointed over to the side of the road and Naruto saw what looked like an old fruit stand. The stuff on sale looked really good. Heaping boxes of blood-red cherries and apples, walnuts and apricots, jugs of cider in a clawfoot tub full of ice. There were no customers, just 3 old women sitting in rocking chairs in the shade of a maple tree, knitting the biggest pair of socks. The woman on the right knitted one of them. The woman on the left knitted the other. The woman in the middle held an enormous basket of electric blue yarn. All 3 women looked ancient, with pale faces wrinkled like fruit leather, silver hair tied back in white bandana, bony arms sticking out of bleached cotton dresses. The weirdest thing was they seemed to be looking right at Percy. Why they are looking at Percy? Naruto thought. He saw Grover's nose was twitching. Grover, Percy said. Hey, man. Grover asked Percy. Tell me they're not looking at you. They're, aren't they? Yeah, weird, huh? You think those socks would fit me? Not funny, Percy. Not funny at all. The old woman in the middle took out a huge pair of scissors, gold and silver, long-bladed, like shears. Grover catches his breath. We're getting on the bus, he told them. Come on. What? Percy said. It's 1,000 degrees in there. Let's go, Percy, Naruto said. Percy surprised at that. What? He asked. Naruto said, only this time do it, just like he said. Because after that he will have to give us some explanation. Then he narrowed his eyes as he looked at Grover. Am I right? Grover saw his cold eyes, he paled and nodded immediately. Grover opened the door and climbed inside, but Percy and Naruto stayed back for a bit. Across the road, the old women were still watching Percy. The middle one cut the yarn, which they could hear that snip across 4 lanes of traffic. Her 2 friends balled up the electric blue socks, leaving Percy wondering who they could be for, Sasquatch or Godzilla. Naruto rolled his eyes and climbed in the bus. At the rear of the bus, the driver wrenched a big chunk of smoking metal out of the engine compartment. The bus shuddered, and the engine roared back to life. The passengers cheered. Darn right, yelled the driver. He slapped the bus with his hat. Everybody back on board. Once they got going, Percy started feeling feverish, as if he did catch the flu. Grover didn't look much better. He was shivering and his teeth were chattering. And Naruto, he was normal. Percy asked Grover. Yeah, tell us. Grover dabbed his forehead with his shirt sleeve. Percy and Naruto, what did you see back on the fruit stand? You mean the old women. What is it about them, man? They're not like Mrs. Dodds, are they? Percy asked. Grover's expression was hard to read, but they got the feeling that the fruit stand women were something much, much worse than Mrs. Dodds. Grover said, just tell me what you saw. Naruto said, the middle one took out her scissors, and she cut the yarn. Grover closed his eyes and made a gesture with his fingers and said, you 2 saw her snip the cord. Yeah, so, Percy said. This is not happening, Grover mumbled. He started chewing at his thumb. I didn't want this to be like the last time. What last time? Naruto asked. Always 6th grade. They never get past 6th. Grover, Percy said, because Grover was really starting to scare him. What are you talking about? Let me walk with both of you. Promise me, Grover said. Is this like a superstition or something? Percy asked. No, answered Grover. That snipping of the yarn. Does that mean somebody is going to die? He asked. Interesting. Naruto thought and looked away from Grover, who looked like he was already picking the kind of flowers to their grave. This is becoming more and more interesting. The rest of the journey back was silent, but they ditched Grover as soon as they got to the bus terminal, because the rest of bus ride they listened to Grover. He was freaking out Percy and was looking both of them like they was a dead man, while muttering, why does this always happen? And why does it always have to be 6th grade? Whenever he got upset, Grover's bladder acted up, so they weren't surprised when, as soon as they got off the bus, Grover went to the bathroom at the bus station. Instead of waiting him, Percy got his suitcase, slipped outside with Naruto, and caught the first taxi uptown. East 104th and 1st, Percy told the driver. You know Grover will not like this, Naruto said. I know, but we have to go. I have to get home and see my mom and Grover is freaking me out, Percy said. Whatever, Naruto said as they traveled to Percy's mom's apartment. Along the way, Percy told Naruto all about his mom. Her name is Sally Jackson and she's the best person in the world. That also proves my theory that the best people have the rottenest luck, he said, and Naruto nodded, having heard that from him a few weeks ago. Zero with Grover. Zero. Grover got out of the bathroom and looked around for Percy and Naruto. He only saw Naruto with his arms crossed. Naruto, where is Percy? He went home, Naruto replied, making Grover's eyes widen. What? Grover freaked. Grover, Mr. Brunner was right. I am not normal, Naruto said. You don't have to protect me, because I am perfectly capable to protect myself. With that he disappeared in a flock of crow. Grover had a look of pure shock on his face. Zero. Percy's mom. Apartment 0. Naruto and Percy walked Percy's mom's little apartment. Percy was hoping his mom would be home from work. Instead, Smelly Gabe was in the living room, playing poker with his buddies. The television blared ESPN. Chips and beer cans were strewn all over the carpet. Hardly looking up, Gabe said around his cigar, "So, you are home and who is your loser friend?" Naruto, Percy said. "Where's my mom?" "Working." Gabe said. "You got any cash?" That made Percy rolled his eyes. "No. Welcome back. Good to see you. How has your life been the last 6 months?" he thought. Percy noticed that Gabe had put on weight. He looked like a tuskless walrus in thrift store clothes. He had about 3 hairs on his head, all combed over his bald scalp, as if that made him handsome or something. This guy managed the electronics mega mart in Queens, but he stayed home most of the time. It was a wonder why he hadn't been fired long before. He just kept on collecting paychecks, spending the money on cigars that made Percy nauseous, and on beer, of course. Always beer. Whenever Percy was home, he expected him to give his gambling funds. He called that their guy secret. Meaning, if he told his mom, he would punch his lights out. "I don't have any cash," Percy told him. Gabe raised a greasy eyebrow. "You took a taxi from the bus station," he said. "Probably paid with a 20, got $6-7 in change. The somebody expects to live under this roof, he ought to carry his own weight. Am I right, Eddie?" Eddie, the super of the apartment building, looked at Percy with a twinge of sympathy. "Come on, Gabe," he said. "The kid just got here." "Am I right?" Gabe repeated. Eddie scowled into his bowl of pretzels. The other 2 guys passed gas in harmony. "Fine," Percy said. He dug a wad of dollars out of his pocket and threw the money on the table. "I hope you lose." "Your report card came, brain boy." Gabe shouted after me. "I wouldn't act so snooty." Naruto saw the scene. He looked at Gabe and said calmly, "Give Percy back his money." Then just like a puppet Gabe had obeyed his order. He gave Percy back his money. "Now sleep," he said to Gabe and Eddie. He put both of them to sleep. Percy looked at the money, which Gabe had given back him. "How did you do that?" he asked to Naruto in surprised tone. "Hypnosis and illusion," Naruto said. "I wish I could do that," Percy said. They left the room and went Percy's room, which really wasn't his room. During school months, it was Gabe's study. He didn't study anything in there except old car magazines, but he loved shoving Percy stuff in the closet, leaving his muddy boots on my windowsill, and doing his best to make the place smell like his nasty cologne and cigars and stale beer. Percy dropped his suitcase on the bed. "Home sweet home." Single quote. Percy thought about Gabe's smell, which was almost worse than the nightmares about Mrs. Dodds, or the sound of that old fruit lady's shears snipping the yarn. But as soon as he thought that, his legs felt weak. He remembered Grover's look of panic, how he'd made me promise they wouldn't go home without him. A sudden chill rolled through him. Naruto saw fear on Percy's face and asked, "Are you okay, Percy?" Before Percy could answer, he heard his mom, Sally's voice. "Percy." She opened the bedroom door, and his fears melted. Percy looked at his mother. Her eyes sparkle and change color in the light. Her smile is as warm as a quilt. She's got a few gray streaks mixed in with her long brown hair. "Oh, Percy," she hugged him tight. "I can't believe it. You've grown since Christmas." "Thanks, Mom," Percy said. Her red, white and blue Sweet on America uniform smelled like the best things in the world. Chocolate, licorice, and all the other stuff she sold at the candy shop in Grand Central. She'd brought him a huge bag of free samples, the way she always did when he came home. Sally saw Naruto and asked, "So who is your friend?" "Oh, that is Naruto Ucchiha. He is a good friend from school." Percy replied. Good to know you have a friend. Sally Jackson said. Did you know what happened with Gabe and his friend, and why they are sleeping like this? I don't know, Percy lied. Sally nodded and hugged him again. Percy then began to tell her all about his school year at Yancey Academy. It seriously was not as bad as the headmaster said it was. He didn't really tell her much about the museum because it still freaked him out. Did something scare you? No, Mom, Percy said. He wanted to tell her about Mrs. Dodds and the 3 old ladies with the yarn, but he thought it would sound stupid. Sally pursed her lips. She knew Percy was hiding something, but she didn't push him. I have a surprise for you, she said. We're going to the beach. Percy's eyes widened. Montauk. 3 nights. Same cabin. When? Sally smiled. As soon as I get changed. She looked at Naruto. You can also come with us, Naruto. Sorry, I couldn't come with you, Naruto said. Why? Percy asked. Naruto said, I have to go somewhere, Percy. I only came here to meet your mother, maybe next time. No problem, Naruto, Sally said. Goodbye Percy and Mrs. Jackson, Naruto said. Goodbye, Naruto, Percy said. He was a bit sad, because Naruto wasn't coming with him. Naruto left the room and walked out to the Percy's home. He looked around and when he saw there was no one, he disappeared in the swirling of the vortex. Zero narrator's apartment 0. Naruto appeared in his apartment. Karasu-chan, Naruto said. He called his raven. Karasu came out from the shadow and landed on his left shoulder. Yes master, she said. Tomorrow we are going to somewhere. Where? A summer camp. 0 with Percy 0. Gabe kept griping and groaning about losing Sally's cooking, and most important, his 78 Kamar, for the whole weekend. Not a scratch on this car, brain boy, he warned Percy. Not one little scratch. It's not me who'll drive the car. I am only 12, Percy thought. But that didn't matter to Gabe. If a seagull so much as popped on his paint job, he'd find a way to blame him. Watching him lumber back toward the apartment building, Percy got so mad he did something. As Gabe reached the doorway, he made the hand gesture like Grover make on the bus, a sort of warding off evil gesture, a clawed hand over his heart, then a shoving movement toward Gabe. The screen door slammed shut so hard it whacked Gabe in the butt and sent him flying up the staircase as if he'd been shot from a cannon. Percy didn't stay long enough to find out what happened. He got in the Camaro and told his mom to step on it. 0 times skip 0. Right now the car was pulling in next to a wooden cabin that located right on the beach. It was a little pastel box with faded curtains, half sunken into the dunes. There was sand in the sheets and spiders in the cabinets, and the sea was too cold to swim in. I loved the place, Percy thought. They got there, opened all the cabin's windows, and went through their usual cleaning routine. We walked on the beach, fed blue corn chips to the seagulls, and munched on blue jelly beans, blue saltwater taffy, and all the other free samples Sally had brought from work. When it got dark, they made a fire. They roasted hot dogs and marshmallows. Sally told Percy stories about when she was a kid, back before her parents died in the plane crash. She told him about the books she wanted to write someday, when she had enough money to quit the candy shop. Mom, what was my father like? Percy asked with some courage. He was kind, Percy, Sally said. Tall, handsome, and powerful. But gentle, too. You have his black hair, you know, and his green eyes. She fished a blue jelly bean out of her candy bag. I wish he could see you, Percy. He would be so proud. How old was I? Percy asked. I mean, when he left. Sally watched the flames. He was only with me for 1 summer, Percy. Right here on this beach. This cabin. But, he knew me as a baby. No honey, he knew I was expecting a baby, but he never saw you. He had to leave before you were born. Percy nodded, obviously feeling a little hurt that his father never really met him. Also he was angry at his father, for going on that ocean voyage, for not having the guts to marry his mom. He'd left them, and now they stuck with smelly Gabe. Are you going to send me away again? Percy asked. To another boarding school. Sally pulled a marshmallow from the fire. I don't know, honey. Her voice was heavy. I think we will have to do something. Because you don't want me around. Percy regretted the words as soon as they were out. His mom's eyes welled with tears. She took his hand, squeezed it tight. "Oh, Percy, no. I have to, honey, for your own good. I have to send you away." Her words reminded him of what Mr. Brunner had said, that it was best for him to leave Yancey. "Because I'm not normal," Percy said. "You say that as if it's a bad thing, Percy. But you don't realize how important you are. I thought Yancey Academy would be far enough away. I thought you'd finally be safe." Safe from what? She met his eyes, and a flood of memories came back to him. All the weird, scary things that had ever happened to him, some of which he tried to forget. "I've tried to keep you as close to me as I could," Sally said. "They told me that was a mistake. But there's only one other option, Percy, the place your father wanted to send you. And I just can't stand to do it. My father wanted me to go to a special school." "Not a school," Sally said softly. "A summer camp. Why would my dad, who hadn't even stayed around long enough to see me born, talk to my mom about a summer camp? And if it was so important, why hadn't she ever mentioned it before?" Percy thought. "I'm sorry, Percy," Sally said, seeing the look in my eyes. "But I can't talk about it. I couldn't send you to that place. It might mean saying goodbye to you for good." "For good, but if it's only a summer camp." Sally turned toward the fire, and Percy knew from her expression that if he asked her any more questions she would start to cry. Zero with Naruto. Naruto was packing his bag. "Why we are going a summer camp?" Karasu asked. "To find my answer's question," Naruto said. "Do you know how we can go there?" "Mr. Brunner is already there. We can follow his energy signature," Naruto said. "Now time to take a nap." Zero in Dream Zero. That night both Percy and Naruto had a vivid dream. It was storming on the beach, and three beautiful animals, a white horse, a golden eagle, and the pitch-black raven was trying to kill each other at the edge of the surf. Well, the raven was not doing much. It just hovered in midair, watching the two fights and only with a mild look of interest. Of course it would attack at certain times. The eagle swooped down and slashed the horse's muzzle with its huge talons. The horse reared up and kicked at the eagle's wings. The raven then decided to claw at the eagle a bit before doing the same to the horse. As they fought, the ground rumbled, and a monstrous voice chuckled somewhere beneath the earth, goading the animals to fight harder. Naruto saw Percy ran toward them, to stop them from killing each other, but he was running in slow motion. He saw the eagle dive down, its beak for the horse's wide eyes, while the raven decides to help out its flying companion, and Percy screamed, "Number!" Naruto waked up from a dream. Wearied dream, he thought. "What happened?" Karasu asked. "Just dream, but it was felt real." Zero with Percy. Percy woke up. Outside, it really was storming, the kind of storm that cracks trees and blows down houses. There was no horse or eagle on the beach, just lightning making false daylight, and 20-foot waves pounding the dunes like artillery. With the next thunderclap, his mom woke. She sat up, eyes wide, and said hurricane. Percy knew that was crazy. Long Island never sees hurricanes this early in the summer. But the ocean seemed to have forgotten. Over the roar of the wind, he heard a distant bellow, an angry, tortured sound that made his hair stand on end. Then a much closer noise, like mallets in the sand. A desperate voice, someone yelling, pounding on the cabin door. Sally sprang out of bed in her nightgown and threw open the lock. Grover stood framed in the doorway against a backdrop of pouring rain. But he wasn't exactly same Grover, he knows. Searching all night, Grover said to Percy. "What were you thinking?" Sally looked at Percy in terror, not scared of Grover, but of why he'd come. "Percy," she shouted, "what happened at school? What didn't you tell me?" Percy was frozen, looking at Grover. He couldn't understand what he was seeing. "Ozu kai alloy theo I," Grover yelled. "It's right behind me. Didn't you tell her?" Percy was too shocked to register that Grover just cursed in ancient Greek, and he did understand him perfectly. He was too shocked to wonder how Grover had gotten here by himself in the middle of the night. Because Grover didn't have his pants on, and where his legs should be. Sally looked at him sternly and talked in a tone she'd never used before. "Percy, tell me now." Percy stammered something about the old ladies at the fruit stand, and Mrs. Dodds, and his mom stared at him, her face deathly pale in the flashes of lightning. She grabbed her purse, tossed Percy his rain jacket, and said, "Get in the car. Both of you, go." Grover ran for the Camaro, but he wasn't running, exactly. He was trotting, shaking his shaggy hindquarters, and suddenly his story about a muscular disorder in his legs made sense to Percy. He understood how he could run so fast and still limp when he walked. Because where his feet should be, there were no feet. There were cloven hooves. They didn't notice a raven, who was watching the whole scene, disappeared with a puff of smoke. They tore through the night along dark country roads. The wind slammed against the Camaro. Rain lashed the windshield. Percy didn't know how his mom could see anything, but she kept her foot on the gas. Every time there was a flash of lightning, Percy looked at Grover sitting next to him in the back seat and he wondered if he did go insane, or if he was wearing a shag carpet pants. "So, Grover, you and my mom know each other?" Percy asked to finally find his voice. Grover's eyes flitted to the rear view mirror, though there were no cars behind us. "Not exactly," he said. "I mean, we've never met in person. But she knew I was watching you. Watching me, keeping tabs on you and Naruto, making sure you two were okay." "So, where is Naruto?" "I thought he was with you," he said. "He didn't come with us. He had something to do." "Grover, what are you, exactly?" "That doesn't matter right now." "It doesn't matter. From the waist down, my best friend is a donkey." Grover let out a sharp, throaty, blah ha ha. Percy had heard him make that sound before, but he did always assume it was a nervous laugh. Now he realized it was more of an irritated bleat. "Goat," Grover cried. "What? I'm goat from the waist down. You just said it didn't matter." "Blah ha ha. There are satyrs who would trample you underhoof for such an insult." "Whoa, wait, satyrs. You mean like Mr. Brunner's myths? Were those old ladies at the fruit stand a myth, Percy? Was Mrs. Dodds a myth? So you admit there was a Mrs. Dodds?" "Of course. Then why? The less you knew, the fewer monsters you'd attract," Grover said. "We put mist over the human's eyes. We hoped you'd think the kindly one was a hallucination. But it was no good. You started to realize who you are." "Who I? Wait a minute, what do you mean?" The weird bellowing noise rose up again somewhere behind us, closer than before. Whatever was chasing us was still on our trail. "Percy," Sally said, "there's too much to explain and not enough time. We have to get you to safety." "Safety from what? Who's after me?" "Oh, nobody much," Grover said, obviously still miffed about the donkey comment. "Just the Lord of the Dead and a few of his bloodthirsty minions." "Grover, sorry, Mrs. Jackson, could you drive faster, please?" Percy tried to wrap his head around all this madness. His mom made a hard left. They swerved onto a narrower road, racing past darkened farmhouses and wooded hills and pick-your-own-strawberries signs on white picket fences. "Where are we going?" Percy asked. "The summer camp one told you about," Sally said. Her voice was tight. She was trying for Percy's sake not to be scared. "The place your father wanted to send you. The place you didn't want me to go." "Please, dear," Sally said. "This is hard enough. Try to understand. You're in danger. Because some old ladies cut yarn." "Those weren't old ladies," Grover said. "Those were the fates. Do you know what it means? The fact they appeared in front of you. They only do that when someone's about to die." "Whoa, you said, you, single quote." "No, I didn't. I said, someone, single quote." "You meant, you, as in me." "I meant you, like, someone. Not you, you." "Boys," Sally said. She pulled the wheel hard to the right, and Percy got a glimpse of a figure she'd swerved to avoid, a dark fluttering shape now lost behind them in the storm. "What was that?" Percy asked. "We're almost there," Sally said, ignoring his question. "Another mile, please, please, please." Outside, nothing but rain and darkness. Percy thought about Mrs. Dodds and the moment when she'd changed into the thing with pointed teeth and leathery wings. His limbs went numb from delayed shock. She really hadn't been human. She'd meant to kill him. Then he thought about Mr. Brunner, and the sword he had thrown him. Before he could ask Grover about that, there was a blinding flash, a jaw-rattling boom. and the car explodes, and land on the ground upside down. Percy peeled his forehead off the back of the driver's seat and said, "Ow." "Percy," Sally shouted. "I'm okay." Percy tried to shake off the daze. He wasn't dead. The car hadn't really exploded. They did swerve into a ditch. Their driver's side doors wedged in the mud. The roof had cracked open like an eggshell and rain was pouring in. Lightning. That was the only explanation. They blasted right off the road. Next to him in the back seat was a big motionless lump. Grover. Grover slumped over, blood trickling from the side of his mouth. Percy shook his furry hip. "Number, even if you are a half-barnyard animal, you're my best friend and I don't want you to die," Percy thought. Grover groaned. "Food. He is all right." Single quote. "Percy," Sally said, "we have to." Her voice faltered. In a flash of lightning, through the mud-spattered rear windshield, Percy saw a figure lumbering toward us on the shoulder of the road. The sight of it made his skin crawl. It was a dark silhouette of a huge guy, like a football player. He seemed to be holding a blanket over his head. His top half was bulky and fuzzy. His upraised hands made it look like he had horns. "Who is Percy?" Sally said, deadly serious. "Get out of the car." She tried the driver's side but all the mud was blocking their way out. "Climb out the passenger's side," she said to Percy. "Percy, you have to run. Do you see that big tree?" "What?" Another flash of lightning and through the smoking hole in the roof Percy saw the tree she meant. A huge, White House Christmas tree-sized pine at the crest of the nearest hill. "That's the property line," Sally said. "Get over that hill and you'll see a big farmhouse down in the valley. Run and don't look back. Yell for help. Don't stop until you reach the door. Mom, you're coming too." Her face was pale, her eyes as sad as when she looked at the ocean. "No," Percy shouted. "You are coming with me. Help me carry Grover." "Food," Grover moaned, a little louder. Percy saw. The man with the blanket on his head kept coming toward them, making his grunting, snorting noises. As he got closer, Percy realized he wasn't holding a blanket over his head, because there was no blanket. It was his head and the points were his horns. "He doesn't want us," Sally said. "He wants you. Besides, I can't cross the property line." "But, we don't have time, Percy. Go, please." He climbed across Grover and pushed the door open into the rain. "We're going together. Come on, Mom. I told you. Mom, I am not leaving you. Help me with Grover." Percy didn't wait for her answer. He scrambled outside, dragging Grover from the car. He was surprisingly light, but Percy couldn't have carried him very far if his mother hadn't come to his aid. Together, they draped Grover's arms over their shoulders and started stumbling uphill through the wet waist-high grass. Glancing back, Percy got my first clear look at the monster. He was 7 feet tall, easy, his arms and legs like something from the cover of Muscle Man magazine, bulging biceps and triceps and a bunch of other caps, all stuffed like baseballs under vein-webbed skin. He wore no clothes except underwear, bright white fruit of the looms, which would have looked funny, except that the top half of his body was so scary. Coarse brown hair started at about his belly button and got thicker as it reached his shoulders. His neck was a mass of muscle and fur leading up to his enormous head, which had a snout as long as his arm, snotty nostrils with a gleaming brass ring, cruel black eyes, and horns, enormous black and white horns. Percy recognized the monster, all right. He had been in one of the first stories Mr. Brunner told them. He blinked the rain out of his eyes. "That's Pasiphae's son," Sally said. "I wish I'd known how badly they want to kill you. But he's the Min." "Don't say his name," she warned. "Names have power." The pine tree was still way too far, 100 yards uphill at least. Percy glanced behind him again. The Minotaur hunched over the car, looking in the windows, or not looking, exactly. More like snuffling, nuzzling. Percy wasn't sure why he bothered, since he was only about 50 feet away. "Food," Grover moaned. "Shish," Percy told him. "Mom, what's he doing? Doesn't he see us?" "His sight and hearing are terrible," Sally said. "He goes by smell. But he'll figure out where we are soon enough." As if on cue, the Minotaur bellowed in rage. He picked up Gabe's Camaro by the torn roof, the chassis creaking and groaning. He raised the car over his head and threw it down the road. It slammed into the wet asphalt and skidded in a shower of sparks for about half a mile before coming to a stop. The gas tank exploded. Not a scratch, Percy remembered Gabe saying. Percy, Sally said, when he sees us, he'll charge. Wait until the last second, then jump out of the way, directly sideways. He can't change directions very well once he's charging. Do you understand? How do you know all this? I've been worried about an attack for a long time. I should have expected this. I was selfish, keeping you near me. Keeping me near you. But, another bellow of rage, and the bullman started tramping uphill. He'd smelled us. The pine tree was only a few more yards, but the hill was getting steeper and slicker. Looking behind them, they saw the bull man was picking up pace and getting closer and closer to them. Sally exhausted, but she shouldered Grover. Go, Percy, separate. Remember what I said. Percy sprinted to the left, turned, and saw the creature bearing down on him. His black eyes glowed with hate. He reeked like rotten meat. He lowered his head and charged, those razor-sharp horns aimed straight at his chest. Percy thought, I could never outrun this thing. He held his ground, and at the last moment, he jumped to the side. The Minotaur stormed past like a freight train, then bellowed with frustration and turned, but not toward Percy this time, to his mother, Sally, who was setting Grover down in the grass. They reached the crest of the hill. Down the other side Percy saw a valley, just as his mother had said, and the lights of a farmhouse glowing yellow through the rain. But that was half a mile away. We'd never make it, Percy thought. The Minotaur grunted, pawing the ground. He kept eyeing Sally, who was now retreating slowly downhill, back toward the road, trying to lead him away from Grover. Run, Percy, she shouted. I can't go any farther. Run. The Minotaur charged her. She tried to sidestep, as she'd told Percy to do, but then he had learned his lesson. His hand shot out and grabbed her by the neck as she tried to get away. He lifted her as she struggled, kicking and pummeling the air. Mom, Percy yelled. Sally caught Percy's eyes, managed to choke out one last word, go. Then, with an angry roar, the monster closed his fists around her neck, and she dissolved before Percy's eyes, melting into light, a shimmering golden form, as if she were a holographic projection. A blinding flash and she was simply gone. No, Percy saw the Minotaur bore down on Grover, who lay helpless in the grass. The monster hunched over, snuffling him, as if he were about to lift Grover up and make him dissolve too. Percy stripped off his red rain jacket. Hey, he screamed, waving the jacket, running to one side of the monster. Hey, stupid, ground beef. Rawr. The Minotaur turned toward him, shaking his meaty fists. Percy patted his back to the big pine tree and waved his red jacket in front of the Minotaur. He charged too fast, his arms out to grab him whichever way he tried to dodge. Percy's legs tensed. He couldn't jump sideways, so he leapt straight up, kicking off from the creature's head, using it as a springboard, turning in midair, and landing on his neck. How did I do that? Percy didn't have time to figure it out. A millisecond later, the Minotaur's head slammed into the tree and the impact nearly knocked his teeth out. The Minotaur staggered around, trying to shake him, but he locked his arms around his horns to keep from being thrown. The smell of rotten meat burned his nostrils. The Minotaur shook himself around and bucked like a rodeo bull. Meanwhile, Grover started groaning on the grass. Percy wanted to yell at him to shut up. Food, Grover moaned. The Minotaur wheeled toward him, pawed the ground again, and got ready to charge. In the range, Percy got both hands around one horn and pulled backward with all his might. The Minotaur tensed, gave a surprised grunt, then, snap. The bull man screamed and flung him through the air. He landed flat on his back in the grass. His head smacked against a rock. Percy sat up. His vision was blurry, but he had a horn in his hands, a ragged bone weapon the size of a knife. The Minotaur charged. Without thinking, he rolled to one side and came up kneeling. As the monster barreled past, he tried to drive the broken horn straight into his side, right up under his furry rib cage. But he threw him toward Grover. Percy saw the Minotaur roared and charged toward them. Excuse me, a voice said from behind the Minotaur, and then someone punched him in the face with a strong force, and sent him flying through a series of trees in the forest. Are you all right, Percy? Percy saw it was Naruto, Who punched the Minotaur? Naruto. What are you doing here? He asked. I will explain you later, Naruto said. He saw Grover. Take Grover and go. I will handle him. But, rawr, go. Percy managed to haul Grover up and stagger down into the valley, toward the lights of the farmhouse. Rawr. Naruto looked at the Minotaur, who was getting up on his feet. When they got in there, Percy fell to his knees. Looking up, he saw the familiar face of Mr. Brunner, who was giving them a serious look. He also saw a very pretty blonde-haired girl, whose hair looked curled like a princess. And Naruto. Monster, fight, Percy said and fell unconscious. What was he talking about? Blonde girl asked. Mr. Brunner said, Annabeth. That was when the ground-shaking impact occurred that rocked the forest. The tremor sent them off their feet to the ground. That can't be good, Annabeth said. That could be the monster's doing. I somehow doubt that, Mr. Brunner thought. Suddenly the Minotaur's body came crashing down in front of them, then began to disintegrate like crumbling sand, blown away in chunks by the wind. Mr. Brunner saw Naruto was clammily coming toward them, with Minotaur's horn in his left hand. He was wearing a gray shirt, black pants, black shoes, and a black jacket with hood. What really caught his eye was his face. Naruto had short fangs in his mouth, and slightly slitted pupils in his eyes. Also he had small purple-colored diamond mark on his forehead. Hello Mr. Brunner, Naruto said. He looked at the blonde girl. And you are? My name is Annabeth Chase. Naruto nodded. Naruto Ucchiha. He saw Percy and Grover. They're unconscious, he said. Bring them inside, Mr. Brunner said. 0 times skip 0. Good to see you again Mr. Brunner, Naruto commented. You already know my real name, Naruto, Mr. Brunner said. The question is how. Your name is Chiron, Naruto said. Illusion does not work on me. I can easily see your horse half. After that it wasn't difficult to find your true name. So you are from that world, Chiron said. Annabeth gave Chiron a look of confusion while Naruto had a serious look on his face. Do know about the Element Nation? He asked with narrowed eyes while Annabeth looked even more confused. I hear things when I got to the annual meets of the gods, Chiron said. Gods. Chiron told Naruto all about Greek gods and their existence. You are in the same boat as Percy. If you are indeed a child of the Big Three, then one of you has to decide the fate of the world at a later time as said in a prophecy of the oracle. Chiron said. I am not interested nor do I want to decide the fate of the world. If what you say is true then, I will leave it to Percy. I see, just know that the prophecy says the time will come when the demigod is 16, so we have time. Nothing is set in stone, Naruto said. And I don't believe in the prophecy. Very well, Chiron said. If I am a kid of the Big Three, whose am I? We have an idea, but we must keep quiet until they claim you. Besides, being one of the Big Three's kids is kinda bad. Chiron stated. Why? Because, they swore an oath after World War II that they would not have kids anymore, Annabeth answered. Whatever, Naruto said. Now I will have a camper show you the cabin for later. Then you come back here. When Percy wakes up I will tell more about this as I don't want to say this twice, Chiron said. Very well, Naruto and he followed him out the door. Annabeth, please continue to watch Percy please, Chiron ordered. Once outside, Naruto raised an eyebrow. This place was big. He looked around to see that the hill with the pine tree was not far from them. This tree has the soul in it, Naruto thought. Then he looked ahead to see a bunch of cabins in a U-shaped arc. Clarice, come here please, Chiron shouted. The girl turned her head and saw Chiron and one of the new guys everyone was talking about. Naruto noticed that she was pretty tall, strong-looking, and probably 2 years older than him. She looked gruff and had the look of a fighter. What? I would like for you to show Naruto here around the cabins for the moment. I will probably have Annabeth show Naruto and Percy around camp later when the latter wakes up. Fine, got to welcome the newbie anyway, Clarice said with an evil smirk. Naruto raised an eyebrow for that. Well, come with me, Clarice called out, already walking away. He followed her all the way to the middle of the arc of cabins. Okay, listen closely because I am only going to say this once. There are 12 cabins in all. Each one represents the Greek good it was made for. Their kids are the one who lives in there. Since you are new and have not been claimed yet, you will go to cabin 11, the Hermes cabin. Naruto nodded. Who is your parent? He asked. The god of war. Clarice pointed to a red cabin. Right, now we have the other cabins. We got Demeter, Dionysus, Athena, Apollo, Aphrodite, Hephaestus, Hera, Zeus, Artemis and Poseidon. She said pointing to each. He looked at Zeus and Hera's and quirked an eyebrow. They got some pretty fancy cabins for nobody to use. He noticed that a Hades cabin was not there, odd since he was part of the big three. Now, it is not to, officially, welcome you, Clarice said, making a lot of people look to them and they grimaced. Clarice was breaking in another newbie. Clarice quickly reacted out and tried to grab Naruto. She along with everyone else gasped surprise, when Naruto disappeared with a murder of Crow. What? She shouted. Before she could do anything, she felt cold metal against her neck. You are good, but not that good, Naruto said from behind her. He held kunai on her neck. And thanks for tour. He put kunai back to his pocket. Clarice was in deep shock. Who is he? She thought. They arrived in the big house. Chiron saw that Naruto looked bored and Classier looked a little lost. As I thought, her, welcome, plan has failed, he thought. You are back, he said. Since Percy won't be fully awake until tomorrow, I would like for you to stay near here. Okay, see you later Chiron, Clarice, Naruto said. He disappeared with a flock of crow. Clarice shocked when he had disappeared front of her. Who is he? She asked to Chiron. 0 front of Pine Tree 0. Naruto arrived at the pine tree. He looked at the tree with his Sharingan and saw strange energy. Interesting, it is life energy, Naruto thought. He looked around and noticed the energy had surrounded whole camp. And it is protecting the camp. Single quote. Naruto closed his eyes and touched the tree by his left hand. Suddenly he felt pulling sensation. When he opened his eyes, he was in a large white room and was not alone. A girl stood across from him, staring at him with shock eyes. She had shoulder length or short, spiky black hair, electric blue eyes and freckles across her nose. She was wearing some punk-style clothes. She is extremely pretty. Who are you? The girl asked. I am Naruto Ucchiha, Naruto said. Who are you? Where are we? I am Talia and we are in limbo. I am Talia and we are in limbo. Talia saw the boy front of her. He was tall and handsome. He had pale skin with spicy, midnight black hair, and dark blue eyes. He was wearing a gray shirt, black pants, black shoes, and a black jacket with hood. How did you come here? She asked. I don't know, and you? Naruto asked. It is the longest story. I have time, but first tell me, are you demigod? Talia nodded. Whose kid are you? Naruto asked. Talia scowled a bit and said, Zeus and you. Naruto raised an eyebrow but didn't say much to her scowling. Not a clue. He looked at her and asked, are you ready to tell me your story? Talia nodded. She told him about her journey with Luck, Annabeth. How they were found by a satyr named Grover Underwood who tried to get them to Camp Half-Blood. Together, they traveled to Camp Half-Blood but chased by monsters from the underworld. Once they reached camp, a horde of monsters attacked and she sacrificed her life on Half-Blood Hill to protect Annabeth, Luke, and Grover. To prevent her soul from going to Hades, Zeus turned her into a pine tree. Wow, you are brave, Naruto said. How long have you been here anyway? I think more than 5 years. I can come here, then I guess I can keep you company now and then. Naruto said with a smile. Next time I will tell you my story, he said. Talia smiled back. Thanks, I would like that. Well, see you next time, Talia, Naruto said and gave her hug. He backed up from the hug and disappeared from there. See you later Naruto, Talia whispered to herself with a slight blush. 0 back in the normal world 0. Naruto saw it was morning. Didn't think I was in limbo that long, he thought and disappeared. Naruto appeared in the big house. He saw Grover, Annabeth, and Chiron there around a table with another person he had not met yet. Good morning. They turned their heads and saw him. Good morning Naruto, Chiron said, fully turning around. Anyway, I would like you to meet Mr. Naruto looked at the other man who was sitting around the table with a Coke can in his hand. He wore a leopard print shirt and had messy black hair and was a little on the chubby side and is rocking the bearded look. He looked like someone who coached a peewee soccer team. Well, I guess I must say it. Welcome to Camp Half-Blood, Mr. D said. Nice to meet you, Mr. Wine God, Naruto said. That is correct. Nice to see not all the demigods that first arrive here are idiots, Mr. D said. It is not difficult. I can sense you are God. Because your energy signature is different from others, Naruto said. Energy signature? Mr. D asked. Naruto is from that world, Chiron said. Mr. D surprised at this. You are from Element Nation, he said to Naruto. Well, I can honestly say that I have never been to your world. But I have heard about it from the other gods. What is Element Nation? Annabeth asked. Element Nation is another world, or you could say that it is another dimension. It is a dangerous place. Naruto is from that world, Chiron said. He told them about ninja, shinobi, chakra and some other detail. Wow, I never know that kind world exist, Grover said and Annabeth nodded. Naruto Ucchiha, are you related to Madara Uchiha? Mr. D asked. Naruto surprised at this. Yes, he is my grandfather, he said. Interesting, Mr. D said. What is interesting, Mr. D? Grover asked. I heard from other gods, Madara was powerful warrior. Alone he can destroy armies of the enemy. Also he was able to control the demon using his eyes, Mr. D said. Control demon using the eyes? Annabeth asked. Mr. D means this. Annabeth looked at Naruto. His normally dark blue eyes were red with 3 black tomo spinning inside them. This is Sharingan, he said and his eyes turned back to normal. So this is Sharingan, Mr. D asked. Naruto nodded. Oh Naruto, I almost forgot. These are yours, Chiron said as he took out 2 black fingerless gloves. Naruto took them and put them on hands. After examining them, he saw Jubi's red eye-like symbol on right glove. He channeled his chakra into it and it started to glow. As the glow faded, Naruto saw his right glove had now taken on the form of a black and red gauntlet that had a small chain linking it to a stinger-like blade on his middle finger. The stinger was about twice as long as the normal length of his fingers, slightly increasing his striking distance. Note: imagine Soifan's Suzumbaki's Shikai. Nice, Naruto said, Mr. D surprised by the amount of power rolling from him. Such power, he thought. I can tell that he is hiding his power. Single quote. 0 with Percy 0. Percy groaned as he opened his eyes. He was sitting in a deck chair on a huge porch, gazing across a meadow at green hills in the distance. He smelt strawberries in the air. There was a blanket over his legs, a pillow behind his neck. All that was great, but he had other things on his mind. Where am I? My tongue is dry and nasty and every one of my teeth is hurt. Single quote. He noticed on the table next to him was a tall drink. It looked like iced apple juice, with a green straw and a paper parasol stuck through a maraschino cherry. He reached for it with shaky hands, and almost dropped it once he had lifted it off the table. Careful, a familiar voice said. He saw Grover was leaning against the porch railing. Under one arm, he cradled a shoe box. He was wearing blue jeans, Converse high tops and a bright orange t-shirt that said Camp Half-Blood. You saved my life, Grover said. Well, the least I could do, I went back to the hill. I thought you might want this. He placed the shoe box in Percy's lap. Inside was a black and white bull's horn, the base jagged from being broken off, the tip splattered with dried blood. It wasn't a nightmare, Percy thought. The Minotaur, he said. Percy, it isn't a good idea. That's what they call him in the Greek myths, isn't it? Percy demanded. The Minotaur, half man, half bull. Grover shifted uncomfortably and asked, You've been out for 2 days. How much do you remember? My mom, is she really? Grover looked down. I'm sorry, he sniffled. I'm a failure. I'm the worst satyr in the world. Percy said, It wasn't your fault. Yes, it was. I was supposed to protect you. Did my mother ask you to protect me? No, but that's my job. I'm a keeper. At least, I was. But why? Percy suddenly felt dizzy, his vision swimming. Don't strain yourself, Grover said. Here he helped Percy hold the glass and put the straw to his lips. Percy nodded reluctantly and began to sip of the drink. He recoiled at the taste. It was his mom's homemade blue chocolate chip cookies, turned to liquid form. He didn't realize that he had kept drinking it until it was gone. He looked into the glass sure that he had just had a warm drink to see that the ice cubes hadn't even melted. "How do you feel, Percy?" Grover asked. Percy said, "Like I could throw Nancy Bobofit 100 yards. "That's good," Grover said. "That's good. I don't think you could risk drinking any more of that stuff." "What do you mean?" Percy asked. Grover took the empty glass from Percy and set it back on the table. "Come on. Chiron and Mr. D are waiting." Percy's legs felt wobbly, trying to walk that far. Grover had offered to hold the minotaur horn he was holding, but he refused. As they came around the opposite end of the house, Percy caught his breath. He thought, they must have been on the north shore of Long Island, because on this side of the house, the valley marched all the way up to the water, which glittered about a mile in the distance. Between here and there, he simply couldn't process everything he was seeing. The landscape dotted with buildings that looked like ancient Greek architecture, an open-air pavilion, an amphitheater, a circular arena, except that they all looked brand new, their white marble columns sparkling in the sun. In a nearby sand pit, a dozen high school-age kids and satyrs played volleyball. Canoes glided across a small lake. Kids in bright orange t-shirts like Grover's were chasing each other around a cluster of cabins nestled in the woods. Some shot targets at an archery range. Others rode horses down a wooded trail, and some of their horses had wings. Percy saw down at the end of the porch, two men sat across from each other at a card table. The blonde-haired girl who'd spoon-fed him popcorn-flavored pudding was leaning on the porch rail next to them. Finally there was Naruto, who was playing a card game with both men. "That's Mr. D," Grover murmured to Percy. "He's the camp director. Be polite." The girl, "That's Annabeth Chase. She's just a camper, but she's been here longer than just about anybody. And you already know Chiron." He pointed at the guy whose back was to him. First, Percy realized he was sitting in the wheelchair. Then he recognized the tweed jacket, the thinning brown hair, the scraggly beard. "Mr. Brunner," he cried. "Ah, good, Percy," Mr. Brunner said. "Now we have 4 for Pinnacle." He offered Percy a chair to the right of Mr. D, who looked at him with bloodshot eyes and heaved a great sigh. "Oh, I suppose I must say it. Welcome to Camp Half-Blood. There. Now, don't expect me to be glad to see you," Mr. D said. Thanks." Percy scooted a little farther away from him because, if there was one thing he had learned from living with Gabe, it was how to tell when an adult has hit the happy juice. If Mr. D was a stranger to alcohol, he was a satyr. "Annabeth," Chiron called to the blonde girl. She came forward and Mr. Brunner introduced him. "This young lady nursed you back to health, Percy." "Annabeth, my dear, why don't you go check Percy's bunk? We'll be putting him in cabin 11 with Naruto for now." Annabeth said, "Sure, Chiron." Percy looked at her. She was probably his age, maybe a couple of inches taller, and a whole lot more athletic looking. With her deep tan and her curly blonde hair, she was almost exactly what he thought a stereotypical California girl would look like, except her eyes ruined the image. They were startling gray, like storm clouds, pretty, but intimidating, too, as if she were analyzing the best way to take him down in a fight. Annabeth glanced at the minotaur horn in Percy's hands, then back at him. Percy imagined she was going to say, "You fought with a minotaur." Or "Wow, you're so awesome." Or something like that. Instead she said, "You drool when you sleep." Percy confused at first until he heard Naruto. "I bet you thought she was going to say that you were awesome of something that," he said. Percy asked, "Wait, what about you? What happened with that?" "I killed it, for now," Naruto said. "Thank you," Percy said. "You, work here, Mr. Brunner." "Not Mr. Brunner, the Chiron or Mr. Brunner said. "I'm afraid that was a pseudonym. You may call me Chiron." "Okay." Totally confused, Percy looked at the director. "And Mr. D, does that stand for something?" "Idiot," Naruto thought. Mr. D stopped shuffling the cards. He looked Percy like he did just belched loudly. "Young man, names are powerful things. You don't just go around using them for no reason." Oh, right, sorry. I must say, Percy, Chiron Brunner broke in, I'm glad to see you alive. It's been a long time since I've made a house call to a potential camper. I'd hate to think I've wasted my time. House call, my year at Yancey Academy, to instruct you. We have satyrs at most schools, of course, keeping a lookout. But Grover alerted me as soon as he met you in Naruto. He sensed both of you were something special, so I decided to come upstate. I convinced the other Latin teacher to, take a leave of absence. Percy tried to remember the beginning of the school year. It seemed like so long ago, but he did have a fuzzy memory of there being another Latin teacher my first week at Yancey. Then, without explanation, he had disappeared and Mr. Brunner had taken the class. You came to Yancey just to teach me in Naruto? Percy asked. Chiron nodded. Honestly, I wasn't sure about you at first. We contacted your mother, let her know we were keeping an eye on you if you were ready for Camp Half-Blood. But you still had so much to learn. Nevertheless, you made it here alive, and that's always the first test. Well, I had help from Naruto. Percy replied. We know, and I am glad the both of you made it in pieces, Chiron said. Naruto, Mr. D said, your turn. Naruto nodded. You do know how to play Pinnacle. Mr. D eyed Percy suspiciously. I'm afraid not, Percy said. I'm afraid not, sir. Sir, Percy repeated. He liked the camp director less and less. Mr. D said. Then tells me, how did he know? He pointed at Naruto. I don't know, Percy said. Well, Mr. D told Percy, it is, along with gladiator fighting and Pac-Man, one of the greatest games ever invented by humans. I would expect all civilized young men to know the rules. I'm sure the boy can learn, Chiron said. Please, Percy said, what is this place? What am I doing here? Mr. Brunn. Chiron, why would you go to Yancey Academy just to teach me? Mr. D snorted. I asked the same question. The camp director dealt the cards. Chiron smiled at Percy sympathetically. Percy, he said, did your mother tell you nothing? She said. Percy remembered her sad eyes, looking out over the sea. She told me she was afraid to send me here, even though my father had wanted her to. She said that once I was here, I probably couldn't leave. She wanted to keep me close to her. Typical, Mr. D said. That's how they usually get killed. Young man, are you bidding or not? What? Percy asked. Mr. D explained him, impatiently, how you bid in Pinnacle, and so he did. I'm afraid there's too much to tell, Chiron said. I'm afraid our usual orientation film won't be enough. Orientation film? Percy asked and then rounded on Naruto. And you don't seem to be surprised by this stuff at all. Naruto shrugged and said, well, since I woke up earlier, I was told this already and I told them about the other world and they seemed to understand. Percy just blinked at him owlishly. No, Chiron decided. Well, Percy, you know your friend Grover is a satyr. You know, he pointed to the horn in the shoe box, that you fought with the Minotaur. No small feat, either, lad. What you may not know is that great powers are at work in your life. Gods, the forces you call the Greek gods, are very much alive. Percy stared at the others around the table. He waited for somebody to yell, not. But all he got was Mr. D yelling, oh, a royal marriage. Trick, trick, he cackled as he tallied up his points. Mr. D, Grover asked timidly, if you're not going to eat it, could I have your Diet Coke can? Oh, all right. Grover bit a huge shard out of the empty aluminum can and chewed it mournfully. Wait, Percy said to Chiron. You're telling me there's such a thing as God? Well, now, Chiron said. God. Capital G, God. That's a different matter altogether. We will not deal with the metaphysical. Metaphysical, but you were just talking about. Gods, plural, as in, great beings that control the forces of nature and human endeavors, the immortal gods of Olympus. That's a smaller matter. Smaller. Yes, quite. The gods we discussed in Latin class. Zeus, Percy said. Hera, Apollo, you mean them. There it was again. Distant thunder on a cloudless day. Young man, said Mr. D, I would really be less casual about throwing those names around, if I were you. But they're stories, Percy said. They're myths, to explain lightning and the seasons and stuff. They're what people believed before there was science. Science, Mr. D scoffed. And tell me, Perseus Jackson. Percy flinched when he said his real name, which he never told anybody. What will people think of your science 2,000 years from now? Mr. D continued. They will call it primitive mambo jumbo. That's what. Oh, I love mortals. They have absolutely no sense of perspective. They think they've come so far. And have them, Chiron. Look at this boy and tell me. Percy raised a brow at the camp director the way he called them mortals. It was like he wasn't. He could see why Grover was keeping his mouth shut and his eyes on his cards. Percy, Chiron said, you may choose to believe or not, but the fact is that immortal means immortal. Can you imagine that for a moment, never dying, never fading, existing, just as you are, for all time? Lonely, Naruto muttered and Percy heard him. You mean, whether people believed in you or not, Percy said. Exactly, Chiron agreed. If you were a god, how would you like being called a myth, an old story to explain lightning? What if I told you, Perseus Jackson, that someday people would call you a myth, just created to explain how little boys can get over losing their mothers? Percy said, I wouldn't like it. But I don't believe in gods. Oh, you'd better, Mr. D murmured. Before one of them incinerate you. Grover said, please, sir. He's just lost his mother. He's in shock. A lucky thing, too, Mr. D grumbled, playing a card. Bad enough I'm confined to this miserable job, working with boys who don't even believe. He waved his hand and a goblet appeared on the table, as if the sunlight had bent, momentarily, and woven the air into glass. The goblet filled itself with red wine. Percy's jaw dropped, but Chiron hardly looked up. Mr. D, he warned, your restrictions. Mr. D looked at the wine and feigned surprise. Dear me, he looked at the sky and yelled, old habits. Sorry, more thunder. He waved his hand again, and the wineglass changed into a fresh can of Diet Coke. He sighed unhappily, popped the top of the soda, and went back to his card game. Chiron winked at Percy. Mr. D offended his father a while back, took a fancy to a wood nymph that had been declared off limits. A wood nymph, Percy repeated, who's still staring at the Diet Coke can like it was from outer space. Yes, Mr. D confessed. Father loves to punish me. The first time, prohibition. Ghastly, absolutely horrid 10 years. The second time, well, she really was pretty, and I couldn't stay away. The second time, he sent me here. Half-Blood Hill, summer camp for brats like you. Be a better influence, he told me. Work with youths and not tearing them down. Absolutely unfair. He sounded about 6 years old, like a pouting little kid. And, Percy stammered, your father is D immortals, Chiron, Mr. D said. I thought you taught this boy the basics. My father is Zeus, of course. Percy ran through D names from Greek mythology, wine, the skin of a tiger. The satyrs that all seemed to work here. The way Grover cringed, as if Mr. D were his master. You're Dionysus, Percy said. The god of wine. Mr. D rolled his eyes. What do they say these days, Grover? Do the children say, well, duh? Why yes, Mr. D. Then, well, duh. Percy Jackson. Did you think I was Aphrodite, perhaps? You're a god. Yes, child. A god? You. I think that we all get that fact now. Naruto said, not looking up from his cards. Percy didn't hear him. Are you sure that you're a god? You don't look like one, he said. Mr. D turned to look at Percy straight on, and he saw a kind of purplish fire in his eyes, a hint that this whiny, plump little man was only showing him the tiniest bit of his true nature. He saw visions of grapevines choking unbelievers to death, drunken warriors insane with battle lust, sailors screaming as their hands turned into flippers, their faces elongating into dolphin snouts. Would you like to test me, child? Mr. D said quietly. No, sir, Percy said. The fire died a little. Mr. D turned back to his card game. I believe I win. Not quite, Mr. D, Chiron said. He set down a straight, tallied the points, and said, the game goes to me. Actually, Chiron, Naruto said and set his hand down to show a double roundabout, I win. He said, leaning back. Oh, I think I'm beginning to like this boy Chiron. Mr. D said with a smirk of his own. His statement drew wide eyes from Grover and Chiron. He got up, and Grover rose, too. I'm tired, Mr. D said. I believe I'll take a nap before the sing-along tonight. But first, Grover, we need to talk, again, about your less-than-perfect performance on this assignment. Grover's face beaded with sweat. Why yes, sir. Mr. D turned to me. Cabin 11, Percy Jackson. And mind your manners. Take Naruto with you since he will be going as well. He swept into the farmhouse. Grover follows miserably. Will Grover be okay? Percy asked Chiron. Chiron nodded, though he looked a bit troubled. Old Dionysus isn't really mad. He just hates his job. He's been, grounded, I guess you would say, and he can't stand waiting another century before he's allowed to go back to Olympus. Mount Olympus, Percy said. You're telling me there really is a palace there? Well now, there's Mount Olympus in Greece. And then there's the home of the gods, the convergence point of their powers, which did indeed used to be on Mount Olympus. It's still called Mount Olympus, out of respect to the old ways, but the palace moves, Percy, just as the gods do. You mean the Greek gods are here? Like, in America? Well, certainly. The gods move with the heart of the West. The what, Percy? Naruto spoke. The West means where the major power is in the world. You see, it has moved from Greece, which was at one point of power, then moved to Rome, to Germany, to France, to Spain, for a while. Now America is the great power of the West. And so Olympus is here. It was all too much for Percy. Who are you, Chiron? Who am I? He asked. Chiron smiled. He shifted his weight as if he were going to get up out of his wheelchair. But it is impossible. He is paralyzed from the waist down, Percy thought. Who are you? Chiron mused. Well, that's the question we all want answered, isn't it? But for now, we should get you a bunk in cabin 11. There will be new friends to meet. And plenty of time for lessons tomorrow. Besides, there will be smokes at the campfire tonight, and I simply adore chocolate. And then he did rise from his wheelchair. But there was something odd about the way he did it. His blanket fell away from his legs, but the legs didn't move. His waist kept getting longer, rising above his belt. At first, I thought he was wearing very long, white velvet underwear, but as he kept rising out of the chair, taller than any man, I realized that the velvet underwear wasn't underwear. It was the front of an animal, muscle and sinew under coarse white fur. And the wheelchair wasn't a chair. It was a container, an enormous box on wheels, and it must have been magic, because there's no way it would have held all of him. A leg came out, long and knock-kneed, with a huge polished hoof. Then another front leg, then hindquarters, and then the box was empty, nothing but a metal as hell with a couple of fake human legs attached. Percy stared at the horse that had just sprung from the wheelchair, a huge white stallion. But where its neck should be was the upper body of their Latin teacher, smoothly grafted to the horse's trunk. What a relief, the centaur said. I'd been cooped up in there so long, my fetlocks had fallen asleep. Now, come, Percy Jackson. Let's meet the other campers. Once Percy got over the fact that his Latin teacher was a half-horse, he and Naruto had a nice tour, though they were careful not to walk behind him, because you can never trust a horse's backside. They passed the volleyball pit. Several of the campers nudged each other. One pointed to the minotaur horn Percy was carrying. Another said, "It's them." Most of the campers were older than both. Their satyr friends were bigger than Grover, all of them trotting around in orange camp half-blood t-shirts, with nothing else to cover their bare shaggy hindquarters. Percy wasn't normally shy, but the way they stared at him made him uncomfortable. He felt like they were expecting him to do a flip or something. As for Naruto, he didn't care. Percy looked back at the farmhouse. It was a lot bigger than he did realize, 4 stories tall, sky blue with white trim, like an upscale seaside resort. He was checking out the brass eagle weather vane on top when something caught his eye, a shadow in the uppermost window of the attic gable. Something had moved the curtain, just for a second, and he got the distinct impression he being watched. "What's up there?" Percy asked Chiron. Chiron looked where Percy was pointing, and his smile faded. "Just the attic. Somebody lives there." "No," Chiron said with finality. "Not a single living thing." Naruto looked at the window of the attic and thought, nothing leaving. "Come along." Percy and Naruto, Chiron said, his light-hearted tone now a little forced. Lots to see. They walked through the strawberry fields, where campers were picking bushels of berries while a satyr played a tune on a reed pipe. Chiron told them the camp grew a nice crop for export to New York restaurants and Mount Olympus. It pays our expenses, Chiron explained. And the strawberries take almost no effort. He said Mr. D had this effect on fruit-bearing plants. They just went crazy when he was around. It worked best with wine grapes, but Mr. D restricted from growing those, so they grew strawberries instead. Naruto watched the satyr playing his pipe. His music was causing lines of bugs to leave the strawberry patch in every direction, like refugees fleeing a fire. Interesting, it is like sound-based ninjutsu, he thought. Then he heard Percy asked Chiron about Grover. Grover won't get in too much trouble, will he? Percy asked Chiron. I mean, he was a good protector, really. Chiron sighed. He shed his tweed jacket and draped it over his horse's back like a saddle. Grover has big dreams, Percy. Perhaps bigger than being reasonable. To reach his goal, he must first prove great courage by succeeding as a keeper, finding a new camper and bringing him safely to Half-Blood Hill. But he did that. I might agree with you, Chiron said. But it is not my place to judge. Dionysus and the Council of Cloven Elders must decide. I'm afraid they might not see this assignment as a success. After all, Grover lost you and Naruto in New York. Then there's the unfortunate, fate of your mother. And the fact that Grover was unconscious when you dragged him over the property line. It was Naruto who killed the Minotaur. The council might question whether this shows any courage on Grover's part. Percy wanted to protest. None of what happened was Grover's fault. He also felt really guilty. If he hadn't given Grover the slip at the bus station, he might not have gotten in trouble. He'll get a second chance, won't he? Chiron winced. I'm afraid that was Grover's second chance, Percy. The council was not anxious to give him another, either, after what happened the first time, 5 years ago. Olympus knows. I advised him to wait longer before trying again. He's still so small for his age. How old is he? Oh, 28. What? And he's in 6th grade. Satyrs mature half as fast as humans, Percy. Grover has been the equivalent of a middle school student for the past 6 years. That is surprising, Naruto thought. That's horrible, Percy said. Quite, Chiron agreed. At any rate, Grover is a late bloomer, even by satyr standards, and not yet very accomplished at woodland magic. Alas, he was anxious to pursue his dream. Perhaps now he will find some other career. That's not fair, Percy said. What happened the first time? Was it really so bad? Chiron looked away quickly. Yes, Talia turned into a tree, Naruto thought. Let's move along, shall we? Chiron said. Chiron, Percy said, if the gods and Olympus and all that are real. Yes, child, does that mean the underworld is real, too? Chiron's expression darkened. He looked at Naruto for a split second, but Naruto caught it. Yes, child. He paused, as if choosing his words carefully. There is a place where spirits go after death. But for now, until we know more, I would urge you to put that out of your mind. What do you mean, until we know more? Come Percy, Naruto, let's see the woods. As they got closer, Percy and Naruto realized how huge the forest was. It took up at least a quarter of the valley, with trees so tall and thick, you could imagine nobody had been in there since the Native Americans. Chiron said, the woods are stocked, if you care to try your luck, but go armed. Stocked with what? Percy asked. Armed with what? You'll see. Capture the flag as Friday night. Do you have your own sword and shield? Percy asked both. Percy said, my own. No, Chiron said, I don't suppose you do. I think a size 5 will do. I'll visit the armory later. Then he looked at Naruto. I already have a weapon, Naruto said. With black flash a black katana appeared in his hand. Chiron saw a weapon. He sensed that death aura was coming from it. Where did he get that kind weapon? Percy wanted to ask what kind of summer camp had an armory, but there was too much else to think about, so the tour continued. He saw the archery range, the canoeing lake, the stables, the javelin range, the sing-along amphitheater, and the arena where Chiron said they held sword and spear fights. Sword and spear fighting? Percy asked. Cabin challenges and all that, Chiron explained. Not lethal, usually. Oh, yes, and there's the mess hall. He pointed to an outdoor pavilion framed in white Grecian columns on a hill overlooking the sea. There were a dozen stone picnic tables. No roof, no walls. What do you do when it rains? Percy asked. Chiron looked at him as if I'd gone a little weird. We still have to eat, don't we? Percy decided to drop the subject. Finally, he showed him the cabins. There were 12 of them, nestled in the woods by the lake. Naruto had already seen them earlier. Chiron, Naruto said. Yes, Chiron said. I had already seen all of this. So I will meet you later. Chiron nodded and Naruto disappeared from view. Naruto reappeared front of Talia's tree. He touched the tree and entered in limbo. 0 inside limbo 0. Naruto looked Talia. She was sitting on the floor. He said, "Hey." Talia saw Naruto. "Naruto, what are you doing here?" She asked. "I did promise you, so I'm here to tell you my story." Naruto sat beside her. "Your story?" "Yes. I am from another world," Naruto said. This surprised Talia. He told her his story of his birth. He told her about shinobi, ninja, chakra etc. "How did you get here?" Naruto said. "That story was another time, but first, this is for you." He took the necklace. It was a blue stone that attached by black string. The Japanese kanji of the dragon was written on it. "What is this?" Talia asked. "My gift." Naruto puts the necklace on her neck. Talia saw the necklace. "It is beautiful," she said. "It is special. If you ever want to talk with me or want my help, just touch that stone on a necklace. I will always there for you," Naruto said, and he stood up. "Thanks Naruto," Talia said. She kissed Naruto on his cheek. Slight blush was visible on her cheek. "You are welcome," Naruto said with his own blush was on his face. He disappeared from there. Talia looked at necklace with a small smile on her lips. 0 with Percy 0. You said your name was Chiron. Are you really? Percy asked. Chiron smiled down at Percy. The Chiron from the stories. Trainer of Hercules and all that. Yes, Percy, I am. He said. But, shouldn't you be dead? Chiron paused and said, I honestly don't know about should be. The truth is, I can't be dead. You see, eons ago the gods granted my wish. I could continue the work I loved. I could be a teacher of heroes as long as humanity needed me. I gained much from that wish, and I gave up much. But I'm still here, so I can only assume I'm still needed. Percy thought about being a teacher for 3,000 years. He asked, doesn't it ever get boring? No, Chiron said. Horribly depressing, at times, but never boring. Why depressing? Chiron seemed to turn hard of hearing again. Oh, look, he said. Annabeth is waiting for us. Percy saw Annabeth was reading a book in front of the last cabin on the left, number 11. When they reached her, she looked him over critically, like she was still thinking about how much he drooled. Percy tried to see what she was reading, but he couldn't make out the title. Percy thought, was my dyslexia acting up? Then he realized the title wasn't even English. The letters looked Greek. There were pictures of temples and statues and different kinds of columns, like architecture book. Annabeth, Chiron said, I have master's archery class at noon. Take Percy from here. Yes, sir. Cabin 11, Chiron told Percy, gesturing toward the doorway. Make yourself at home. He left both alone. Where is Naruto? Annabeth asked to Percy. I'm here, Naruto said, from behind her. Annabeth dropped her book and moved away from the spot. She saw Naruto. Don't do that, she shouted. Naruto ignored her and he picked up a book, which she had dropped on the ground. He opened a front page and started reading it. Interesting book, he said. Annabeth surprised at this. She asked, you can read it? Yes, I know Greek, Japanese, English, French, Latin etc., etc. Really? Annabeth said. Yes. Naruto gave her back her book. Annabeth took the book from him. Wow, she said. Again Naruto succeeded to impress the girl, Percy thought. They looked inside cabin of all the cabins. It looked the most like a regular old summer camp cabin, with the emphasis on the old. The threshold worn down, the brown paint peeling. Over the doorway was one of those doctor's symbols, a winged pole with two snakes wrapped around it. Inside, It packed with people, both boys and girls, way more than the number of bunk beds. Sleeping bags spread all over on the floor. It looked like a gym where the Red Cross had set up an evacuation center. Naruto and Percy stood in the doorway, looking at the kids. They were staring at them. Well, Annabeth prompted. Go on. Percy entered into the cabin and tripped coming in the door and made a total fool of him. Good impression, Percy, Naruto said, which got snickers from the campers. He and Annabeth walked inside. Annabeth announced, Percy Jackson and Uchiha Naruto meet cabin 11. Regular or undetermined? Somebody asked. Percy didn't know what to say, but Naruto said, undetermined. Everybody groaned. A guy who was a little older than the rest came forward. Now, campers. That's what we're here for. Welcome, Percy and Naruto. You can have that spot on the floor, right over there. The guy was about 19. He was tall and muscular, with short cropped sandy hair and a friendly smile. He wore an orange tank top, cutoffs, sandals, and a leather necklace with 5 different colored clay beads. The only thing unsettling about his appearance was a thick white scar that ran from just beneath his right eye to his jaw, like an old knife slash. This is Luke, Annabeth said, and her voice sounded different somehow. Naruto raised his eyebrow and Percy glanced over and would have sworn she was blushing. She saw Percy looking, and her expression hardened again. He's your counselor for now. This is luck. I can sense negative emotion coming from him. I have to keep eyes on him, Naruto thought. For now, Percy asked. You're undetermined, Luke explained patiently. They don't know what cabin to put you two in, so you're here. Cabin 11 takes all newcomers, all visitors. Naturally, we would. Hermes, our patron, is the god of travelers. Percy looked at the tiny section of floor they'd given Naruto and him. He had nothing to put there to mark it as his own. Just the Minotaur's horn. But then he remembered that Hermes was also the god of thieves. He looked around at the campers' faces, some sullen and suspicious, some grinning stupidly, some eyeing him as if they were waiting for a chance to pick his pockets. How long will I be here? Percy asked. Good question, Luke said. Until you're determined. How long will that take? The campers all laughed. It will take a long time, Percy, Naruto said. Come on, Annabeth told Percy. I'll show you the volleyball court. I've already seen it. Come on. Annabeth grabbed Percy's wrist and dragged him outside. Naruto saw this and raised his eyebrows at this, while the kids of cabin 11 were laughing. When they were a few feet away, Annabeth said, Jackson, you have to do better than that. What? Percy asked. Annabeth rolled her eyes and mumbled under her breath, I can't believe I thought you were the one. What's your problem? Percy asked in an angry tone. All I know is, I fought some bull guy and one more thing, and it was Naruto, who had killed him. Don't talk like that, Annabeth said. You know how many kids at this camp wish they'd had your chance. To get killed, to fight the Minotaur, what do you think we train for? Percy shook his head. Look, if the thing I fought really was the Minotaur, the same one in the stories. Yes, then there's only one. Yes, Annabeth said. And he died, like, a gazillion years ago, right? Theseus killed him in the labyrinth. So, Percy said. Monsters don't die, Percy. They can be killed, but they don't die, Naruto said. Both of them looked at Naruto, who suddenly appeared from nowhere. They don't have souls. You can dispel them for a while, but they are primal forces, archetypes. Eventually, they reform. Hush, Percy said. The fur, I mean, your math teacher. She's still out there, Annabeth said. How did you know about Mrs. Dodds? Percy asked. You talk in your sleep. Percy asked. You almost called her something. A fury. They're Hades torturers, right? Annabeth glanced nervously at the ground, as if she expected it to open up and swallow her. You shouldn't call them by name, even here. We call them the kindly ones, if we have to speak of them at all. Look, is there anything we can say without thundering? Percy said. And why do I have to stay in cabin 11, anyway? Why is everybody so crowded together? There are plenty of empty bunks right over there. He pointed to the first few cabins. Annabeth turned pale. You don't just choose a cabin, Percy. It depends on who your parents are. Or, your parent, she said. My mom is Sally Jackson, Percy said. She works at the candy store in Grand Central Station. At least, she used to. I'm sorry about your mom, Percy. But that's not what I mean. I'm talking about your other parent. Your dad. He's dead. I never knew him. Your father's not dead, Percy, Naruto said. Percy looked confused. What do you mean, Naruto? Your father is God, Naruto said. What? How else would you be allowed here? You are demigod, Percy. How do I know I am a demigod as they are called? Percy asked. Usually demigods are diagnosed with dyslexia and probably ADHD, too, Annabeth said. Percy asked. What about Naruto? He doesn't have ADHD. Annabeth surprised at this. I can answer your question, Naruto said. Both looked toward him. First, I am not from this world, and the second is, he took his kunai from pocket and cut his thumb. Percy and Annabeth both saw his wound healed in few seconds. This surprised both of them. My healing factor. That's why I don't have ADHD. Anyway, how does ADHD help? Percy asked. ADHD is your battlefield reflexes. In a real fight, they'd keep you alive. As for the attention problems, that's because you see too much, Percy, not too little. Your senses are better than a regular mortal's. Then there is, Annabeth said. She wanted to say more, but she interrupted by someone very familiar to her and Naruto. Well, a newbie. They looked toward a voice direction. They saw Clarice with her cabin mate. Clarice, Annabeth sighed. Why don't you go polish your spear or something? Sure, Miss Princess, Clarice said. So I can run you through with it Friday night. Eres Korakas, Annabeth said, which in Greek was, go to the crows. You don't stand a chance. We'll pulverize you, Clarice said, but her eye twitched. Perhaps she wasn't sure she could follow through on the threat. She turned toward Naruto. Hello Clarice, Naruto said. Hello Naruto, Clarice said in a normal tone. She turned to Percy. Who's this little runt with you? Percy Jackson, Naruto said, meets Clarice, daughter of Ares. Percy blinked. Like, the war god. Clarice sneered. You got a problem with that? No, Percy said, recovering my wits. It explains the bad smell. One day he is going to die, because of his big mouth, Naruto thought. Clarice growled. We got an initiation ceremony for newbies, Percy. Percy. Whatever. Come on, I'll show you. Clarice. Annabeth tried to say. Stay out of it, wise girl. Before Percy does anything, Clarice held him by the neck and started dragging him toward the bathroom. He dropped his minotaur horn. Annabeth picked it up. She turned toward Naruto and asked, Naruto, you. Save it, Percy is not a kid. He can handle himself, Naruto said. And hopefully after that, he will learn to keep his mouth shut. Percy was kicking and punching. But it was useless. Clarice had hands like iron. She dragged him into the girls' bathroom. There was a line of toilets on one side and a line of shower stalls down the other. It smelled just like any public bathroom. Clarice's friends were all laughing, and Percy was trying to find the strength he did use to fight the Minotaur, but it just wasn't there. Like he's big 3 material, Clarice said as she pushed him toward one of the toilets. Yeah, right. Minotaur probably fell over laughing, he was so stupid looking. Her friends snickered. Annabeth and Naruto stood in the corner. Clarice bent Percy over on his knees and started pushing his head toward the toilet bowl. Naruto felt Percy's energy. Well, this is going to be messy, he said. Annabeth asked, what? They heard the plumbing rumble, the pipes shudder. Clarice's grip on Percy's hair loosened. Water shot out of the toilet, making an arc straight over his head, and he sprawled on the bathroom tiles with Clarice was screaming behind him. Percy turned just as water blasted out of the toilet again, hitting Clarice straight in the face so hard it pushed her down onto her butt. She struggled, gasping, and her friends started coming toward her. But then the other toilets exploded, too, and 6 more streams of toilet water blasted them back. The showers acted up, too, and together all the fixtures sprayed the camouflage girls right out of the bathroom, spinning them around like pieces of garbage being washed away. As soon as they were out the door, the water shut off as quickly as it had started. The entire bathroom flooded. Percy looked toward Annabeth and Naruto. He noticed they were in some kind black transparent dome. They were completely dry. Dome disappeared and Naruto said, "Very nice, Percy, the new lord of the bathroom." Percy looked down and realized he was sitting in a dry spot. There was a circle of dry floor around him and he didn't have one drop of water on his clothes. "Nothing." Annabeth said, "How did you?" "I don't know." They walked to the door. Outside, Clarice and her friends sprawled in the mud, and a bunch of other campers had gathered around to gawk. Clarice's hair flattened across her face. Her camouflage jacket was sopping and she smelled like sewage. She gave Percy a look of absolute hatred. "You are dead, new boy. You are totally dead," Percy said. "You want to gar?" Before Percy could say anything, Naruto puts a hand on his mouth. "Shut up, Percy, you have a big mouth," Naruto said. "Keep it up and you'll get yourself killed." He looked at Clarice. He saw her friends were holding her. Clarice. She looked at him. "Sleep. Just like Gabe, she fell asleep. Takes her to your cabin. We don't want another mess," he said to her friend. They all nodded and took her toward cabin 5. He removed his hand on Percy's mouth. Percy saw Annabeth stared at both of them. "What?" Percy demanded. "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking," she said, "that I want both of you on my team to capture the flag." Word of the bathroom incident spread immediately. Wherever they went, campers pointed at Percy and murmured something about toilet water. Annabeth showed Percy a few more places. The metal shop where kids were forging their own swords, the arts and crafts room where satyrs were sandblasting a giant marble statue of a goat man, and the climbing wall, which actually consisted of two facing walls that shook violently, dropped boulders, sprayed lava, and clashed together if you didn't get to the top fast enough. Naruto was not with them. When they asked where he was going, he told them he was going for training and then disappeared. Finally both of them returned to the canoeing lake, where the trail led back to the cabins. "I've got training to do," Annabeth said. "Dinner's at 7:30. Just follow your cabin to the mess hall, and one more thing, you need to talk to the Oracle." "Who?" Percy asked. "Not who. What? The Oracle. I'll ask Chiron," Annabeth said. Percy stared into the lake, wishing somebody would give him a straight answer for once. He wasn't expecting anybody to be looking back at him from the bottom, so his heart skipped a beat when he noticed two teenage girls sitting cross-legged at the base of the pier, about 20 feet below. They wore blue jeans and shimmering green t-shirts, and their brown hair floated loose around their shoulders as minnows darted in and out. They smiled and waved as if he were a long-lost friend. He didn't know what else to do. He waved back. "Don't encourage them," Annabeth warned. "Naiads are terrible flirts." "Naiads," Percy repeated, feeling completely overwhelmed. "That's it. I want to go home." Annabeth frowned. "Don't you get it, Percy? You are home. This is the only safe place on Earth for kids like us." "That's crazy." "What? I mean, I'm demigod, it's just impossible, but it is true, Percy. What's the most common thing gods did in the old stories? They ran around falling in love with humans and having kids with them. Do you think they've changed their habits in the last few millennia? But those are just," Percy almost said, "myths again." Then he remembered Chiron's warning. "But if all the kids here are half gods?" "Demigods," Annabeth said. "That's the official term, or half-bloods." "Then who's your dad?" Annabeth's hands tightened around the pier railing. "My dad is a professor at West Point," she said. "I haven't seen him since I was very small. He teaches American history. He's human." "What? You assume it has to be a male god who finds a human female attractive? How censoredist is that? Who's your mom, then?" "Cabin 6. Meaning?" Annabeth straightened. "Athena, goddess of wisdom and battle." "Okay," Percy thought. "Why not?" "And my dad?" he asked. "Undetermined," Annabeth said. "Like I told you before. Nobody knows. Except my mother. She knew." "Maybe not, Percy. Gods don't always reveal their identities. My dad would have. He loved her." Annabeth gave me a cautious look. "Maybe you're right. Maybe he'll send a sign. That's the only way to know. Your father has to send you a sign claiming you as his son. Sometimes it happens." "You mean sometimes it doesn't?" Annabeth ran her palm along the rail. "The gods are busy. They have a lot of kids and they don't always, well, sometimes they don't care about us, Percy. They ignore us." Percy thought about some of the kids he did see in the Hermes cabin, teenagers who looked sullen and depressed, as if they were waiting for a call that would never come. So I'm stuck here, Percy said. That's it, for the rest of my life. It depends, Annabeth said. Some campers only stay the summer. If you're a child of Aphrodite or Demeter, you're probably not a real powerful force. The monsters might ignore you, so you can get by with a few months of summer training and live in the mortal world the rest of the year. But for some of us, it's too dangerous to leave. We're year-rounders. In the mortal world, we attract monsters. They sense us. They come to challenge us. Most of the time, they'll ignore us until we're old enough to cause trouble, about 10 or 11 years old, but after that, most demigods either make their way here, or they get killed off. A few manage to survive in the outside world and become famous. Believe me, if I told you the names, you'd know them. Some don't even realize they're demigods. But very, very few are like that. What do you think? Who is Naruto's dad? Percy asked. Naruto is powerful. His dad must be part of Big Three, Annabeth said. But this will be not good for him. Why? Children of Big Three are always more powerful than other half-blood. They always attract a powerful monster. About monsters, they can't get in here. Annabeth shook her head. Not unless they're intentionally stalked in the woods or specially summoned by somebody on the inside. Why would anybody want to summon a monster? Practice fights. Practical jokes, someone said from behind him. What? Percy moved from his spot. He saw it was Naruto. Don't do that, and what do you mean practical jokes? It me. Before Naruto could say anything, Annabeth stopped him. Naruto, you can explain him that later, Annabeth said. She looked at Percy. The borders are sealed to keep mortals and monsters out. From the outside, mortals look into the valley and see nothing unusual, just a strawberry farm. Because of that big pine tree, Naruto said. Annabeth shocked. She asked, how did you know that? My eyes can see the shield that made by the tree, Naruto said. Annabeth somehow relaxed. So, you're a year-rounder? Percy asked her. Annabeth nodded. From under the collar of her t-shirt she pulled a leather necklace with 5 clay beads of different colors. It was just like Luke's, except Annabeth's also had a big gold ring strung on it, like a college ring. I've been here since I was 7, she said. Every August, on the last day of summer session, both of you gets a bead for surviving another year. I've been here longer than most of the counselors, and they're all in college. Why did you come so young? Annabeth twisted the ring on her necklace. None of your business, she said. Percy, Naruto said, you can't question others about their personal life. Annabeth gave him a grateful look. Oh, sorry, Percy said. He stood there for a minute in uncomfortable silence. So, I could just walk out of here right now if I wanted to. It would be suicide, but you could, with Mr. D's or Chiron's permission. But they wouldn't give permission until the end of the summer session unless you were granted a quest. But that hardly ever happens. The last time, her voice trailed off. Both Naruto and Percy could tell from her tone that the last time hadn't gone well. Back in the sick room, Percy said, when you were feeding me that stuff. Ambrosia. Yeah, you asked me something about the summer solstice. Annabeth's shoulders tensed. So you do know something. Well, back at my old school, me and Naruto overheard Grover and Chiron talks about it. Grover mentioned the summer solstice. He said something like we didn't have much time, because of the deadline. What did that mean? Annabeth clenched her fists. I wish I knew. Chiron and the satyrs, they know, but they won't tell me. Something is wrong with Olympus, something pretty major. Last time I was there, everything seemed so normal. You've been to Olympus. Some of us year-rounders, Luke and Clarice and I and a few others, we took a field trip during winter solstice. That's when the gods have their big annual council. How did you get there? Naruto asked. Annabeth said, the Long Island Railroad, of course. You get off at Penn Station. Empire State Building, special elevator to the 600th floor. Naruto nodded. If there are 600 floors in the Empire State Building, then it has been hidden by illusion or it must in a parallel dimension, he thought. Annabeth looked at Percy like she was sure he must know this already. You are a New Yorker, right? Oh, sure, Percy said. As I knew, there were only 102 floors in the Empire State Building, he thought. Right after we visited, Annabeth continued, the weather got weird, as if the gods had started fighting. A couple of times since, I've overheard satyrs talking. The best I can figure out is that something important was stolen. And if it isn't returned by the summer solstice, there's going to be trouble. When you two came, I was hoping, Athena can get along with just about anybody, except for Ares. And of course she's got the rivalry with Poseidon. But, aside from that, I thought we could work together. I thought you might know something. Percy shook his head. I've got to get a quest, Annabeth muttered to herself. I'm not too young. If they would just tell me the problem. Interesting, it must be important, if all gods are fighting over it, Naruto thought. In cabin 11 everybody was talking and horsing around, waiting for dinner. For the first time, Percy noticed that a lot of the campers had similar features, sharp noses, upturned eyebrows, mischievous smiles. They were the kind of kids that teachers would peg as troublemakers. Nobody paid much attention to him as he walked over to his spot on the floor and plopped down with his minotaur horn. The counselor, Luke, came over. He had the Hermes family resemblance, too. It marred by that scar on his right cheek, but his smile was intact. Found you a sleeping bag, he said. And here, I stole you, some toiletries from the camp store. Percy raised an eyebrow, in the stealing part. Thanks, he said. No prob. Luke sat next to him, pushed his back against the wall. Tough first day, but unlike you, it seems that Naruto doesn't have any problem. It's Naruto for you, he is smart and powerful. As for me, I don't belong here, Percy said. I don't even believe in gods. Yeah, Luke said, that's how we all started. Once you start believing in them, it doesn't get any easier. The bitterness in his voice surprised Percy, because Luke seemed like a pretty easy-going guy. He looked like he could handle just about anything. I am just curious, how Naruto is powerful. Even the big three children are not that powerful, Luke said. He is from another world, a land called the Elemental Countries, Percy said. He told him about Naruto. Wow, Luke said. After little minute silence, Percy asked, so your dad is Hermes? Luke pulled a switchblade out of his back pocket, and for a second Percy thought he was going to gut him, but he just scraped the mud off the sole of his sandal. Yeah, Hermes. The wing-footed messenger guy. That's him. Messengers, medicine, travelers, merchants, thieves. Anybody who uses the roads. That's why you're here, enjoying Cabin 11's hospitality. Hermes isn't picky about who he sponsors. You ever meet your dad? Percy asked. Once. Percy waited, thinking that if he wanted to tell him more. Apparently, he didn't. Luke looked up and managed a smile. Don't worry about it, Percy. The campers here, they're mostly good people. After all, we've extended family, right? We take care of each other. Percy was grateful about him. He decided to ask him his last big question, the one that had been bothering him all afternoon. Clarice, from Ares, was joking about me being, big three, material. Then Annabeth, twice, she said I might be, the one. She said I should talk to the oracle. What was that all about? Luke folded his knife. I hate prophecies. What do you mean? Luke's face twitched around the scar. Let's just say I messed things up for everybody else. The last 2 years, ever since my trip to the Garden of the Hesperides went sour, Chiron hasn't allowed any more quests. Annabeth's been dying to get out into the world. She pestered Chiron so much he finally told her he already knew her fate. He'd had a prophecy from the oracle. He wouldn't tell her the whole thing, but he said Annabeth wasn't destined to go on a quest yet. She had to wait until somebody special came to the camp. Somebody special, like Naruto. Don't worry about it, kid, Luke said. I don't know about Naruto. But Annabeth wants to think every new camper who comes through here is the omen she's been waiting for. Now, come on, it's dinner time and where is Naruto? No clue. Both Luke and Percy didn't see Black Raven, who had watching them. They heard a horn blowing in the distance. Luke yelled, 11 fall in. The whole cabin 11, about 20 of children, filed into the common yard. They lined up in order of seniority, so of course Percy was dead last. Campers came from the other cabins, too, except for the 3 empty cabins at the end, and cabin 8, which had looked normal in the daytime, but was now starting to glow silver as the sun went down. They marched up the hill to the mess hall pavilion. Satyrs joined them from the meadow. Naiads emerged from the canoeing lake. A few other girls came out of the woods, straight out of the woods. Percy saw one girl, about 9 or 10 years old, melts from the side of a maple tree and comes skipping up the hill. In all, there were maybe 100 campers, a few dozen satyrs, and a dozen assorted wood nymphs and naiads. At the pavilion, torches blazed around the marble columns. A central fire burned in a bronze brazier the size of a bathtub. Each cabin had its own table, covered in white cloth trimmed in purple. 4 of the tables were empty, but cabin 11's was way overcrowded. Percy saw Naruto was already there. "You were late, Percy," Naruto said. He gave the Percy seat next to him. Percy saw Grover was sitting at table 12 with Mr. D, a few satyrs, and a couple of plump blonde boys who looked just like Mr. D. Chiron stood to one side, the picnic table being way too small for a centaur. Annabeth sat at table 6 with a bunch of serious-looking athletic kids, all with her gray eyes and honey blonde hair. Clarice sat behind him at Ares's table. She'd apparently gotten over being hosed down, because she was laughing and belching right along her friends. Finally, Chiron pounded his hoof against the marble floor of the pavilion, and everybody fell silent. He raised a glass. "To the gods." Everybody else raised their glasses. "To the gods." Wood nymphs came forward with platters of food: grapes, apples, strawberries, cheese, fresh bread, and barbecue. Naruto and Percy saw their glass was empty. Luke said, "Speak to it. Whatever you want. Non-alcoholic, of course." "Black grape juice," Naruto said. His glass filled with dark purple-colored liquid. Percy saw this. Looking at his empty glass, he said, "Blue cherry Coke." The glass filled with sparkling violet liquid. He took a cautious sip. "Perfect. Like I drank a toast to my mother. She's not gone," he thought. "Not permanently. She's in the underworld. And if that's a real place, then someday." "Here you go, Percy, Naruto," Luke said, handing both of them a platter of smoked brisket. Both of them loaded their plates. Percy was about to take a big bite when they noticed everybody getting up, carrying their plates toward the fire in the center of the pavilion. "Come on," Luke told them. When they got closer, they saw that everyone was taking a portion of their meal and dropping it into the fire: the ripe strawberry, the juiciest slice of beef, the warmest, most buttery roll. Luke said, "Burnt offerings for the gods. They like the smell." "You're kidding." Percy gave him a deadpan expression, while Naruto raised his ear bow. Luke approached the fire, bowed his head, and tossed in a cluster of fat red grapes. "Hermes." Percy was next. "I wished I knew what god's name to say," he thought. He made a silent plea. "Whoever you are, tell me, please." Single quote. He scraped a big slice of brisket into the flames. When he caught a whiff of the smoke, it smelled nothing like burning food. It smelled of hot chocolate and fresh baked brownies, hamburgers on the grill and wildflowers, and 100 other good things that shouldn't have gone well together, but did. Next was Naruto. He throws some his food into flame. Then the smell of sake, chocolate, porky and many good things filled with air. Then suddenly the fire turned pitch black like Amaterasu for a few seconds before turning back normal. Many people saw that, but they didn't say anything. When everybody had returned to their seats and finished eating their meals, Chiron pounded his hoof again for our attention. Mr. D got up with a huge sigh. "Yes, I suppose I'd better say hello to all you brats." "Well, hello. Our activities director, Chiron, says the next capture the flag is Friday. Cabin 5 presently holds the laurels." A bunch of ugly cheering rose from the Ares table. "Personally," Mr. D continued, "I couldn't care less, but congratulations. Also, I should tell you that we have a 2 new camper today. Peter Johnson." Chiron murmured something to him. Percy Jackson," Mr. D corrected. "And Naruto Ucchiha. Now run along to your silly campfire. Go on." Everybody cheered. They all headed down toward the amphitheater, where Apollo's cabin led a sing-along. They sang camp songs about the gods and ate s'mores and joked around. and the funny thing was, Percy didn't feel that anyone was staring at him anymore. He felt that he was home. Naruto, I feel like I am home, Percy said to Naruto, but he saw he was not with him. Like always he is not here, Percy thought. The next few days both Naruto and Percy settled into a routine that felt almost normal. They were getting lessons from satyrs, nymphs, and a centaur. Each morning Percy took ancient Greek from Annabeth and Naruto was there to help her. They talked about the gods and goddesses in the present tense, which was kind of weird to Percy. Percy discovered Annabeth was right about his dyslexia. Ancient Greek wasn't that hard for him to read. At least, it was not harder than English. The rest of the day, they rotate through outdoor activities, looking for something they were good at. Chiron tried to teach Percy archery, but they found out pretty quick that he wasn't any good with a bow and arrow. Foot racing, no good either. The wood nymph instructors left him in the dust. They told him not to worry about it. They'd had centuries of practice running away from lovesick gods. But still, it was a little humiliating to be slower than a tree. And wrestling, forget it. Every time he got on the mat, Clarice would always pulverize him. The only thing he really excelled at was canoeing, and that wasn't the kind of heroic skill people expected to see from the kid who had fought with the Minotaur. As for Naruto, he was the exact opposite of Percy. Just like school, he was good at all the things. According to Chiron, he was excellent with bows and arrows. In foot racing, he was too fast for his opponent. In wrestling, he threw his opponent out of the ring in his first try. Soon they found Naruto was excellent in using all kinds of weapons. He was best, as people had expected from the kid who had killed the Minotaur. Both of them knew the senior campers and counselors were watching them, trying to figure out who their parent or parents was, but they weren't having an easy time of it. Don't be sad, Percy. You are doing well, Naruto said. Naruto, I saw you. You were best, just like you were doing in school, and Percy said sadly. Percy, you can't compare me to you. I am learning the fight from my age 5. I have a real-life fighting experience. Sorry, no problem. What's your next schedule? I had my first sword fighting lesson. Good luck, Naruto said, and he disappeared from there. Everybody from Cabin 11 except Naruto gathered in the big circular arena, where Luke was instructor. They started with basic stabbing and slashing, using some straw-stuffed dummies in Greek armor. Percy was doing okay. At least, he understood what he's supposed to do and his reflexes were good. The problem was he couldn't find a blade that felt right in his hands. Either they were too heavy, or too light, or too long. Luke tried his best to fix his problem, but he agreed that none of the practice blades seemed to work for him. They moved on to dueling in pairs. Luke announced he would be Percy's partner, since this was his first time. Good luck, one of the campers told Percy. Luke was the best swordsman in the last 300 years. Was? Percy asked. 2 days ago, your friend, Naruto easily defeated him. 0 flashback starts 0. Luke was attacking Naruto with a sword. He tried to hit him, but it was blocked. Clash. Others heard the sound of Naruto and Luke's swords hitting each other from away. Again Luke dashed toward Naruto. Naruto dodged the sword slash with one side step. Luke's eyes widened how quick Naruto dodged his attack. But it was too late. Naruto stuck his foot out and Luke tripped over it. Naruto snatched Luke's sword and held it in Luke's throat. 0 flashback ends 0. That's why Naruto is not here, Percy said. Yes, because not only he won the first round of the match, but also won 3 straight rounds. Maybe he'll go easy on me, Percy said. The camper snorted. Luke showed Percy thrusts and parries and shield blocks the hard way. With every swipe, Percy got a little more battered and bruised. Keep your guard up, Percy, Luke said. He whopped him in the ribs with the flat of his blade. No, not that far up. Whop, lunge, whop, now, back, whop. By the time Luke called a break, Percy soaked in sweat. Everybody swarmed the drinks cooler. Luke poured ice water on his head, which looked like such a good idea to Percy. He did the same. Instantly, he felt better. Okay, everybody circle up, Luke ordered. If Percy doesn't mind, I want to give you a little demo. Great, Percy thought. Let's all watch Percy gets pounded. Single quote. The Hermes guys gathered around. They were suppressing smiles. Luke told everybody he was going to prove a disarming technique, how to twist the enemy's blade with the flat of your own sword so that he had no choice but to drop his weapon. This is difficult, Luke stressed. I've had it used against me. No laughing at Percy, now. Most swordsmen have to work years to master this technique. He demonstrated the move on Percy in slow motion. Sure enough, the sword clattered out of his hand. Now in real time, Luke said, after Percy retrieved his weapon. We keep sparring until one of us pulls it off. Ready, Percy. Percy nodded, and Luke came after him. Somehow, Percy kept Luke from getting a shot at the hilt of his sword. Percy's senses opened up. He saw Luke's attacks coming. He countered. He stepped forward and tried a thrust of his own. Luke deflected it easily, but he saw a change in his face. His eyes narrowed, and he started to press him with more force. The sword grew heavy in Percy's hand. The balance wasn't right. He knew it was only a matter of seconds before Luke took him down. Then Percy's blade hit the base of Luke's and he twisted it, putting his whole weight into a down thrust. Clang! Luke's sword rattled against the stones. The tip of his blade was an inch from his undefended chest. The other campers were silent. Percy lowered his sword. Sorry. For a moment, Luke was too stunned to speak. Sorry. His scarred face broke into a grin. By the gods, Percy, why are you sorry? Show me that again. Next time, there was no contest. The moment their swords connected, Luke hit Percy's sword's hilt and sent his weapon skidding across the floor. After a long pause, somebody in the audience said, "Beginner's luck." Luke wiped the sweat off his brow. He appraised at Percy with an entirely new interest. Maybe, he said, but I wonder what Percy could do with a balanced sword. Friday afternoon, Percy was sitting with Grover and Naruto at the lake, resting from a near-death experience on the climbing wall. Grover and Naruto had scampered to the top without a scratch, but the lava had almost gotten him. His shirt had smoking holes in it. The hairs had been singed off his forearms. They sat on the pier, watching the naiads do underwater. Percy asked Grover how your conversation had gone with Mr. D. Grover's face turned a sickly shade of yellow. Fine, he said, just great. So your career's still on track? Naruto asked. He glanced at Naruto and Percy nervously. Kirin T told you I want a searcher's license. Well, no, Percy said. He just said you had big plans, you know, and that you needed credit for completing a keeper's assignment. So did you get it? Grover looked down at the naiads. Mr. D suspended judgment. He said I hadn't failed or succeeded with you two. Yet, so our fates were still tied together. If any of you got a quest and I went along to protect one of you, and we both came back alive, then maybe he'd consider the job complete. Percy's spirits lifted. He said, well, that's not so bad, right? Blah ha ha, he might as well have transferred me to stable cleaning duty. The chances of you getting a quest, and even if you did, why would you want me along? Of course I'd want you along, Percy said. Grover stared glumly into the water. Basket weaving, must be nice to have a useful skill. Percy tried to reassure Grover that he had lots of talents, but that just made him look more miserable. If you want to succeed, stop thinking that people's opinion is important. If you believe in yourself then people will be forced to believe in you, Naruto said. Grover's spirits lifted and he nodded. Then they talked about canoeing and swordplay for a while, then debated the pros and cons of the different gods. Finally, Percy asked Grover about the 4 empty cabins. Number 8, the silver one, belongs to Artemis, Grover said. She vowed to be a maiden forever. So of course, no kids. The cabin is, you know, honorary. If she didn't have one, she'd be mad. Yeah, okay, but the other 3, the ones at the end, are those the big 3? Percy asked. Grover tensed. No, one of them, number 2, is Hera's, he said. That's another honorary thing. She's the goddess of marriage, so of course she wouldn't go around having affairs with mortals. That's her husband's job. When we say the big 3, we mean the 3 powerful brothers, the sons of croons. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades, Naruto said. Grover nodded. Right, you know. After the great battle with the Titans, they took over the world from their dad and drew lots to decide who got what. Zeus got the sky, Naruto said, Poseidon the sea, Hades the underworld. Uh-huh, But Hades doesn't have a cabin here. No, he doesn't have a throne on Olympus, either. He sort of does his own thing down in the underworld. If he did have a cabin here, Grover shuddered. Well, it wouldn't be pleasant. Let's leave it at that. Percy asked, but Zeus and Poseidon, they both had, like, a bazillion kids in the myths. Why are their cabins empty? Grover shifted his hooves uncomfortably and Naruto answered Percy's question. About 60 years ago, after World War II, the Big Three agreed they wouldn't sire any more heroes. Their children were just too powerful. They were affecting the course of human events too much, causing too much carnage. World War II, you know, that was basically a fight between the sons of Zeus and Poseidon on one side, and the sons of Hades on the other. The winning side, Zeus and Poseidon, made Hades swear an oath by them, no more affairs with mortal women. They all swore on the river Styx. Grover surprised. How do you know that? He asked Naruto. Chiron told me. Percy said, that's the most serious oath you can make. Grover nodded. And the brothers kept their word, no kids. Grover's face darkened. 17 years ago, Zeus fell off the wagon. There was this TV starlet with a big fluffy 80s hairdo, he just couldn't help himself. When their child was born, a little girl named Talia, well, the river Styx is serious about the promises. Zeus himself got off easy because he's immortal, but he brought a terrible fate on his daughter. But that isn't fair. It wasn't the little girl's fault. Grover hesitated. Percy, children of the Big Three have powers greater than other half-bloods. They have a strong aura, a scent that attracts monsters. When Hades found out about the girl, he wasn't too happy about Zeus breaking his oath. Hades let the worst monsters out of Tartarus to torment Talia. A satyr was assigned to be her keeper when she was 12, but there was nothing he could do. He tried to escort her here with a couple of other half-bloods she'd befriended. They almost made it. They got all the way to the top of that hill. He pointed across the valley, to the pine tree where they fought the Minotaur. All three kindly ones were after them, along with a horde of hellhounds. They were about to be overrun when Talia told her satyr to take the other two half-bloods to safety while she held off the monsters. She was wounded and tired, and she didn't want to live like a hunted animal. The satyr didn't want to leave her, but he couldn't change her mind, and he had to protect the others. So Talia made her final stand alone, at the top of that hill. As she died, Zeus took pity on her. He turned her into that pine tree. Her spirit still helps protect the borders of the valley. That's why the hill is called Half-Blood Hill. Yes, but she is lonely and sad. Looking at Pine Tree Naruto though. Percy stared at the pine in the distance. The story made him feel hollow and guilty. A girl his age had sacrificed herself to save her friends. She had faced a whole army of monsters. Next to that, he's fighting with the Minotaur didn't seem like much. Percy wondered, if I'd acted differently, could I have saved my mother? Grover, he said, has heroes really gone on quests to the underworld? Sometimes, Grover said, Orpheus, Hercules, Houdini. And have they ever returned somebody from the dead? No, never. Orpheus came close. Percy, you're not seriously thinking. No, Percy lied. I was just wondering. So, a satyr is always assigned to guard a demigod. Grover studied Percy warily. Percy hadn't persuaded him that he had really dropped the underworld idea, for now. Not always. We go undercover to a lot of schools. We try to sniff out the half-bloods who have the makings of great heroes. If we find one with a very strong aura, like a child of the Big Three, we alert Chiron. He tries to keep an eye on them, since they could cause really huge problems. And you found me in Naruto. Chiron said you thought we might be something special. Grover looked as if Percy had just led him into a trap. I didn't. Oh, listen, don't think like that. If you were, you know, you'd never ever be allowed a quest, and I'd never get my license. You're probably a child of Hermes. Or maybe even one of the minor gods, like Nemesis, the god of revenge. Don't worry, okay. What about Naruto, Grover? Percy asked. About Naruto, well, Grover noticed Naruto was not with them. Where is he? I thought he was with us. He asked. They looked around. Both of them saw Chiron and Annabeth coming toward them. Well, hello Percy, Grover, Chiron said. Do you know where Naruto is? Few minutes ago, he was with us, Grover said. Can you help us to find him? Chiron said. Why? Percy asked. Naruto has great knowledge of herb and he also knows medical technique. We will need them after capture the flag game, Annabeth said. Grover said in surprised tone, Naruto is also doctor. You can say that, Chiron said. Percy said, well, every day, you can learn more about him. Both of them agreed to find Naruto. They soon found him lakeside. They all had shocked what they were seeing. Percy said, is he standing on top of the water? Grover completed. And he is fighting with himself. Annabeth said. Front of them was two Naruto. Both of them were fighting with each other. Suddenly both Naruto disappeared and appeared on the middle of the lake, throwing punches and kicks at each other at great speed. Then they vanished again. I can't see them. They are moving so fast, Percy said. They appeared again and punched each other's fists, which create a shockwave. Whoa, they are powerful. Grover said. Both Naruto moved from each other and started making some hand sign. They both shouted at the same time. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique, Sweden. Suiryuden no jutsu. First Naruto shouted and large amount of water rose from the lake, and it took a shape of giant, powerful dragon. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet Kaden. Karyu Enden, second Naruto shouted. He took a deep breath and exhaled a long stream of incredibly hot fire from the mouth, which took the form of large dragon. Both dragons charged each other and they collided at the same time. Boom. That sent shockwave in the whole lake. Percy, Annabeth, Grover and Chiron looked toward the lake, and found they can't see anything, because of water vapor. A few minutes later, vapor disappeared. They saw both Naruto were perfectly fine. They don't have any scratch on them. That was, Percy said. Grover said, incredible. Amazing, Annabeth said with stars in her eyes. He has ability to manipulate fire and water both. Chiron thought. Suddenly, both Naruto disappeared and reappeared front of them. They saw both Naruto and noticed second Naruto's eyes, they were red slit with black background. Chiron saw second Naruto. He has an aura of pure evil, he thought. Second Naruto smirked evilly at them, making chills run down their spine. Then he melted into first Naruto's shadow. Who was he? Annabeth asked, with fear in her voice. Suddenly all heard a loud thud. They saw unconscious Grover on the ground. Naruto's sweat dropped. He is Yami Naruto. It is my inner darkness in my heart. Inner darkness? Percy asked. It means your dark thought, your desire, your anger etc., Chiron said. Huh, it means your dark half, Annabeth said. Percy nodded. That's why you had tried to kill him. He said to Naruto. Naruto said, you can't kill your darkness. Why? Because it's part of you. You can only accept it. It only way, Percy. He is right, Percy, Chiron said. Darkness is equally part of our life. You can't deny it. So why you all are here? Naruto asked. Annabeth explained him about the medical need after the game. You want my help? Naruto asked. Chiron and Annabeth nodded. Okay, and I think I have already got my first patient. He looked at unconscious Grover. Other sweat dropped at this. That night after dinner, there was a lot more excitement than usual. It was time to capture the flag. When the plates cleared away, the conch horn sounded and all stood at our tables. Campers yelled and cheered as Annabeth and two of her siblings ran into the pavilion carrying a silk banner. It was about 10 feet long, glistening gray, with a painting of a barn owl above an olive tree. From the opposite side of the pavilion, Clarice and her buddies ran in with another banner, of same size, but gaudy red, painted with a bloody spear and a boar's head. Percy turned to Luke and yelled because of notice. Those are the flags. Yeah, Ares and Athena always lead the teams. Not always, he said. But often. So, if another cabin captures one, what do? Repaint the flag. He grinned. You'll see. First we have to get one. Whose side are we on? He gave me a sly look, as if he knew something I didn't. The scar on his face made him look almost evil in the torchlight. We've made a temporary alliance with Athena. Tonight, we get the flag from Ares. And you are going to help. What about Naruto? He said he doesn't want to play. But after the game, he is providing us medical treatment. I always thought Naruto is great warrior. But I never thought he is also a doctor. The teams were announced. Athena had made an alliance with Apollo and Hermes, the two biggest cabins. Apparently, privileges had been traded, shower times, chore schedules, the best slots for activities, in order to win support. Ares had allied themselves with everybody else: Dionysus, Demeter, Aphrodite, and Hephaestus. Dionysus's kids were actually good athletes, but there were only 2 of them. Demeter's kids had the edge with nature skills and outdoor stuff, but they weren't very aggressive. Aphrodite's sons and daughters they weren't too worried about. They mostly sat out every activity and checked their reflections in the lake and did their hair and gossiped. Hephaestus's kids weren't pretty, and there were only 4 of them, but they were big and burly from working in the metal shop all day. That, of course, left Ares's cabin, a dozen of the big kids. Chiron hammered his hoof on the marble. Heroes, he announced. You know the rules. The creek is the boundary line. The entire forest is fair game. All magic items are allowed. The banner must be prominently displayed, and have no more than 2 guards. Prisoners may be disarmed, but may not be bound or gagged. No killing or maiming is allowed. I will serve as referee and battlefield medic. Arm yourselves. He spread his hands, and the tables were suddenly covered with equipment: helmets, bronze swords, spear, oxide shields coated in metal. Whoa, Percy said, we're really supposed to use these? Luke looked at me as if he were crazy. Unless you want to get skewered by your friends in cabin 5. Here, Chiron thought these would fit. You'll be on border patrol. Percy's shield was the size of an NBA backboard, with a big caduceus in the middle. It weighed about 1,000,000 pounds. I hoped nobody seriously expected me to run fast, Percy thought. His helmet, like all the helmets on Athena's side, had a blue horsehair plume on top. Ares and their allies had red plumes. Annabeth yelled, "Blue team, forward." All cheered and shook their swords and followed her down the path to the south woods. The red team yelled taunts at them as they headed off toward the north. Percy managed to catch up with Annabeth without tripping over his equipment. Hey. She kept marching. So what's the plan? He asked. Got any magic items you can loan me? Just watch Clarissa's spear, Annabeth said. You don't want that thing touching you. Otherwise, don't worry, we'll take the banner from Ares. Has Luke given you your job? Border patrol, whatever that means. It's easy. Stand by the creek, keep the Reds away. Leave the rest to me. Athena always has a plan. Annabeth pushed ahead, leaving Percy in the dust. Okay, Percy mumbled. Glad you wanted me on your team. From long distance, Chiron and Mr. D were waiting for something will happen. Mr. D was sitting on a chair, while Chiron was just standing there. Are you waiting for something will happen? Naruto asked. He appeared there with the swirling of the vortex. Welcome Naruto, Chiron greeted him. Yes, I wish something interesting would happen, Mr. D said. Why you are here? I thought you liked the challenge. This children's game, who doesn't know what is war, Naruto said. Mr. D said, I completely agree with you. Then he turned toward Chiron. It's good to know, at least one half-blood has brain. Yes Mr. D, Chiron said. Naruto asked Mr. D, so why you are sitting here? You are God. You can use your power to see what is happening in game. My restrictions. Oh, let me help you, Naruto said, as suddenly wooden pole rose from the ground in front of Mr. D. That surprised Mr. D and Chiron. Okay, last time I checked, I am not your father, Mr. D said. Was Hashirama Senju your son? Mr. D shook his head negatively. Well, I thought he was your son, but he had power to control tree. In the last battle with him, my grandfather had acquired his some power. I had got this power from him. Interesting, but how this wooden pole will help us? This is only for. Puff of smoke crystal ball appeared in Naruto's hand. This. What is this? It is a tool for telescope technique, Naruto said. He put a crystal on the wooden pole. Today, blue team will win. Why not red? They have a war god cabin with them, Mr. D asked. If you know your enemies and know yourself, you will not be imperiled in 100 battles, and the blue team knows their enemy, they have a plan, Naruto said, as Percy's image appeared in the crystal ball. 0 with Percy 0. It was a warm, sticky night. The woods were dark, with fireflies popping in and out of view. Annabeth stationed Percy next to a little creek that gurgled over some rocks, then she and the rest of the team scattered into the trees. Standing there alone, with big blue feathered helmet and huge shield, Percy felt like an idiot. There was no way anybody would actually attack me, would they? I mean, Olympus had to have liability issues, right? He thought. Percy heard far away, the conch horn blew. Then he heard whoops and yells in the woods, the clanking of metal, kids fighting. A blue-plumed ally from Apollo raced past him like a deer, leapt through the creek, and disappeared into enemy territory. Great, Percy thought, I'll miss all the fun, as usual. Single quote. Then he heard a sound that sent a chill up his spine, a low canine growl, somewhere close by. Percy raised his shield instinctively, he had the feeling something was stalking him. Then the growling stopped, he felt the presence retreating. Suddenly, 5 Ares warriors came yelling and screaming out of the dark. Cream the punk, Clarice screamed. Her eyes glared through the slits of her helmet. She brandished a 5-foot-long spear, its barbed metal tip flickering with red light. Her siblings had only the standard-issue bronze swords. They charged across the stream. There was no help in sight. Percy could run, or he could defend himself against half the Ares cabin. Percy managed to sidestep the first kid's swing. They surrounded him, and Clarice thrust at him with her spear. His shield deflected the point, but he felt a painful tingling all over his body. His hair stood on end. His shield arm went numb, and the air burned. Her spear was electric. He fell back. Another Ares guy slammed him in the chest with the butt of his sword and he hit the dirt. They started laughing. Give him a haircut, Clarice said. Grab his hair. Percy managed to get to his feet. He raised his sword, but Clarice slammed it aside with her spear as sparks flew. Now both his arms felt numb. Oh, wow, Clarice said. I'm scared of this guy. Really scared. The flag is that way, Percy managed to say. Yeah, one of Clarice's siblings said. But see, we don't care about the flag. We care about a guy who made our cabin look stupid. You do that without my help, Percy told them. Zero with Naruto 0. Naruto saw Percy opened his big mouth again. Idiot, Naruto said. His need to learn to keep his big mouth shut. Mr. D and Chiron nodded. They saw Clarice stuck her spear in Percy's ribs and one of her cabin mates slashed his sword across his arm, leaving a good size a cut. They are taking this too far, Chiron said, as he saw they pushed Percy into water. This is going to be interesting, Mr. D said. Yes, Naruto said. Chiron's sweat dropped, when he saw both of them were eating popcorn. Chiron goes there, this game will end soon, Mr. D said. Chiron nodded and left. Zero back to Percy 0. Clarice and her cabin mates came into the creek to get Percy, but he stood to meet them. Somehow, Percy knew what to do. He swung the flat of his sword against the first guy's head and knocked his helmet cleans off. He hit him so hard and he crumpled into the water. Number 2 and number 3 came at Percy. He slammed one in the face with his shield and used his sword to shear off the other guy's horsehair plume. Both of them backed up quickly. Number 4 didn't look really anxious to attack, but Clarice kept coming, the point of her spear crackling with energy. As soon as she thrust, Percy caught the shaft between the edge of his shield and his sword, and he snapped it like a twig. Ah, Clarice screamed. You idiot, you corpse breath worm. She probably would have said worse, but Percy smacked her between the eyes with his sword butt and sent her stumbling backward out of the creek. Then Percy heard yelling, elated screams, and he saw Luke racing toward the boundary line with the red team's banner lifted high. He flanked by a couple of Hermes guys covering his retreat and a few from Apollo behind them, fighting off the Hephaestus kids. The Ares folks got up, and Clarice muttered a dazed curse. A trick, she shouted. It was a trick. They staggered after Luke, but it was too late. Everybody converged on the creek as Luke ran across into friendly territory. Other side exploded into cheers. The red banner shimmered and turned to silver. The boar and spear replaced with a huge caduceus, the symbol of Cabin 11. Everybody on the blue team picked up Luke and started carrying him around on their shoulders. Chiron cantered out from the woods and blew the conch horn. The game was over. We'd won, Percy thought. He was about to join the celebration when Annabeth's voice, right next to him in the creek, said, "Not bad, hero." Percy looked, but she wasn't there. "Where the heck did you learn to fight like that?" she asked. The air shimmered, and she materialized front of him, holding a Yankees baseball cap as if she'd just taken it off her head. Percy realized something. "You set me up," he said angrily. "You put me here because you knew Clarice would come after me, while you sent Luke around the flank. You had it all figured out." Annabeth shrugged. "I told you, Athena always has a plan. A plan to get me pulverized. I came as fast as I could. I was about to jump in, but," Annabeth said, "you didn't need help." Then she noticed his wounded arm. "How did you do that?" "Sword cut," Percy said. "What do you think?" "No, it was a sword cut. Look at it." The blood was gone. Where the huge cut had been, there was a long white scratch, and even that was fading. As he watched, it turned into a small scar, and disappeared. I don't get it," Percy said. Annabeth was thinking hard. She looked down at his feet, then at Clarice's broken spear, and said, "Step out of the water, Percy." "What? Just do it." Percy came out of the creek and immediately felt bone-tired. His arms started to go numb again. He almost fell over, but Annabeth steadied him. "Oh, sticks," Annabeth cursed. "This is not good. I assumed it would be Zeus." Before Percy could ask what she meant, he heard that canine growl again, but much closer than before. A howl ripped through the forest. The campers' cheering died instantly. Annabeth drew her sword. There on the rocks just above them was a black hound the size of a rhino, with lava-red eyes and fangs like daggers. It was looking straight at Percy. Nobody moved except Annabeth, who yelled, "Percy, run!" She tried to step in front of him, but the hound was too fast. It leapt over her, an enormous shadow with teeth, and just as it hit me, as he stumbled backward and felt its razor-sharp claws ripping through his armor. But before hound could do anything, black chain with razor-sharp tip emerged from the ground, and tied it to the ground. Then they started to pull it away from Percy. Then suddenly with a flock of crows, Naruto raised from the ground like a ghost. He was wearing standard Anbu uniform consisting of black and gray armor, metal arm guards and fingerless gloves, black boots, 3 ninja pouches on his waist. On his back there was symbol like Jubi's red eyes, and he had a black bracelet on his left shoulder, which was given by his great-grandfather. He looked at Annabeth and said, "Annabeth, take Percy with you." Annabeth nodded. She took Percy with her, but she saw black chains which were holding Hound. They were coming out of his right hand. Naruto turned toward Hound and pulled it near him using chains. When he few meters away from him, all chains were holding Hound, were vanished. Naruto disappeared with a burst of speed, and reappeared front of the Hound. He punched him and sent him skidding near water. His eyes turned in eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A ball of black flame had formed in Naruto's right hand. "Blaze release! Cry of the raven," he shouted and threw it up. It took a shape of a huge black raven and flew upward. With a loud cry, boom! It crashed down on a Hound. All campers shocked. Someone from Aries' cabin shouted, "Whoa, that was awesome." After that, murmuring and whispering started in all campers. That was Inkri. He is looking hot. Naruto's sweat dropped at the last comment. He saw many of the girls from all different cabins have a predator-like the look on their face while girls from Aphrodite cabin was blushing madly. "Please, no fangirls, please, no fangirls, please," Naruto started to pray. Annabeth looked toward where Hound was. She saw a Hound wasn't there, but she noticed black flames were still burning there. Most shocking things were they were burning on the surface of the water. "What kind of fire is this?" "It is burning on the surface of water," Annabeth said. "This is the jet black flames of the Amaterasu. They are as hot as the sun," someone said, from behind her. She turned around and saw it was Mr. D. Amaterasu is said to never stop burning. Even when whatever is caught by the Amaterasu is completely reduced to ash or destroyed, it can still continue burning for 7 days and 7 nights. It cannot be extinguished with water or any other normal methods. Luke came over, the banner in his hand forgotten, his moment of glory gone. Chiron came near Mr. D. "D immortals," he said. "That's a hellhound from the fields of punishment. They're not supposed to hear. Someone summoned it, Mr. D said. Someone inside the camp. Clarice heard it. She pointed at Percy and yelled, "It's all Percy's faults. Percy summoned it." "Be quiet, child," Chiron told her. Naruto saw a black flame on water surface. He has made some hand gesture and all flame disappeared with that. "You're wounded," Annabeth told Percy. "Quick, Percy, gets in the water." "I'm okay." "No, you're not," Annabeth said. "Chiron, watch this." Percy was too tired to argue. He stepped back into the creek, the whole camp gathering around him. Instantly, Percy felt better. All saw cuts on his chest closing up. Some of the campers gasped. "Look, I don't know why," Percy said, trying to apologize. "I'm sorry." He noticed they weren't watching his wounds heal. They were staring at something above his head. "Percy," Annabeth said, pointing. By the time Percy looked up, the sign was already fading, but he could still make out the hologram of green light, spinning and gleaming. A three-tipped spear, a trident. "Your father," Annabeth murmured. "This is really not good." "It is determined," Chiron announced. All around him, campers started kneeling, even the Ares cabin and Naruto, though they both didn't look happy about it. "My father?" Percy asked, completely bewildered. "Poseidon," said Chiron, "Earth Shaker, Storm Bringer, father of horses. Hail, Perseus Jackson, son of the sea god." Suddenly a bright light spread in the camp. All looked toward the light direction. They gasped when they saw three symbols above Naruto's head. The blood drained from Mr. D and Chiron's face when they saw third symbol. There were three symbols above Naruto. First one was largest symbol and it was golden helmet. Second was smaller than first one, but larger than last one. It was eight-sided mirror, and it was behind Tori symbol. Last one was smallest symbol and it looked like the comprised 8 arrows in a radial pattern. Hades O of the U underworld, Annabeth said. But what about other two? Middle symbol is Amaterasu. She is a major deity of the Shinto religion. She is the goddess of the sun, but also of the universe, Chiron said. Naruto was surprised at this. "My dad as Hades surprised me, my mother's mother, my grandmother is Amaterasu. It shocked me. Last symbol must be my great-grandfather's." Single quote. "And last one?" Clarice asked. "I never saw a symbol like this." "Whose symbol is this, Greek or Shinto?" "It's Greek symbol," Chiron said. He glanced at the Mr. D direction. "This is symbol of chaos, Mr. D said. All campers looked at him in confusion. "He is the first immortal, the void from which everything has emerged, the oldest and strongest of the immortals." "It is determined," Chiron announced. "Naruto Uchiha is the son of Hades, and related to Shinto goddess Amaterasu and chaos. Suddenly all three symbols above Naruto's head started to combine and then they formed new symbol. It was the red circular symbol, with 4 concentric circles and 9 commas in them. The symbol was shown only for a few seconds, and then disappeared. No one, but only Chiron saw that symbol. He noticed the same symbol on Naruto's back. "Whose symbol is this?" he thought. The campers were in shock. They shocked about Percy being the son of Poseidon, but that trampled on by the shock of Naruto's lineage. He was the son of Hades, lord of underworld, and he related to the Amaterasu Shinto goddess. It means he had both Shinto and Greek gods' blood. Then there was Chaos, the primal deity in Greek, and Naruto related to him. It was most shocking thing to them. "You were full of surprises, ninja boy," Mr. D said with smirked. "Yes, Hades is your father," Chiron said uncomfortably. "Do you have any clue how you are related to other two?" "Well, Amaterasu, she must be my grandmother in Chaos." Naruto noticed Mr. D and Chiron's nervous faces. "He is my great-grandfather." "How are you so sure?" Chiron asked. "He is the one who brought me to this world. He had left me his letter and this," Naruto said, and he pointed to bracelet on his left bicep. Both Mr. D and Chiron took a closer look of the bracelet and read a Greek phrase on it. "Balance," they thought same time. "What it can do?" Annabeth asked who saw Naruto's bracelet. Naruto said calmly, "No clue." Other sweat dropped. "Well, we need to assign to you 2 new cabins," Chiron said. "Percy, you will be in your father's cabin, so go get your stuff." Percy just nodded while he and Luke quickly got his stuff. Now Naruto, I am not so sure where to put you. What do you mean? Naruto said. We never had any kids from Hades or from him. This is a camp for Greek gods' children and your grandmother is Shinto goddess, so obviously we don't have her cabin. We see a. Suddenly, all campers heard a rumbling sound. It was coming from the empty space between Poseidon's and Zeus's cabins. The ground began to shake, a fissure opened up and a building as black as night, raised from the ground with the screams of the dead. The cabin was totally black and its walls had made of solid obsidian. There was a skull hung over the door. There had torches front of the door, which was burning with green fire. It was 13th cabin, Hades' cabin. Well, now we have Hades' cabin, Mr. D said. Then he turned his head toward campers. Now show is over, so back to your respective cabin. All campers went to their respective cabin. Mr. D also went with them. Only Naruto and Chiron were standing alone there. Anything you want, Chiron? Naruto asked. Chiron said, yes. He pointed toward the red symbol on his back. Whose symbol is this? Jubi's eyes symbol. This is my symbol, Naruto said and turned around and he started walking toward his cabin. Suddenly he stopped and glanced up at the pine tree. It is interesting, isn't it? Now camp has all 3 children of Big 3, he said to Chiron. Chiron said, what? I am talking about me, Percy and Talia. How do you know about her? Did Grover tell you about this? Yes and no, I did know about it from the first day of camp. So, who told you this? Talia herself tells me this. How this possible? Chiron, I am the son of Hades. It was easy for me to see her spirit from inside the tree. Chiron said, then why? He saw Naruto wasn't even there. I'll ask him about it tomorrow, he thought. Wow, Talia said that was so cool. No, that was hot, Naruto corrected her. I particularly burned that hound. Yes, it was hot, Talia said with a smile. Anything else? Yes, now, we know who are our parents. So, are you going to tell me? Yes, Percy is the Poseidon, Naruto said making Talia eyes widen. And me, I am the son of Hades and... What? Talia shouted. Why you are the son of Hades? I know our father doesn't like each other and my father is responsible for your condition. But... It's not what you're probably thinking, Naruto, Talia said. I was just surprised, because you are not acting like Hades' kids. She hugged him. I don't care, you are Hades' kid. You are perfect, which is pretty good to me, she said, with tiny pink on her cheek. Naruto surprised but hugged her back. Thanks, he said. Talia put away from the hug. You wanted to say something before, she said. Yes, Naruto said. I am the son of Hades, but I am also related to the Amaterasu Shinto goddess and Chaos. You have both Shinto and Greek gods' blood, and Chaos, who is primal deity. Naruto nodded. How so? Naruto said, Amaterasu is my grandmother and Chaos is my great-grandfather. He told his remaining story to her. Could you show me your Sharingan? Talia asked. Naruto said, sure. Talia saw Naruto's eyes turned red with 3 commas-like mark on them. This is Sharingan, he said. Then his eyes changed again. Now, they had 8-pointed star with a strange design in the middle. And this is Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It is an advanced form of the Sharingan. His eyes turned back in his normal dark blue color. They are cool, but I always like your dark blue eyes. They are beautiful. Naruto smiled and said, and you're the prettiest girl I've ever met. Talia smiled back and blushed slightly. I promise you, soon I'll find a way to get you out from here. Really? Talia asked hopefully. Yes, after that would you like to go out with me? Naruto asked. Why you mean a date? Naruto nodded. I would like to go out with you, Talia said, with a new blush on her face. Thanks. Anyway, I should get going, Naruto said. Oh, one more thing, I told Chiron that I can talk to you. So how did he take it? I didn't stop there too long, but he was shocked, Naruto said. Well, anyway I will know his reaction tomorrow. Talia nodded. Okay, goodbye, she said, giving him another hug. She saw he disappeared. Naruto found himself in a dark void. Okay, I am supposed to in the camp, not here. He looked around and noticed there was nothing but darkness. "Where am I?" he shouted. "You are in the void," unknown voice said from behind him. Turning back, he saw it was humanoid figure. He was totally black and had white pupil-less eyes. "Who are you?" Naruto said and activated his Sharingan. "This is a way to talk to your great-grandfather." "Why you? Chaos." "Yes, I am Chaos, your great-grandfather," Chaos said and his form shifted. Naruto saw his great-grandfather, who had now midnight black hair, pale skin and same pupil-less eyes. He looked like his grandfather, Madara. Or my grandfather looked like him, Naruto thought. "Now I am not being rude, but why are you here?" Naruto asked. Chaos smiled. "Naruto, I came here to see you," he said. "Okay, I want to ask you a question, why? Why I was chosen for destroying the Jubi?" "It is simple, Naruto. The Jubi was progenitor of the ninja world. It would have brought great destruction, if Tobi would have succeeded to revive it. It was necessary to destroy it." "Then why me?" "Because Jubi was the harbinger of death and chaos, and you have death and chaos blood in you. Also you have the blood of both Shinto and Greek's god," Chaos said. "And we believed in you for Jubi power." "Thanks for believing in me, but not means I like it," Naruto said. "I know about your early life's pain and suffering," Chaos said. "But it's your chance for a fresh start and I know you are doing it well. You have already got a girlfriend." "Taliah is not my girlfriend," Naruto shouted, with blush on his face. "I didn't say the Taliah's name," Chaos said with a smirk. "Smart ass," Naruto muttered. Chaos puts a hand on his head and he glowed for a moment. "What was that?" he asked. "I strengthened your god's blood," Chaos said. "So, anything you want to ask?" "Yes," Naruto said. He pointed toward bracelet on his left shoulder. "What it does?" "You will find about it later," Chaos said. "And one more thing you have to know. On your journey you will meet another family member." Naruto nodded. "Goodbye, great-grandson." "Goodbye," Naruto said. He found himself beside Taliah tree. The next morning, Percy had a great day. He had his own cabin, which he didn't have to share with anybody. He had plenty of room for all his stuff. The Minotaur's horn, one set of spare clothes, and a toiletry bag, and he got to sit at his own dinner table, pick all his own activities, call lights out whenever he felt like it, and not listen to anybody else. And he was absolutely miserable. Just when Percy had started to feel accepted, to feel he had a home in cabin 11 and he might be a normal kid, or as normal as you can be when you're half-blood, he had been separated out as if he had some rare disease. Nobody mentioned the Hellhound, but he got the feeling they were all talking about it behind his back. The attack had scared everybody. It sent 3 messages. 1. That he was the son of the sea god. 2. Naruto was the son of Hades, the god of the underworld, and related Shinto sun goddess Amaterasu and primal deity Chaos. And 3. Monsters would stop at nothing to kill them. They could even invade a camp that had always been considered safe. The other campers steered clear of them as much as possible. Percy also noticed, some campers were looking toward Naruto with fear and some with great admiration, and some girls were looking toward him with a blush. Cabin 11 was too nervous to have sword class with Percy after what he had done for the Ares folks in the woods, so his lessons with Luke became one-on-one. He pushed him harder than ever, and wasn't afraid to bruise him up in the process. "You're going to need all the training you can get," Luke promised, as they were working with swords and flaming torches. "Now let's try that Viper beheading strike again. 50 more repetitions." Annabeth still taught Percy Greek in the mornings, but she seemed distracted. Every time he said something, she scowled at him, as if he had just poked her between the eyes. After lessons, she would walk away muttering to herself, "Quest, Poseidon, dirty rotten, got to make a plan." Even Clarice kept her distance, though her venomous looks made it clear she wanted to kill Percy for breaking her magic spear. One night Percy came into his cabin and found a mortal newspaper dropped inside the doorway, a copy of the New York Daily News, open to the Metro page. The article took him almost an hour to read, because the angrier he got, the more the words floated around on the page. Boy and mother still missing after freak car accident. By Eileen Smythe. Sally Jackson and son Percy are still missing 1 week after their mysterious disappearance. The family's badly burned, '78 Camaro was discovered last Saturday on a North Long Island road with the roof ripped off and the front axle broken. The car had flipped and skidded for several hundred feet before exploding. Mother and son had gone for a weekend vacation to Montauk, but left hastily, under mysterious circumstances. Small traces of blood were found in the car and near the scene of the wreck, but there were no other signs of the missing Jacksons. Residents in the rural area reported seeing nothing unusual around the time of the accident. Ms. Jackson's husband, Gabe Giuliano, claims that his stepson, Percy Jackson, is a troubled child who has been kicked out of numerous boarding schools and has expressed violent tendencies in the past. Police would not say whether son Percy is a suspect in his mother's disappearance, but they have not ruled out foul play. Below are recent pictures of Sally Jackson and Percy. Police urge anyone with information to call the following toll-free Crime Stoppers hotline. The phone number circled in black marker. Percy wadded up the paper and threw it away, then flopped down on his bunk bed in the middle of his empty cabin. Lights out, Percy, Naruto voice said, from behind him. What the hell, Naruto, don't do that, Percy said. Naruto just smirked. And where have you been all these days? Busy with training and some problem, Naruto said. I was busy to give whole explanation about Talia to Chiron, Mr. Chiron, Annabeth, Grover and Luke, Naruto said. Well, Mr. D didn't care anything about that. Chiron was happy about it. Grover was bouncing off the trees, much to my annoyance, and Annabeth was very happy, and Luke, he is. Naruto, Percy shouted. What is it with you? Why are you so spaced out? Nothing, Naruto said. See you soon. He disappeared with a flock of crows. Weird, Percy said to himself. Later that night, both Naruto and Percy had the same dream. The dream where Poseidon and Zeus were fighting in Greek armor and Hades was cheering them from the sidelines with his ghost cheerleaders. Then suddenly, a voice, which seemed to be from the underground, woke them up. Come down, little heroes, the voice crooned. Come down. The sand split beneath both of them, opening up a crevice straight down to the center of the earth. Percy's feet slipped, and darkness swallowed him. He disappeared. So Percy wakes up, Naruto thought. He was standing midair. He looked at the darkness under his feet and saw that two evil eyes were looking at him. Who are you? Naruto asked with a cold tone. What is this? No fear. Naruto said, I have no fear from coward like you. He felt killing intent coming from it. An insolent child, I will have to teach you some manners. No thanks, Naruto said. He activated his Sharingan and sent his own killing intent. This is my mind and you are not welcome here. With that image of Black Dragon materialized behind him, who roared loudly and sent shockwave everywhere. Dream World disappeared and Naruto woke up. Naruto heard a Grover voice from his cabin. Naruto, open the door, I got Percy, we have to get to the big house. He opened the door and saw Grover was scared to his cabin. Why? Naruto asked. Just hurry. Okay, give me 2 minutes. Naruto walked back in and a few minutes later, he was in his usual attire. Let's go. He put a hand on Grover's shoulder and both disappeared. They appeared beside Percy. I felt dizzy, Grover said. Naruto ignored him and looked toward Percy, who was in deep thought. A penny for your thoughts, he said. Huh, Naruto, Percy said. He saw a Naruto clam face. I don't understand how you can be so calm. I mean, we are a couple of kids that should not exist. Simple. I don't care. I should have known, Percy thought. They saw over Long Island Sound. A hazy curtain of rain was coming in their direction. Percy asked, we need an umbrella. No, Grover said. It never rains here unless we want it to. Naruto doesn't say anything. At the volleyball pit, they saw the kids from Apollo's cabin were playing a morning game against the satyrs. Dionysus's twins were walking around in the strawberry fields, making the plants grow. Everybody was going about their normal business, but they looked tense. They kept their eyes on the storm. Percy, Grover and Naruto walked up to the front porch of the big house. Dionysus sat at the pinnacle table in his tiger-striped Hawaiian shirt with his Diet Coke, and Chiron sat across the table in his fake wheelchair. They were playing against invisible opponents, 2 sets of cards hovering in the air. Well, Mr. D said without looking up. Our little celebrities. Thanks for welcome, Naruto said. Come closer, Mr. D said. And don't expect me to kowtow to you, mortal, just because old Barnacle Beard is your father. Then he looked toward Naruto. Same to you. A net of lightning flashed across the clouds. Thunder shook the windows of the house. Blah, 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 Dionysus said. Chiron feigned interest in his pinnacle cards. Grover cowered by the railing, his hooves clopping back and forth. If I had my way, Dionysus said, I would cause your molecules to erupt in flames. We'd sweep up the ashes and be done with a lot of trouble. But Chiron seems to feel this would be against my mission of this cursed camp, to keep your little brats safe from harm. Well, I don't need protection, Naruto said. You know what I want. I want to get out of here, and want to battle with monsters. It's so boring here. Mr. D smirked at his answer. Spontaneous combustion is a form of harm, Mr. D, Chiron said. Nonsense, Dionysus said. He looked toward Percy. Boy wouldn't feel a thing. Nevertheless, I've agreed to restrain myself. I'm thinking of turning you into a dolphin instead, sending you back to your father. Mr. D, Chiron warned. Oh, all right, Dionysus relented. There's one more option, but it's deadly foolishness. Dionysus rose, and the invisible player's cards dropped to the table. I'm off to Olympus for the emergency meeting. If the boy Percy is still here when I get back, I'll turn him into an Atlantic bottlenose. Do you understand? And Perseus Jackson, if you're at all smart, you'll see that's a much more sensible choice than what Chiron feels you must do. Dionysus picked up a playing card, twisted it, and it became a plastic rectangle. A security pass. He snapped his fingers. The air seemed to fold and bend around him. He became a hologram, then a wind, and then he was gone, leaving only the smell of fresh pressed grapes lingering behind. That was good, but mine is better, Naruto thought. Chiron smiled at both of them, but he looked tired and strained. Sit, Percy and Naruto, please. And Grover. They did. Chiron laid his cards on the table. Tell me, boys, he said. What did you make of the Hellhound? It scared me, Percy said. Only thanks to Naruto I am not dead yet. Naruto said, it was weak, just like that bull. Others' sweat dropped. Okay, you'll face strong opponent, Naruto, Chiron said. And you Percy, you'll meet worse. Far worse, before you're done. Done, with what? Percy asked. Chiron said, your quest, of course. Will you accept it? Naruto nodded and Percy glanced at Grover, who was crossing his fingers. Sir, Percy said, you haven't told me what it is yet. Chiron grimaced. Well, that's the hard part, the details. Thunder rumbled across the valley. The storm clouds had now reached the edge of the beach. As far as they could see, the sky and the sea were boiling together. Hades, Poseidon and Zeus, Percy said. They're fighting over something valuable, something that was stolen, aren't they? Chiron and Grover exchanged looks. Chiron sat forward in his wheelchair. How did you know that? Percy looked embarrassed at that for some reason. The weather since Christmas has been weird, like the sea and the sky are fighting. Then I talked to Annabeth, and she'd overheard something about a theft. And, I've also been having these dreams. I knew it, Grover said. Hush, satyr, Chiron ordered. But it is his quest. Grover's eyes were bright with excitement. It must be. Only the oracle can determine. Chiron stroked his bristly beard. Nevertheless, Percy, you are correct. Your father and Zeus are having their worst quarrel in centuries. They are fighting over something valuable that was stolen. To be precise, a lightning bolt. Of course Hades is merely egging them on for his own amusement. Percy laughed nervously. A what? Do not take this lightly, Chiron warned. I'm not talking about some tinfoil-covered zigzag you'd see in a second-grade play. I'm talking about a 2-foot-long cylinder of high-grade celestial bronze, capped on both ends with the god-level explosives. Oh, Zeus's master bolt, Chiron said, getting worked up now. The symbol of his power, from which all other lightning bolts are patterned. The first weapon made by the Cyclops for the war against the Titans, the bolt that sheared the top of Mount Etna and hurled Kronos from his throne, the master bolt, which packs enough power to make mortal hydrogen bombs look like firecrackers. And it's missing. Stolen, Chiron said. By who? By whom? Chiron corrected. Once a teacher, always a teacher. By you too. Percy's mouth fell open, while Naruto raised his ear bow. At least. Chiron held up a hand. That's what Zeus thinks. During the winter solstice, at the last council of the gods, Zeus and Poseidon had an argument. The usual nonsense. Mother Rhea always liked you best, air disasters are more spectacular than sea disasters, etc. Afterward, Zeus realized his master bolt was missing, taken from the throne room under his very nose. He immediately blamed Poseidon. Now, a god cannot usurp another god's symbol of power directly, that is forbidden by the most ancient of divine laws. But Zeus believes your father convinced a human hero to take it. But we didn't. Patience and listen, child, Chiron said. Zeus has good reason to be suspicious. The forges of the Cyclops are under the ocean, which gives Poseidon some influence over the makers of his brother's lightning. Zeus believes Poseidon has taken the master bolt, and is now secretly having the Cyclops build an arsenal of illegal copies, which might be used to topple Zeus from his throne. The only thing Zeus wasn't sure about was which hero Poseidon used to steal the bolt. Now Poseidon has openly claimed you as his son. You were in New York over the winter holidays. You could easily have snuck into Olympus. Zeus believes he has found his thief. Then why me? Naruto asked. You were the son of Hades. He and Zeus don't like to each other. Zeus thinks that Hades is conspiring with Poseidon to get a copy, or the real thing is he wants to take Zeus's rule away, Chiron said. Whatever. I don't care, Naruto said calmly. Percy said, but I've never even been to Olympus. Zeus is crazy. Chiron and Grover glanced nervously at the sky. The clouds didn't seem to be parting around them, as Grover had promised. They were rolling straight over our valley, sealing them in like a coffin lid. Percy, Grover said, we don't use the C word to describe the Lord of the Sky. Perhaps paranoid, Chiron suggested. Then again, Poseidon has tried to unseat Zeus before, same with Hades. I believe that was question 38 on your final exam. He looked at Percy as if he actually expected him to remember question 38. How could anyone accuse me of stealing a god's weapon? I couldn't even steal a slice of pizza from Gabe's poker party without getting busted, Percy thought. He saw Chiron was waiting for an answer. Something about a golden net. He guessed. Poseidon and Hera and a few other gods, they, trapped Zeus and wouldn't let him out until he promised to be a better ruler, right? Correct, Chiron said, and Zeus has never trusted Poseidon and Hades. Poseidon denies stealing the master bolt. He took great offense at the accusation. The two have been arguing back and forth for months, threatening war. Hades just said he didn't, not feeling like starting a war for he already has too much work. And now, you two have come along, the proverbial last straw. Percy, Grover cut in, if you were Zeus, and you already thought your brothers was plotting to overthrow you, then your brothers suddenly admitted that they had broken the sacred oath he took after World War II, that they have fathered a couple of new mortal heroes who might be used as a weapon against you, wouldn't that put a twist in your toga? But I didn't do anything. Poseidon, my dad, he didn't really have this master bolt stolen, did he? Chiron sighed. Most thinking observers would agree that thievery is not Poseidon's or Hades' style. But the sea god is too proud to try convincing Zeus of that, and Hades has just become too lazy. Zeus has demanded that they return the bolt by the summer solstice. That's June 21st, 10 days from now. Poseidon wants an apology for being called a thief by the same date, and Hades doesn't care either way, just that this matter be solved before he is overloaded. I hope that diplomacy might prevail, that Hera or Demeter or Hestia would make the three brothers see sense. But your arrival has inflamed Zeus's temper. Now neither god will back down. Unless someone intervenes, unless the master bolt is found and returned to Zeus before the solstice, there will be war. And do you know what a full-fledged war would look like, Percy? Bad, Percy guessed. Imagine the world in chaos. Nature at war with itself. Olympians forced to choose sides between Zeus, Poseidon and Hades. Destruction. Carnage. Millions dead. Western civilization turned into a battleground so big it will make the Trojan War look like a water balloon fight. Bad, Percy repeated. And you too, Percy Jackson and Naruto Uchiha would be the first two to feel the Zeus's wrath. It started to rain. Volleyball players stopped their game and stared in stunned silence at the sky. Percy had a dumbstruck look on his face and Naruto showed no emotion. I am waiting for it, Naruto thought. So I have to find the stupid bolt, Percy said, and return it to Zeus. What better peace offering, Chiron said, than to have the son of Poseidon and the son of Hades return Zeus's property? If Poseidon doesn't have it, where is the thing? Percy asked. I believe I know. Chiron's expression was grim. Part of a prophecy I had years ago. Well, some of the lines make sense to me, now. But before I can say more, you must officially take up the quest. You must seek the counsel of the oracle. Why can't you tell me where the bolt is beforehand? Because if I did, then you would be too afraid to accept the challenge. Percy swallowed. Good reason. You two agree then, Chiron said. Percy looked at Grover, who nodded encouragingly. Easy for him. Zeus doesn't want to kill, Percy thought. All right, he said. It's better than being turned into a dolphin. All of them looked toward Naruto. I had already said yes, Naruto said. Then it's time you two consulted the oracle, Chiron said. Go upstairs to the attic. When you come back down, assuming you two is still sane, we will talk more. Naruto and Percy went up 4 floors that ended under a green trapdoor. Percy pulled the cord, the door swung down, and a wooden ladder clattered into place. The warm air from above smelled like mildew and rotten wood and something else, a smell they remembered from biology class. Reptiles, the smell of snakes. Both of them held their breath and climbed. The attic was filled with Greek hero junk, armor stands covered in cobwebs. Once bright shields pitted with rust, old leather steamer trunks plastered with stickers saying ITHAKA, Circe's Isle, and Land of the Amazons. One long table was stacked with glass jars filled with pickled things, severed hairy claws, huge yellow eyes, and various other parts of monsters. A dusty mounted trophy on the wall looked like a giant snake's head, but with horns and a full set of shark's teeth. The plaque reads, Hydra Head No. 1, Woodstock, N. Y. 1969. By the window, sitting on a wooden tripod stool, was the most gruesome memento of all, a mummy. Not the wrapped in cloth kind, but a human female body shriveled to a husk. She wore a tie-dyed sundress, lots of beaded necklaces, and a headband over long black hair. The skin of her face was thin and leathery over her skull, and her eyes were glassy white slits, as if the real eyes had been replaced by marbles. She'd been dead a long, long time. She sat up on her stool and opened her mouth. A green mist poured from the mummy's mouth, coiling over the floor in thick tendrils, hissing like 20,000 snakes. Percy stumbled over himself trying to get to the trapdoor, but it slammed shut. Then they heard a voice in their heads. I am the spirit of Delphi, speaker of the prophecies of Phoebus Apollo, slayer of the mighty Python. Approach, seeker, and ask. I wanted to say, no thanks, wrong door, just looking for the bathroom. Naruto saw this was freaking out Percy. Calm down, Percy, take a breath, we will say same time, he said. Percy nodded. What is my destiny? They asked at the same time. The mist swirled more thickly, collecting right in front of me and around the table with the pickled monster part jars. Suddenly there were 4 men sitting around the table, playing cards. Their faces became clearer. It was Smelly Gabe and his buddies, along with Kakashi. This is just an illusion, Naruto thought. Gabe turned to Percy and spoke in the rasping voice of the oracle. You shall go west, and face the god who has turned. Kakashi said in the same voice. Great-grandson of chaos will show his true face. Gabe's buddy on the right looked up and said in the same voice. You shall find what was stolen, and see it safely returned. The guy on the left threw in 2 poker chips, then said, You shall be betrayed by one who calls you a friend. Finally, Eddie delivered the worst line of all, and you shall fail to save what matters most, in the end. Percy was too stunned to say anything, but as the mist retreated, coiling into a huge green serpent and slithering back into the mouth of the mummy, he cried, Wait. What do you mean? What friend? What will I fail to save? The tail of the mist snake disappeared into the mummy's mouth. She reclined back against the wall. Her mouth closed tight, as if it hadn't been open in 100 years. The attic was silent again, abandoned, nothing but a room full of mementos. Let's get out of here, Naruto said. Well, Chiron asked. They slumped into a chair at the pinnacle table. She said I would retrieve what was stolen, Percy said. Grover sat forward, chewing excitedly on the remains of a Diet Coke can. That's great. What did the oracle say exactly? Chiron pressed. This is important. Percy said. She said I would go west and face a god who had turned. I would retrieve what was stolen and see it safely returned. I knew it, Grover said. Chiron didn't look satisfied. Anything else? Percy didn't want to tell him. No, he said. That's about it. Chiron turned toward Naruto and asked, and you Naruto? Great-grandson of the chaos will show his true face, Naruto said. Chiron said, very well, Percy and Naruto. But know this. The oracle's words often have double meanings. Don't dwell on them too much. The truth is not always clear until events come to pass. Percy got the feeling Chiron knew he was holding back something bad, and he was trying to make him feel better. Okay, he said, anxious to change topics. So where do I go? Who's this god in the west? Think Percy, Chiron said. If Zeus and Poseidon weaken each other in a war, who stands to gain? Somebody else who wants to take over. Percy guessed. Yes, quite. Someone who has been unhappy with his lot since the world was divided eons ago, whose kingdom would grow powerful with the deaths of millions, someone who hates his brothers for forcing him into an oath to have no more children, an oath that both of them have now broken. My father, Hades, Naruto answered his question. Chiron nodded. The Lord of the Dead is the only possibility. A scrap of aluminum dribbled out of Grover's mouth. Whoa, wait, what? Percy also surprised. Why you don't want to defend your father? He asked to Naruto. Percy, a few days ago, I don't even know his name. So why should I defend him, who was unknown to me, in my whole life, Naruto said. Other surprised at his answer. Do you hate your father, Naruto? Chiron asked. No, Naruto said. Just I want to know about him more. Chiron nodded. A fury came after Percy, Chiron said. She watched the young man until she was sure of his identity, then tried to kill him. Furies obey only one lord, Hades. Yes, but Hades hates all heroes, Grover protested. Especially if he has found out Percy is a son of Poseidon, he doesn't have a problem with Naruto, because he is his son. A hellhound got into the forest, Chiron continued. Those can only be summoned from the fields of punishment, and it had to be summoned by someone within the camp. Hades must have a SP. Chiron, Naruto said, you have forgotten one major point. What do you mean? Naruto said, Zeus also blames Hades for stealing his bolt. So, if war happens, it is also possible that Hades will join in Zeus and Poseidon fight. Chiron nodded and asked, if it's not Hades, then who he is? You already know my answer. The person, who is more evil and darker than my father. Chiron shocked. Why you mean, him, he asked. Yes. What you're talking about, Percy asked. It's better for you don't know anything about this, Chiron said. For now, you and Naruto must go to the underworld, find the Master Bolt, and reveal the truth. This was suicide, Percy thought. Look, if we know it's Hades, he told Chiron, why can't we just tell the other gods? Zeus or Poseidon could go down to the underworld and bust some heads. Suspecting and knowing are not the same, Chiron said. Besides, even if the other gods suspect Hades, and I imagine Poseidon does, they couldn't retrieve the bolt themselves. Gods cannot cross each other's territory except by invitation. That is another ancient rule. Heroes, on the other hand, have certain privileges. They can go anywhere, challenge anyone, as long as they're bold enough and strong enough to do it. No god can be held responsible for a hero's actions. Why do you think the gods always operate through humans? You're saying I'm being used. I'm saying it's no accident Poseidon has claimed you now. It's a very risky gamble, but he's in a desperate situation. He needs you. My dad needs me, Percy thought. He didn't know whether to feel resentful or grateful or happy or angry. Poseidon had ignored him for 12 years. Now suddenly he needed him. You've known I was Poseidon's son all along, haven't you? Percy asked. And for Naruto as well, being the son of Hades and all. I had my suspicions. As I said, I've spoken to the oracle, too. So let me get this straight, Percy said. I'm supposed go to the underworld and confront the Lord of the Dead. Check, Chiron said. Find the most powerful weapon in the universe. Check. And get it back to Olympus before the summer solstice, in 10 days. That's about right. Percy looked at Grover, who gulped down the ace of hearts. Did I mention that Maine is very nice this time of year? Grover asked weakly. You don't have to go, Percy told him. I can't ask that of you. Oh, Grover shifted his hooves. No, it's just that satyrs and underground places, well, he took a deep breath, and then stood, brushing the shredded cards and aluminum bits off his t-shirt. You and Naruto saved my life. If you two are serious about wanting me along, I won't let you two down. Percy felt so relieved he wanted to cry, though, that is very heroic. Single quote. All the way, G-man. Percy turned to Chiron. So where do we go? The oracle just said to go west. The entrance to the underworld is always in the west. It moves from age to age, just like Olympus. Right now, of course, it's in America. Where? Chiron looked surprised. I thought that would be obvious enough. The entrance to the underworld is in Los Angeles. Oh, Percy said, naturally, so we just get on a plane. No, Grover shrieked. Percy, what are you thinking? Have you ever been on a plane in your life? Percy shook his head in the negative. Percy, think, Chiron said. You are the son of the sea god. Your father's bitterest rival is Zeus, lord of the sky. Your mother knew better than to trust you on an airplane. You would be in Zeus's domain. You would never come down again alive. Then what about me? Naruto asked. To be honest, I am not sure, Chiron said thoughtfully. Overhead, lightning crackled, thunder boomed. Okay, Percy said, determined not to look at the storm. So, I'll travel overland. That's right, Chiron said. 2 companions may accompany you too. Grover is one. The other has already volunteered, if you will accept her help. Gee, Percy said, feigning surprise. Who else would be stupid enough to volunteer for a quest like this? Last champion is Annabeth, Naruto said. Am I right, Chiron? He looked behind Chiron. The air shimmered behind Chiron. Annabeth became visible, stuffing her Yankees cap into her back pocket. I've waited a long time for a quest, seaweed brain, she said. Athena is no fan of Poseidon, but if you're going to save the world, I'm the best person to keep you from messing up. Besides, we have Naruto here to protect us. She then turned to Naruto and said, can you see me even if I am invisible? Yes, Naruto said. There is nothing you can hide from my eyes. I can see you clearly. If you do say so yourself, Percy said to Annabeth. I suppose you have a plan, wise girl. Annabeth's cheeks colored. Do you want my help or not? The truth was I did. I needed all the help I could get, Percy thought. That'll work, he said. Excellent, Chiron said. This afternoon, we can take you as far as the bus terminal in Manhattan. After that, you are on your own. Lightning flashed. Rain poured down on the meadows that were never supposed to have violent weather. No time to waste, Chiron said. I think you should all get packing. See you soon there, Naruto said. His eyes turned red and he slowly sank into the ground. All other looked at the place where Naruto had disappeared. They all were still in shock. What was that? Annabeth asked. I don't know, Percy answered her. So, let me get it straight. Talia said. You, Annabeth, Grover and Poseidon's son Percy are going a quest to my father's lightning bolt. Naruto nodded. Where? She asked. To Underworld, Naruto said. He saw her sad face. But don't worry, you can talk to me anytime by your necklace. This quest is looking dangerous, so take care of yourself, Naruto, Talia said. Also, take care of Annabeth and Grover to me. Naruto nodded and said, I promise you. He gave her a hug. Well, I better get going, I will see you later, Talia. Naruto, Talia said to him as he looked up in time to see Talia connect her lips to his as she kissed him. Naruto surprised by her action, but he decided to return the kiss. Talia wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck. Naruto wrapped his arms around Talia's waist and brought their bodies together. Talia was in bliss as she continued kissing Naruto and enjoyed the taste of his lips. Naruto was also enjoying this. Eventually they both separated as they came up for air, and when they did they both had their faces flushed red. Naruto was the first to speak. Wow. Talia's face was red. Good luck, Naruto, she said. Don't forget our date, and come back alive. Naruto nodded and disappeared from limbo. Naruto appeared outside the tree. Well, that was new, he said as small blush was visible on his face. He disappeared again. Percy decided to leave the Minotaur horn in his cabin, which left him only an extra change of clothes and a toothbrush to stuff in a backpack Grover had found for him. The camp store loaned him $100 in mortal money and 20 golden drachmas. These coins were as big as Girl Scout cookies and had images of various Greek gods stamped on one side and the Empire State Building on the other. Chiron said the coins might come in handy for non-mortal transaction. He gave both Annabeth and Percy each a canteen of nectar and a Ziploc bag full of ambrosia squares, to be used only in emergencies if they were seriously hurt. It was a god food, Percy, Chiron said. It would cure you of almost any injury, but it was lethal to mortals. Too much of it would make a half-blood very, very feverish. An overdose would burn you up, literally. Well, Naruto is also there to help you. Annabeth was bringing her magic Yankees cap, which she told Percy had been a 12th birthday present from her mom. She carried a book on famous classical architecture, written in ancient Greek, to read when she got bored, and a long bronze knife, hidden in her shirt sleeve. Grover wore his fake feet and his pants to pass as human. He wore a green Rasta-style cap, because when it rained his curly hair flattened and you could just see the tips of his horns. His bright orange backpack was full of scrap metal and apples to snack on. In his pocket was a set of reed pipes his daddy goat had carved for him, even though he only knew 2 songs, Mozart's Piano Concerto No. 12 and Hilary Duff's See Yesterday, both of which sounded pretty bad on reed pipes. They waved goodbye to the other campers, took one last look at the strawberry fields, the ocean, and the big house, then hiked up Half-Blood Hill to the tall pine tree. Chiron was waiting for them in his wheelchair. Next to him stood a guy Percy had seen when he was recovering in the sick room. He was wearing a chauffeur's uniform, so Percy could only see extra peepers on his hands, face and neck. Where is Naruto? Chiron asked. We thought he was here with you, Percy said. I am here, Naruto said as he rose from the ground. He was wearing a gray shirt, black pants, black shoes, and a black jacket with hood. They saw a black raven was standing on his left shoulder. How you do that? Annabeth asked. That's my secret, Naruto said. Naruto, there is a raven on your left shoulder, Percy said. I know Percy, Naruto said. He turned to everyone. Guys, meet Karasu-chan, my partner, and she are our 5th member. Hello, Karasu said in famine voice. Did that bird just talked in my head? Grover said. Yes, I can talk. Single quote. Where did you get her, Naruto? Percy asked. She is the last thing my mother left to me. Karasu-chan is part of her own soul, Naruto said sadly. Hello Karasu, welcome to team, Annabeth said. Thanks, Karasu said. Chiron, Naruto said. He gave Chiron a black feather. If you want to contact us, use this. This is Karasu-chan feather. Throw it and she will be there. Thanks, Naruto, Chiron said. This is Argus. He will drive you into the city, and, well, keep an eye on things. They heard footsteps behind them. They saw Luke came running up the hill, carrying basketball shoes. Hey, Luke said. Glad I caught you. Annabeth blushed, the way she always did when Luke was around. Just wanted to say good luck, he said to Percy. And I thought, maybe you could use these. He handed Percy the sneakers, which looked pretty normal. Luke said, Maya. White bird's wings sprouted out of the heels, startling Percy so much, he dropped them. The shoes flapped around on the ground until the wings folded up and disappeared. Awesome, Grover said. Luke smiled. Those served me well when I was on my quest. Gift from Dad. Of course, I don't use them much these days, he said with a sad expression. Percy didn't know what to say. Hey, man, he said. Thanks. Listen, Percy and Naruto, Luke looked uncomfortable. A lot of hopes are riding on both of you, so just kill some monsters for me, okay? Don't worry with Percy's luck, we might just run into a few, Naruto said calmly. Hey, Percy shouted. Naruto just ignored him and walked away. Don't waste more time. Here, he said and disappeared. Percy and Luke shook hands. Luke patted the Grover's head between his horns, and then gave a goodbye hug to Annabeth, who looked like she might pass out. After Luke was gone, Percy said to her, "You're hyperventilating." "Am not. You let him capture the flag instead of you, didn't you?" "Oh, why do I want to go anywhere with you, Percy?" Annabeth stomped down the other side of the hill, where a white SUV waited on the shoulder of the road. Naruto and Argus were already there. Percy picked up the flying shoes and he had a sudden bad feeling. He looked at Chiron. "I won't be able to use these, will I?" Chiron shook his head. "Luke meant well, Percy. But taking to the air, that would not be wise for you." Percy nodded, disappointed, but then he got an idea. "Hey, Grover, you want a magic item?" Grover's eyes lit up. "Me." Pretty laced the sneakers over his fake feet. "Maya," he shouted. He got off the ground okay, but then fell over sideways so his backpack dragged through the grass. The winged shoes kept bucking up and down like tiny broncos. "Practice," Chiron called after him. "You just need practice." Ah! Grover went flying sideways down the hill like a possessed lawnmower, heading toward the van. Before Percy could follow, Chiron caught his arm. "I should have trained you better, Percy. I know Naruto doesn't need training, but you," he said. "If only I had more time. Hercules, Jason, they all got more training." "That's okay. I just wish," Percy said but stopped himself, not wanting to sound selfish and not getting a magical item to help him on his quest. "What am I thinking?" Chiron cried. "I can't let you get away without this." He pulled a pen from his coat pocket and handed it to Percy. It was an ordinary disposable ballpoint, black ink, removable cap. Probably cost 30 cents. "Gee," Percy said. "Thanks, Percy. That's a gift from your father. I've kept it for years, not knowing you were who I was waiting for. But the prophecy is clear to me now. You are the one." Percy remembered the field trip to the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Chiron had thrown him a pen that turned into a sword. He took off the cap, and the pen grew longer and heavier in his hand. In half a second, he held a shimmering bronze sword with a double-edged blade, a leather-wrapped grip, and a flat hilt riveted with gold studs. It was the first weapon that actually felt balanced in his hand. "The sword has a long and tragic history that we need not go into," Chiron told me. "Its name is Anaklusmos. Riptide," Percy translated, surprised the ancient Greek came so easily. "Use it only for emergencies," Chiron said, "and only against monsters. No hero should harm mortals unless absolutely necessary, of course, but this sword wouldn't harm them in any case." Percy looked at the wickedly sharp blade. "What do you mean it wouldn't harm mortals? How could it not? The sword is celestial bronze. Forged by the Cyclops, tempered in the heart of Mount Etna, cooled in the river Lethe. It's deadly to monsters, to any creature from the underworld, provided they don't kill you first. But the blade will pass through mortals like an illusion. They simply are not important enough for the blade to kill. And I should warn you, as a demigod, you can be killed by either celestial or normal weapons. You are twice as vulnerable." "Good to know. Now recap the pen." Percy touched the pen cap to the sword tip and instantly Riptide shrank to a ballpoint pen again. He tucked it in his pocket, a little nervous, because he was famous for losing pens at school. "You can't," Chiron said. "Can't what?" Percy asked. "Lose the pen," Chiron said. "It is enchanted. It will always reappear in your pocket. Try it." Percy was wary, but he threw the pen as far as he could down the hill and watched it disappear in the grass. "It may take a few moments," Chiron said. "Now check your pocket." Percy noticed pen was there. "Okay. That's extremely cool," Percy admitted. "But what if a mortal sees me pulling out a sword?" Chiron smiled. "Mist is a powerful thing, Percy." "Mist? Yes. Read the Iliad. It's full of references to the stuff. Whenever divine or monstrous elements mix with the mortal world, they generate mist, which obscures the vision of humans. You will see things just as they are, being a half-blood, but humans will interpret things quite differently. Remarkable, really, the lengths to which humans will go to fit things into their version of reality." Percy placed Riptide back in his pocket. "Chiron, Percy said. When you say the gods are immortal, I mean, there was a time before them, right? 4 ages before them, actually. The time of the Titans was the 4th age, sometimes called the Golden Age, which is definitely a misnomer. This, the time of Western civilization and the rule of Zeus, is the 5th age. So what was it like, before the gods? Chiron pursed his lips. Even I am not old enough to remember that, child, but I know it was a time of darkness and savagery for mortals. Kronos, the lord of the Titans, called his reign the Golden Age because men lived innocent and free of all knowledge. But that was mere propaganda. The Titan king cared nothing for your kind except as appetizers or a source of cheap entertainment. It was only in the early reign of Lord Zeus, when Prometheus the good Titan brought fire to humanity, that your species began to progress, and even then Prometheus was branded a radical thinker. Zeus punished him severely, as you may recall. Of course, eventually the gods warmed to humans, and Western civilization was born. But the gods can't die now, right? I mean, as long as Western civilization is alive, they're alive. So, even if we failed, nothing could happen so bad it would mess up everything, right? Chiron gave him a melancholy smile. No one knows how long the age of the West will last, Percy. The gods are immortal, yes. But then, so are the Titans. They still exist, locked away in their various prisons, forced to endure endless pain and punishment, reduced in power, but still very much alive. May the fates forbid that the gods should ever suffer such a doom, or that we should ever return to the darkness and chaos of the past. All we can do, child, is follow our destiny. I don't believe in destiny, nor I believe in prophecy, Naruto said. Nothing is set in stone, Chiron. Percy and Chiron surprised at this. Percy, don't waste more time here. Let's go, he said. Percy nodded dumbly. When they joined the others in the car, they saw under the pine tree, Chiron was now standing in full horseman form, holding his bow high in salute. So, you have a new weapon, Naruto said. Yes, it is called Riptide, Percy said. Naruto, you also have weapons. What are their names? Percy asked. Hornet. I called my gauntlet, Hornet, Naruto said. With black flash, a black katana appeared in his hand. And this is a Shiheim, Death Princess. Argus drove them out of the countryside and into western Long Island. Percy felt weird to be on a highway again. Annabeth and Grover sitting next to him, and Naruto was sitting on the front seat, as if they were normal carpoolers. After 2 weeks at Half-Blood Hill, the real world seemed like a fantasy. Naruto noticed Percy was staring at every McDonald's, every kid in the back of his parents' car, every billboard and shopping mall. So far so good, Percy said. 10 miles and not a single monster. Annabeth gave him an irritated look. It's bad luck to talk that way, seaweed brain. Remind me again. Why do you hate me so much? I don't hate you. Could have fooled me. Annabeth folded her cap of invisibility. Look, we're just not supposed to get along, okay? Our parents are rivals. Why? She sighed. How many reasons do you want? One time my mom caught Poseidon with his girlfriend in Athena's temple, which is hugely disrespectful. Another time, Athena and Poseidon competed to be the patron god for the city of Athens. Your dad created some stupid saltwater spring for his gift. My mom created the olive tree. The people saw that her gift was better, so they named the city after her. They must really like olives. Oh, forget it. Now, if she'd invented pizza, that I could understand. I said, forget it. In that case, I and Talia would have hated each other, because of our parents, Naruto said. You know Talia, daughter of Zeus, since when? Percy asked. Naruto looked Grover and Annabeth. I thought you two have told him, he said. Told me, what? Percy asked. I can talk to Talia. How? Percy, I am the son of Hades. I can see her spirit, Naruto said. So, how she looks like? Percy said. She's the prettiest girl I've ever met, Naruto said. Percy and Grover froze. Annabeth saw this and asked, what happened with you two? Grover whispered lightly in her ear. Naruto was famous in all girls in school, but he hadn't liked any of them. He just ignored them. It is the first time we heard him talk about any girl, Percy whispered. You know I could hear both of you from here, Naruto said cold tone. Both Percy and Grover paled. Traffic slowed them down in Queens. By the time they got into Manhattan it was sunset and starting to rain. Argus dropped them at the Greyhound station on the Upper East Side, not far from Percy's mom and Gabe's apartment. Percy saw typed to a mailbox was a soggy flyer with his picture on it. "Have you seen this boy?" He ripped it down before Annabeth and Grover could notice, but Naruto already saw it. Argus unloaded their bags, made sure they got bus tickets, and then drove away, the eye on the back of his hand opening to watch them as he pulled out of the parking lot. Naruto noticed that Percy was looking off into the distance, probably thinking about his home. Grover shouldered Percy's backpack. "You want to know why she married him, Percy?" he said. Percy stared at him. "Were you reading my mind or something?" "Just your emotions." Grover shrugged. "Guess I forgot to tell you satyrs can do that. You were thinking about your mom and your stepdad, right?" Percy nodded, wondering what else Grover might have forgotten to tell him. "Your mom married Gabe for you," Grover told me. "You call him smelly, but you've got no idea. The guy has this aura, yuck. I can smell him from here. I can smell traces of him on you, and you haven't been near him for a week." "Thanks," Percy said. "Where's the nearest shower?" "You should be grateful, Percy. Your stepfather smells so repulsively human he could mask the presence of any demigod. As soon as I took a whiff inside his Camaro, I knew, Gabe has been covering your scent for years. If you hadn't lived with him every summer, you probably would have been found by monsters a long time ago. Your mom stayed with him to protect you. She was a smart lady. She must have loved you a lot to put up with that guy, if that makes you feel any better." It didn't, but Percy forced himself not to show it. "I'll see her again," he thought. "She isn't gone." Single quote. Percy stared a little more into the distance until they had to move on. The rain kept coming down. Percy, Annabeth and Grover got restless waiting for the bus and decided to play some hacky sack with one of Grover's apples. Annabeth was unbelievable. She could bounce the apple off her knee, her elbow, and her shoulder, whatever. Percy wasn't too bad either. From sideline Naruto was reading a book. He saw their game. Good game. For kids, he thought. The game ended when Percy tossed the apple toward Grover and it got too close to his mouth. In one mega goat bite, their hacky sack disappeared, core, stem, and all. Grover blushed. He tried to apologize, but Annabeth and Percy were too busy cracking up. Finally the bus came. As they stood in line to board, Grover started looking around, sniffing the air like he smelled his favorite school cafeteria delicacy, enchiladas. "What is it?" Percy asked. "I don't know," Grover said tensely. "Maybe it's nothing. Something isn't right here," Naruto thought. Percy could tell it wasn't anything. He was relieved when they finally got on board and found seats together in the back of the bus. They stowed their backpacks. Annabeth kept slapping her Yankees cap nervously against her thigh. As the last passengers got on, Annabeth clamped her hand onto Percy's knee. Percy. An old lady had just boarded the bus. She wore a crumpled velvet dress, lace gloves, and a shapeless orange knit hat that shadowed her face, and she carried a big paisley purse. When she tilted her head up, her black eyes glittered. Mrs. Dodds. Percy thought. She was older, more withered, but definitely the same evil face. Percy scrunched down in his seat. Behind her came two older ladies, one in a green hat, one in a purple hat. Otherwise they looked exactly like Mrs. Dodds, same gnarled hands, paisley handbags, wrinkled velvet dresses. Triplet demon grandmothers. They sat in the front row, right behind the driver. The two on the aisle crossed their legs over the walkway, making an X. It was casual enough, but it sent a clear message: nobody leaves. The bus pulled out of the station, and they headed through the slick streets of Manhattan. "She didn't stay dead long," Percy said. He was trying to keep his voice from quivering. "I thought you said they could be dispelled for a lifetime." "I said if you're lucky," Annabeth said. "You're obviously not." Naruto said. "Percy, these are the right hand my father, they probably don't stay down for long. Besides, she feels more powerful than at the museum." "All three of them," Grover whimpered. "Immortals." "It's okay," Annabeth said, obviously thinking hard. "The Furies. The three worst monsters from the underworld. No problem. No problem. We'll just slip out the windows. They don't open," Grover moaned. A back exit, she suggested. There wasn't one, Naruto said. They won't attack us with witnesses around, Percy said. Will they? Mortals don't have good eyes, Annabeth said. Their brains can only process what they see through the mist. They'll see 3 old ladies killing us, won't they? Annabeth thought about it. Hard to say, but we can't count on mortals for help. Maybe an emergency exit in the roof. Quiet all of you, Naruto said. I will handle them. They reached Lincoln Tunnel, and the bus went dark except for the running lights down the aisle. It was eerily quiet without the sound of the rain. Mrs. Dodds got up. In a flat voice, as if she'd rehearsed it, she announced to the whole bus, I need to use the restroom. So do I, said the second sister. So do I, said the third sister. They all started coming down the aisle. I've got it, Annabeth said. Percy, take my hat. What, you're the one they want. Turn invisible and goes up the aisle. Let them pass you. Maybe you can get to the front and get away. But you guys, there's an outside chance they might not notice us, Annabeth said. You're a son of the Big Three. Your smell might be overpowering. But Naruto is also son of Big Three, Percy said. Yes, but he is a son of Hades, their master, Grover said. And I can handle myself, Naruto said. I can't just leave you, Percy said. Percy, Naruto said, in a cold tone. Go. Percy's hands trembled. He felt like a coward, but he took the Yankees cap and put it on. When Percy looked down, he saw his body wasn't there anymore. He started creeping up the aisle. He managed to get up 10 rows, then duck into an empty seat just as the Furies walked past. Mrs. Dodds stopped, sniffing, and looked straight at Percy. His heart was pounding. Apparently she didn't see anything. She and her sisters kept going. He made it to the front of the bus. They were almost through the Lincoln Tunnel now. He was about to press the emergency stop button when he heard the hideous wailing from the back row. The old ladies were not old ladies anymore. Their faces were still the same, but their bodies had shriveled into leathery brown hag bodies with bats' wings and hands and feet like gargoyle claws. Their handbags had turned into fiery whips. The Furies surrounded Grover and Annabeth, lashing their whips, hissing, "Where is it? Where?" The other people on the bus were screaming, cowering in their seats. They saw something. All right. He's not here, Annabeth yelled. He's gone. So go back to where you came from, Naruto said. The Furies raised their whip. Annabeth drew her bronze knife. Grover grabbed a tin can from his snack bag and prepared to throw it. As for Naruto, he was sitting there calmly. Don't think just because you are the son of the master, we will go easy on you, boy. One of the furry said. Really? Naruto spoke in an emotionless tone. That sent chills down their spine. He looked at them with his Sharingan eyes and sent a killing intent toward them. Because I don't think you 3 have enough power to handle me. Annabeth and Grover saw Furies were trembling with fear. Everything was going to okay, but again Percy had done something stupid, impulsive and dangerous. The bus driver was distracted, trying to see what was going on in his rearview mirror. Still invisible, he grabbed the wheel from him and jerked it to the left. Everybody howled as they were thrown to the right. Hey, the driver yelled. Hey, whoa, they wrestled for the wheel. The bus slammed against the side of the tunnel, grinding metal, and throwing sparks a mile behind. The bus careened out of the Lincoln Tunnel and back into the rainstorm. People and monsters tossed around the bus, cars plowed aside like bowling pins. Somehow the driver found an exit. They shot off the highway, through half a dozen traffic lights, and ended up barreling down one of those New Jersey rural roads. There were woods to left, the Hudson River to the right, and the driver seemed to be veering toward the river. With another great idea, Percy hit the emergency brake. The bus wailed, spun a full circle on the wet asphalt, and crashed into the trees. The emergency lights came on. The door flew open. The bus driver was the first one out, the passengers yelling as they stampeded after him. Percy stepped into the driver's seat and let them pass. The Furies regained their balance. They lashed their whips at Annabeth while she waved her knife and yelled in ancient Greek, telling them to back off. Grover threw tin cans. In whole thing, Naruto didn't even move from his seat. Idiot Percy, he thought. Hey, Percy yelled, taking off the hat and revealing himself. The Furies turned, baring their yellow fangs at the son of Poseidon, and he instantly regretted it, which was easily seen thanks to his freaked-out expression. Mrs. Dodds stalked up the aisle, just as she used to do in class, like she was about to give him another failed paper. Every time she flicked her whip, red flames danced along the barbed leather. Her two ugly sisters hopped on top of the seats on either side of her and crawled toward him like huge nasty lizards. "Perseus Jackson," Mrs. Dodds said, in an accent that was definitely from somewhere further south than Georgia. "You have offended the gods. You shall die." "I liked you better as a math teacher," Percy said to her. She growled. Annabeth and Grover moved up behind the Furies cautiously, looking for an opening. Percy took the ballpoint pen out of his pocket and uncapped it. Riptide elongated into a shimmering double-edged sword. Mrs. Dodds growled. "Submit now," she hissed, "and you will not suffer eternal torment." "Nice try," Percy said to her. "Percy, look out," Annabeth cried. Mrs. Dodds lashed her whip around Percy's sword hand while the Furies on the either side lunged at him. Percy felt like his hand wrapped in molten lead, but he managed not to drop Riptide. He stuck the Fury on the left with its hilt, sending her toppling backward into a seat. He turned and sliced the Fury on the right. As soon as the blade connected with her neck, she screamed and exploded into dust. Annabeth got Mrs. Dodds in a wrestler's hold and yanked her backward while Grover ripped the whip out of her hands. "Ow," he yelled. "Ow, hot, hot." The Fury Percy had hilt slammed came at him again, talons ready, but he swung Riptide and she broke open like a piñata. Mrs. Dodds was trying to get Annabeth off her back. She kicked, clawed, hissed and bit, but Annabeth held on while Grover got Mrs. Dodds's legs tied up in her own whip. Finally they both shoved her backward into the aisle. Mrs. Dodds tried to get up, but she didn't have room to flap her bat wings, so she kept falling down. "Zeus will destroy you," she promised. "Hades will have your soul. Brachas meas vesamini," Percy yelled, which oddly meant, "Eat my pants." Single quote. Mr. Dude somehow managed to get free herself, but before she could attack him, a hand came out of shadow, caught her in midair. "That's enough," Naruto said. With his hand gestured, Shadow Hand choked her to death. She screamed and exploded into a dust. Suddenly, thunder shook the bus. "Get out," Annabeth yelled. "Now." They rushed outside and found the other passengers wandering around in a daze, arguing with the driver, or running around in circles yelling, "We're going to die." A Hawaiian-shirted tourist with a camera snapped Percy's photograph before he could recap his sword. "Our bags," Grover realized. "We left our..." Boom. The windows of the bus exploded as the passengers ran for cover. Lightning shredded a huge crater in the roof. "Let's go," Naruto said. "We don't want more of a problem than we already have." Then he disappeared with Annabeth, Percy and Grover from there. Naruto, Annabeth, Grover and Percy, walking through the woods along the New Jersey riverbank, the glow of New York City making the night sky yellow behind them, and the smell of the Hudson reeks in their noses. Grover was shivering and braying, his big goat eyes turned slit-pupilled and full of terror. "Three kindly ones, all three at once." Percy was pretty much in shock himself. The explosion of bus windows still rang in his ears. But Annabeth kept pulling along, saying, "Come on. The farther away we get the better." "All our money was back there," Percy reminded her. "Our food and clothes, everything." "Well, maybe if you hadn't decided to jump into the fight." "What did you want me to do? Let you get killed?" "You didn't need to protect me, Percy. I would have been fine. Besides, the situation was already under control." "Sliced like sandwich bread," Grover put in, "but fine." "Shut up, the goat boy," said Annabeth. Grover brayed mournfully. "Tin cans, a perfectly good bag of tin cans." "Enough," Naruto said in a cold tone. "I have money for all of us for the trip." "You have money," Annabeth said. Naruto said, "Yes." After a few minutes, Annabeth fell into line next to me. "Look, her voice faltered. "I appreciate you coming back for us, okay? That was really brave. We're a team, right?" Percy asked. Annabeth was silent for a few more steps. "It's just that if you died, aside from the fact that it would really suck for you, it would mean the quest was over. This may be my only chance to see the real world. Technically, This is a double quest, both me and Percy, Naruto interrupted. I promise I couldn't let any of you die. Thanks Naruto, Annabeth said. The storm finally subsided, leaving them in total darkness as they drifted back into silence once, well until Percy broke it. You haven't left Camp Half-Blood since you were 7? He asked Annabeth. No, only short field trips. My dad, the history professor. Yeah, it didn't work out for me living at home. I mean, Camp Half-Blood is my home, Annabeth said. She was rushing her words out now, as if she were afraid somebody might try to stop her. At camp you train and train. And that's all cool and everything, but the real world is where the monsters are. That's where you learn whether you're any good or not. You're pretty good with that knife, Percy said. You think so? Anybody who can piggyback ride a fury is okay by me. You know, Annabeth said with a smile, maybe I should tell you something funny back on the bus. Whatever she wanted to say was interrupted by a shrill toot toot toot, like the sound of an owl being tortured. Hey, my reed pipes still work, Grover cried. If I could just remember a Find Path song, we could get out of these woods. He puffed out a few notes, but the tune still sounded suspiciously like Hilary Duff. Instead of finding a path, Percy immediately slammed into a tree and got a nice size knot on his head. Add to the list of superpowers I did not have. Infrared vision, Percy thought. Be careful Percy, Naruto said. I can't see where I am going. It's too dark in here, Percy said. This will help you, Naruto said as a glowing white orb appeared in his left hand and spread its dull light on the path. Wow, Grover said. Thanks Naruto. Yes, Annabeth said. Thanks. How many powers you have, Naruto? Percy asked in a surprised tone. I'm a man of many skills, Percy, Naruto said with a smirk. After another few miles, they saw neon light up ahead. Percy smelled food. Then he realized he hadn't eaten anything unhealthy since he had arrived at Half-Blood Hill, where they lived on grapes, bread, cheese, and extra lean-cut nymph-prepared barbecue. I need a double cheeseburger, he thought. They kept walking until they saw a deserted two-lane road through the trees. On the other side was a closed-down gas station, a tattered billboard for a 1990s movie, and one open business, which was the source of the neon light. It wasn't a fast food restaurant like Percy hoped. It was one of those weird roadside curio shops that sell lawn flamingos and wooden Indians and cement grizzly bears and stuff like that. The main building was a long, low warehouse, surrounded by acres of statuary. The neon sign above the gate was impossible for normal demigods to read, because if there's anything worse for their dyslexia than regular English, it's red cursive neon English. To Percy and Annabeth, it looked like ATNYUMESGDERAN Goman MEPROUIM. What the heck does that say? Percy asked. I don't know, Annabeth said. She loved reading so much, I'd forgotten she was dyslexic, too, Percy thought. Auntie M's Garden Gnome Emporium, weird name Naruto said. Flanking the entrance, as advertised, were two cement garden gnomes, ugly bearded little runts, smiling and waving, as if they were about to get their picture taken. They crossed the street following the smell of the hamburgers. Hey, Grover warned. The lights are on inside, Annabeth said. Maybe it's open. Snack bar, Percy said wistfully. Snack bar, Annabeth agreed. Are you too crazy? This place is weird, Grover said. Naruto, please say something. Grover noticed Naruto wasn't looking at him. Then he saw in front there was a lot forest of statues. Cement animals, cement children, even a cement satyr playing the pipes, which gave him the creeps. Blah ha ha, he bleated. Looks like my Uncle Ferdinand. They stopped at the warehouse door. Don't knock, Grover pleaded. I smell monsters. Your nose is clogged up from the furies, Annabeth said to him. All I smell is burgers. Aren't you hungry? Meat, Grover said scornfully. I'm a vegetarian. You eat cheese enchiladas in aluminum cans, Percy said. Those are vegetables. Come on, let's leave. These statues are looking at me. I am agreeing with Grover. There is something weird about those statues and the whole place, Naruto said. Annabeth and Percy surprised at this, but before they could say anything the door creaked open. They saw standing in front of us was a tall Middle Eastern woman. At least, they assumed she was Middle Eastern, because she wore a long black gown that covered everything but her hands, and her head was completely veiled. Her eyes glinted behind a curtain of black gauze. Her coffee-colored hands looked old, but well manicured and elegant. She said, "Children, it is too late to be out all alone. Where are your parents?" Her accent sounded vaguely Middle Eastern. "We're, Annabeth started to say. "We're orphans," Percy said. "Orphans," the woman said. The word sounded alien in her mouth. "But, my dears, surely not. We got separated from our caravan," Percy said. "Our circus caravan. The ringmaster told us to meet him at the gas station if we got lost, but he may have forgotten, or maybe he meant a different gas station. Anyway, we're lost. Is that food I smell?" "Oh, my dears," the woman said. "You must come in, poor children. I am Auntie M. Go straight through to the back of the warehouse, please. There is a dining area." They thanked her and went inside. Annabeth muttered to Percy, "Circus caravan. Always have a strategy, right? Your head is full of kelp." Naruto's eyes narrowed on the woman. There is something odd about her. I have to keep eyes on her, he thought. He went inside. The warehouse was filled with more statues, people in all different poses, wearing all different outfits and with different expressions on their faces. Percy and Annabeth were hungry. They never noticed Grover's nervous whispers, or the way the statues' eyes seemed to follow them, or the fact that Auntie M had locked the door behind them. All they cared about was finding the dining area. As soon as they go to the back of the place, they noticed a fast food counter with a grill, a soda fountain, a pretzel heater, and a nacho cheese dispenser. Everything you could want, plus a few steel picnic tables out front. "Please, sit down," Auntie M said. "Awesome," Percy said. Auntie M said, "And this is free. It is my treat, for such nice orphans." "Thank you, ma'am," Annabeth said. Auntie M stiffened, as if Annabeth had done something wrong, but then the old woman relaxed just as quickly. Only Naruto noticed this. "Quite all right, Annabeth," she said. "You have such beautiful gray eyes, child." How she knew Annabeth's name. We had never introduced ourselves, Naruto thought. Their hostess disappeared behind the snack counter and started cooking. Before we knew it, she'd brought us plastic trays heaped with double cheeseburgers, vanilla shakes, and XXL servings of French fries. Naruto only ate because he didn't smell anything wrong with them. He was slowly eating his food, but had kept eyeing on the woman. Percy was halfway through my burger before he remembered to breathe and Annabeth slurped her shake. Grover picked at the fries, and eyed the tray waxed paper liner as if he might go for that, but he still looked too nervous to eat. "What's that hissing noise?" he asked. Percy listened, but didn't hear anything. Annabeth shook her head. "Snakes," Naruto thought. "Hissing." Auntie M asked. "Perhaps you hear the deep fryer oil. You have keen ears, Grover." "I take vitamins. For my ears," Grover said. "That's admirable," Auntie M said. "But please, relax." She ate nothing. She hadn't taken off her headdress, even to cook, and now she sat forward and interlaced her fingers and watched them eat. Percy was feeling satisfied after the burger, and a little sleepy, but he decided to be nice and make some small talk their hostess. "So, you sell gnomes," he said, trying to sound interested. "Oh, yes," Auntie M said. "And animals. And people. Anything for the garden. Custom orders. Statuary is very popular, you know. A lot of business on this road." "Not so much, no. Since the highway was built, most cars, they are not going this way now. I must cherish every customer I get." Suddenly Percy felt somebody else was looking at him. He turned, but it was just a statue of a young girl holding an Easter basket. The detail was incredible, much better than most garden statues. But something was wrong with her face. It looked as if she were startled, or even terrified. Naruto narrowed his eyes on the statue. He activated his Sharingan and saw the faint energy signature on all states. These were real people, he thought. "Ah," Auntie M said sadly to Percy. "You notice some of my creations do not turn out well. They are marred. They do not sell. The face is the hardest to get right. Always the face." "You make these statues yourself?" Percy asked. "Oh, yes. Once upon a time, I had 2 sisters to help me in the business, but they have passed on, and Auntie M is alone. I have only my statues." This is why I make them, you see. They are my company. The sadness in her voice sounded so deep and so real that Percy couldn't help feeling sorry for her. Annabeth had stopped eating. She sat forward and said, "Two sisters. It's a terrible story," Auntie Em said. "Not one for children, really. You see, Annabeth, a bad woman was jealous of me, long ago, when I was young. I had a boyfriend, you know, and this bad woman was determined to break us apart. She caused a terrible accident. My sisters stayed with me. They shared my bad fortune as long as they could, but eventually they passed on. They faded away. I alone have survived, but at a price. Such a price. Medusa. So she is Medusa, Naruto thought. Percy wasn't sure what she meant, but he felt bad for her. Poor old lady. Who would want to hurt somebody so nice? He thought. Naruto looked at Annabeth and gave her a barely noticeable nod. Percy, Annabeth said and shook Percy to get his attention. Maybe we should go. I mean, the ringmaster will be waiting. Percy noticed she sounded tense. He wasn't sure why. Grover was eating the waxed paper off the tray now and Naruto, his eyes become cold, but if Auntie Em found that all strange, she didn't say anything. Such beautiful gray eyes, Auntie Em told Annabeth again. Yes, it has been a long time since I've seen gray eyes like those. She reached out as if to stroke Annabeth's cheek, but Annabeth stood up abruptly. We really should go. Yes. Grover swallowed his waxed paper and stood up. The ringmaster is waiting. Right. Let's go, Percy, Naruto said. Percy didn't want to leave. He felt full and content. Auntie Em was so nice. He wanted to stay with her a while. Please, dears, Auntie Em pleaded. I so rarely get to be with children. Before you go, won't you at least sit for a pose? A pose? Annabeth asked warily. A photograph. I will use it to model a new statue set. Children are so popular, you see. Everyone loves children. Annabeth shifted her weight from foot to foot. I don't think we can, ma'am. Come on, Percy. Sure we can, Percy said. He was irritated with Annabeth for being so bossy, so rude to an old lady who'd just fed us for free. It's just a photo, Annabeth. What's the harm? Idiot, Naruto thought. Yes, Annabeth, the woman purred. No harm. Percy could tell Annabeth and Naruto didn't like it, but they allowed Auntie Em to lead them back out the front door, into the garden of statues. Auntie Em directed them to a park bench next to the stone satyr. Now, Auntie Em said, I'll just position you correctly. The young girl in the middle, I think, and the two young gentlemen on either side, or the last handsome boy behind the girl since he is a bit taller. Not much light for a photo, Percy remarked. Oh, enough, Auntie Em said. Enough for us to see each other, yes. Where's your camera? Grover asked. Auntie Em stepped back, as if to admire the shot. Now, the face is the most difficult. Can you smile for me please, everyone? A large smile. Grover glanced at the cement satyr next to him, and mumbled, that sure does look like Uncle Ferdinand. Grover, Auntie Em chastised, look this way, dear. She still had no camera in her hands. Percy, Annabeth said. Percy wanted to listen to Annabeth, but he was fighting the sleepy feeling, the comfortable lull that came from the food and the old lady's voice. I will just be a moment, Auntie Em said. You know, I can't see you very well in this cursed veil. Percy, something's wrong, Annabeth insisted. Wrong, Auntie Em said, reaching up to undo the wrap around her head. Not at all, dear. I have such noble company tonight. What could be wrong? That is Uncle Ferdinand, Grover gasped. Look away from her, Annabeth shouted. Naruto disappeared in a burst of crows and all crows began to attack on Auntie Em. While Annabeth whipped her Yankees cap onto her head and vanished. She pushed Grover and Percy both off the bench. Percy was on the ground. He heard Grover scrambling off in one direction, Annabeth in another. But he was too dazed to move. He heard Auntie Em screamed. Ah, what is this? Auntie Em screamed in pain as the crows began to peck and tear her flesh from her bone. Ah, she was eaten alive by crows. Then it stopped. She was still standing, where she had been from the start. Did you enjoy the show? Naruto said from somewhere. I would enjoy killing you, son of death, Auntie Em shouted angrily. Yes, but you don't have enough power to kill me. Auntie Em said, I'll see you later, but first. She turned her attention to Percy and smiled. Percy was freaking out, heard a strange, rasping sound above me. His eyes rose to Auntie Em's hands, which had turned gnarled and warty, with sharp bronze talons for fingernails. He almost looked higher, but somewhere off to his left Annabeth screamed, "Number. Don't." Percy couldn't move. He stared at Auntie Em's gnarled claws, and tried to fight the groggy trance the old woman had put him in. Such a pity to destroy a handsome young face, Auntie Em said to Percy soothingly. Stay with me, Percy. All you have to do is look up. Percy fought the urge to obey. Instead he looked to one side and saw one of those glass spheres people put the gardens, a gazing ball. He could see Auntie Em's dark reflection in the orange glass. Her headdress was gone, revealing her face as a shimmering pale circle. Her hair was moving, writhing like serpents. Auntie Em, how could I have been so stupid? He thought. The gray-eyed one did this to me, Percy, Medusa said, and she didn't sound anything like a monster. Annabeth's mother, the cursed Athena, turned me from a beautiful woman into this. Don't listen to her, Annabeth's voice shouted, somewhere in the statuary. Run, Percy. Silence, Medusa snarled. Then her voice modulated back to a comforting purr. You see why I must destroy the girl, Percy. She is my enemy's daughter. I shall crush her statue to dust. But you, dear Percy, you need not suffer. No, Percy muttered. He tried to make his legs move. Do you really want to help the gods? Medusa asked. Do you understand what awaits you on this foolish quest, Percy? What will happen if you reach the underworld? Do not be a pawn of the Olympians, my dear. You would be better off as a statue. Less pain, less pain. Idiot, Naruto said from somewhere. Suddenly an invisible force slammed on Medusa and sent her away from Percy. Erg, she yelled, her snake hair hissing and spitting. Percy scrambled away and hid in the statuary. Right next to him, Annabeth's voice said, Percy. Percy jumped so high his feet nearly cleared a garden gnome. Geez, don't do that. Annabeth took off her Yankees cap and became visible. You have to cut her head off. What, are you crazy? Let Naruto handle her. Percy, you have to do this your own, Naruto said as he appeared next to him, further scaring him. Percy asked, why, Percy, I won't always be there to protect you. You have to learn to defend yourself, Naruto said. Percy was unsure about that, but Annabeth said, Medusa is a menace. She's evil, I'd kill her myself, but, she swallowed, as if she were about to make a difficult admission. But you've got the better weapon. Besides, I'd never get close to her. She'd slice me to bits because of my mother. You've got a chance. What, I can't, Percy said. Look, do you want her turning more innocent people into statues? She pointed to a pair of statue lovers, a man and a woman with their arms around each other, turned to stone by the monster. Annabeth grabbed a green gazing ball from a nearby pedestal. A polished shield would be better. She studied the sphere critically. The convexity will cause some distortion. The reflection's size should be off by a factor of. Would you speak English? I am, Annabeth said, and she tossed him the glass ball. Just look at her in the glass. Never look at her directly. Hey, guys, Grover yelled somewhere above them. I think she's unconscious. Ruer, maybe not, Grover corrected. Hurry up, Annabeth said. She whipped her Yankees cap onto her head and vanished. Good luck, Percy, Grover said. He went into hiding. Good luck, Naruto said. Use the lessons Chiron taught you back in school, use your brain on this one. His eyes turned red and he slowly sank into the ground. Easy for you, Percy thought. He took out his pen and uncapped it. The bronze blade of Riptide elongated in his hand. He followed the hissing and spitting sounds of Medusa's hair. He kept his eyes locked on the gazing ball so he would only glimpse a Medusa's reflection, not the real thing. Then, in the green-tinted glass, he saw her. He yelled, hey! Percy advanced on her, which wasn't easy, holding a sword and a glass ball. She let him approach, 20 feet, 10 feet. He saw the reflection of her face. Surely it wasn't really that ugly. The green swirls of the gazing ball must be distorting it, making it look worse, he thought. You wouldn't harm an old woman, Percy, Medusa said. I know you wouldn't. Percy hesitated, fascinated by the face he saw reflected in the glass, the eyes that seemed to burn straight through the green tint, making his arms go weak. "Percy, don't listen to her," Grover shouted from his hiding. Medusa cackled. Too late. She lunged at Percy with her talons. Percy slashed up with his sword, and then heard a sickening shock. Then a hiss like wind rushing out of a cavern, the sound of a monster disintegrating. Something fell to the ground next to his foot. It took all his willpower not to look. He could feel the warm ooze soaking into his sock, little dying snake heads tugging at his shoelaces. "Oh, yuck," Grover said. His eyes were still tightly closed. "Mega yuck." Annabeth came up next to him, her eyes fixed on the sky. She was holding Medusa's black veil. She said, "Don't move." Very, very carefully, without looking down, she knelt and draped the monster's head in black cloth, then picked it up. It was still dripping green juice. "Good job, Percy," Naruto said. He suddenly rose from the ground like ghosts and freaked out all of them. "Don't do that, Naruto," Annabeth shouted. Naruto ignored her and asked Percy, "Are you okay?" "Yeah," Percy decided, though he felt like throwing up his double cheeseburger. Naruto saw Percy's sick face. "This will help you," he said. He put his hand on his head and used medical jutsu. "Thanks." Percy felt much better. Why didn't the head evaporate?" he asked. "Once you sever it, it becomes a spoil of war," Annabeth said. "Same as your Minotaur's horn. But don't unwrap the head. It can still petrify you." Percy recapped his sword. Together, they stumbled back to the warehouse. They found some old plastic grocery bags behind the snack counter and double-wrapped Medusa's head. They plopped it on the table where they had eaten dinner and sat around it. Percy said, "So we have Athena to thank for this monster." Annabeth flashed him an irritated look. "Your dad, actually. Don't you remember? Medusa was Poseidon's girlfriend. They decided to meet in my mother's temple. That's why Athena turned her into a monster. Medusa and her two sisters who had helped her get into the temple, they became the three Gorgons. That's why Medusa wanted to slice me up, but she wanted to preserve you as a nice statue. She's still sweet on your dad. You probably reminded her of him." Percy's face was burning. "Oh, so now it's my fault we met Medusa." Annabeth straightened. In a bad imitation of Percy's voice, she said, "It's just a photo, Annabeth. What's the harm?" "Forget it," Percy said. "You're impossible. You're insufferable. Hey," Grover interrupted. "You two are giving me a migraine, and satyrs don't even get migraines." "What are you going to do with the head, Percy?" Naruto asked. Percy stared at the thing. One little snake was hanging out of a hole in the plastic. The words printed on the side of the bag said, "We appreciate your business." He was angry, not just with Annabeth or her mom, but with all the gods for this whole quest, for getting them blown off the road and in two major fights the very first day out from camp. At this rate, they had never made it to L.A. alive, much less before the summer solstice. What had Medusa said? Percy thought. "Do not be a pawn of the Olympians, my dear. You would be better off as a statue." Single quote. He got up. "I'll be back, Percy," Annabeth called after me. "What are you?" Percy searched the back of the warehouse until he found Medusa's office. Her account book showed her 6 most recent sales, all shipments to the underworld to decorate Hades and Persephone's garden. According to one freight bill, the underworld's billing address was DOA Recording Studios, West Hollywood, California. He folded up the bill. "So this is the underworld's address," Naruto said, who appeared behind him. "Why yes," Percy said and stuffed address in his pocket. In the cash register they found $20, a few golden drachmas, and some packing slips for the Hermes Overnight Express, each with a little leather bag attached for coins. Percy rummaged around the rest of the office until he found the right size box. They went back to the picnic table, packed up Medusa's head, and filled out a delivery slip. The gods. Mount Olympus. 600th floor. Empire State Building. New York, New York. With best wishes. Percy Jackson. "They're not going to like that," Grover warned. "They'll think you're impertinent." "But I like it," Naruto said with a smirk. "You will, Naruto," Grover said. Percy poured some golden drachmas in the pouch. As soon as he closed it, there was a sound like a cash register. The package floated off the table and disappeared with a pop. I am impertinent, Percy said. He looked at Annabeth, daring her to criticize. She didn't. She seemed resigned to the fact that he had a major talent for ticking off the gods. Come on, she muttered. We need a new plan. Thanks.